All right, we are live at Collectibles for tonight's Facebook record sale, YouTube record sale, Twitch sale, and we're ready to go. My phone and laptop's up here, eh? There goes Tanner. Jump in the fire. Rum, bum, 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 bum. Well, that's not wanting to turn on. Oh well. Hey, jump in the fire. What did I do with my other phone? That's what I came up here to get. I don't know what I've done with it. Why is this door still open? Okay. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? All right. Here we go. I wonder how many people expected me to be here at 6 o'clock. Probably not many. And if I hadn't have been playing with Otis, I would have started 15 minutes ago, but I had to play with the dog. Gotta play with the dog. Otherwise, you're going to have a bad day if you don't pet the dog. All right. Here we go. So let's start clearing off this table. If you didn't stay up till 4 a.m. last night with us, then you missed millions of items. But if you did stay up till 4 a.m. with us, then you saw plenty of items. Like these binders of basketball cards. Like this box of military stuff. Like this shoe box full of baseball cards. Otherwise, you missed out. All right. Let me push this over here. Okay. Put that right there. All righty. Here we go. Can we send pics to Collectibles with our shirts? Absolutely. 100%. All right, so first thing here, I know what that goes to. I'll set that right here. What did I just hear? Was that Otis? Sounds like something just ran through the store. Or was that another wild animal? Now I'm hearing like water. Oh, that's Otis. Okay. I was like, what kind of wild animals running through here? All right, so let's clear off the table here. I've got a, let's go to top cam. This is a original store poster for Guns N' Roses. $75. This is an original record store poster. It literally says for promotional use only, not for sale. That's Guns N' Roses. That is $75. $75 on Guns N' Roses. This one here was, let's see here. This one here was, we sold Van Halen. I got 2 Guns N' Roses. There's another one. That one's $75. Okay. And then this one was Motley Crue. It's an original record store poster, promotion use only. I said 75 on that one. Okay, this was Poison. I said 55 on Poison, Native Tongue. I'm just going to show a few of these things. So Guns N' Roses poster. Guns N' Roses, Motley Crue, Poison. That's some of those. Here's the big dog. I won't show it right now because I don't have enough space. This one's $125. It's a Kiss Blacklight poster. $125 for the Kiss Blacklight poster. So Guns N' Roses, Motley Crue, Kiss, Poison, and $125 for Kiss. And then this was San Francisco 49ers, Miller Lite, $25. This was Jimi Hendrix, BBC Sessions, $25. And then this was this gigantic, huge, like 40 by 60 Twisted Sister poster. It's ginormous. I can't even show it to you. It is literally a gigantic poster of Twisted Sister. It's also $75. Okay? So, Kiss poster, Motley Crue poster, Guns N' Roses poster. I'm going to take this off. We're going to auction these CDs later. I'll show all this stuff again later. These are all signed, but I got them sorted, so they're ready to show. All right, we got new vinyl to get into right away. We got this is a poster signed by Rex Reason. This Island Earth, it's $175. Evil Knievel is $75. He's a cardboard cutout. It was used for a theater display. So Rex Reason, $175. Evil Knievel, $75. Sound of Music, signed by Robert Wise, $175. Waylon Jennings, $475. Waylon Jennings, $475. There is another Sound of Music. There's another Sound of Music signed by the director, Robert Wise. It's $175. These are signed by Buck Owens. Buck Owens are $125. I've got 3 of them. They're JSA authenticated. And Jimi Hendrix was $25. Yeah, Melanie Jennings wants the Jimi Hendrix poster, $25. That's sold to her. I'm going to go ahead and set it right over here. Kyle Hansen wants Evil Knievel for $75. Evil Knievel is sold to Kyle Hansen for $75. So this is sold for $75 to Kyle Hansen. Jimi Hendrix is sold for $25. So I'm going to go ahead and start laying stuff in here. We're going to need a new set of miscellaneous area because Evil Knievel and Jimi Hendrix is sold. I'll have Jake or Tanner get us a new table ready. Lamb of God poster is $50. Lamb of God poster, $50. Led Zeppelin's not for sale right now. Auction estimate, $800 to $1,000 plus. All this stuff will be available later, and all these autographs will be available later. Okay, I think we're pretty cleaned up here. That was all stuff that we went through late last night. We just sold a big chunk of it. Okay, and that's pretty sweet. I don't need this anymore. I don't need that anymore. I don't need these anymore. And let me set all this off to the side. Okay. Let me put all that right here. All right, and then of course some people want to see the Kiss poster again. Give me 1 second, I'll show it again. I need this empty crate. I need my phone to start sharing the feed. Hope everybody's ready to start buying. I'm ready to start selling. Thursday night metal night, full force. Crazy stuff, big autographs. All that stuff's going to start around 7:30, 8 o'clock. I got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 9 claims on the toolbox set. It's a pre-order, on sale pre-order over in Whole Lotta Records. So if you want a toolbox set that's on sale, you might want to go grab that. And let's start sharing everything. Let's jump over here to Collectco. And there we are on Facebook. I'm going to hit the like button. I'm going to hit the share button. And I'm going to hit share and share there. We're going to hit share, copy link. All right. Over here is this. I'm going to go over here to this. I'm going to hit the thumbs up button. I'm going to share this link here. And We have this, and there's Facebook. All right. Let's jump over here to this, and let's jump over here to this, and this, and YouTube, and here, and here, and here, and this, and this. All right, let me share this link. There's our YouTube link. Tanner saying sure. All right. There's that. YouTube. All right, now let's jump over here to Instagram. Get that on our story. Delete last night's story. Go to story here. Click on this image. All right. Link. And live now. Okay, I think I got everything shared. Boom, boom, boom. All righty. Okay. All right. Here we go, Tanner. You ready? Tanner's ready. I'm ready. Let me go first take all this stuff over here that I just cleared off the table. I'm going to sit right here. I'm sure if we went back through all that, we'd sell it again, but this stuff isn't, unfortunately, a lot of this stuff you can't go through fast, so it's like, can you please go through all the posters again? I'm like, well, that just took 22 minutes, so yes and no. Yes, I can, but we also are here to sell records, but I'm also here to sell you anything, so there's an empty priority mailbox. I'm going to throw that over there. Let's grab the first crate, and I hope everybody's ready. All right, so the first thing I have is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 crates of new vinyl, counting a crate that Laura ordered. So yeah, 8 crates of new vinyl, a crate of Japanese auctions that I don't know if we're going to get to. No puzzles today, more Rush box sets, and I have 2 anthologies, and now I have 1 anthology. So whoever asked, do I have anthology? I have 1 left, it looks like, after we tag this, okay? Now, somebody's going to buy this, so I'm going to show this again. And let me just go ahead and tell you right now, if you want this, all you got to do is say sold, because someone's going to buy it in the next probably 180 seconds, John. And that's this Kiss Blacklight poster. Because I flashed it a second ago, and it called some people's attention. And then they said, holy moly, can I see that again? This is $125. I've never just seen the logo before.
That's sweet.
Very cool. $125, shipped, rolled in a tube. All you got to do is say sold, Kiss, I'll take it. Boom. Okay, I've got Guns N' Roses, Motley Crue, Poison, and something else over here. We just sold Jimi Hendrix. Alan Jonathan says he'll take Kiss. That's sold to Alan Johnson for $125. Thank you, Alan Jonathan. Okay, that's gone. I'll show the other ones in just a second. Let me move these over here because we got to put this first crate up over here. Thank you, Alan Jonathan. All right, let's go through this crate right here. So both box sets are sold whenever I get to them, okay? That means we need to start a wait list for Kiss Anthology. All right, thank you, Alan Jonathan. There's that. I'll show the other ones in just a second. He just got Kiss for $125. Let's go ahead and pull up this morning's video. Let's go ahead and get some of our first auctions started. Let's go ahead and tell Otis that he's the best dog in the world. Where are you, Otis? Where are you, Otis? There he is. He heard that voice. You're the best dog in the world. You're the best dog in the world. Yes, you are. Let me scratch your ears. Everybody's saying hi over here on the chat. There he is. There's Otis. Okay. All right, so see, there you go. See, you're the best dog. See, people's telling you you're the best dog in the world. All right, where's this morning's video at? Thursday, 11/20. There it is. There it is. Okay. Let's hit newest and let's do this. All right. So this is promotional CDs. This came from that Music Executives collection. This is very bizarre. This is from Red Hot Chili Peppers. This is Jupiter and Mars, which, as y'all know, that's the Jupiter and Mars. That's the Red Hot Chili Peppers album. Let's see. What was this called? This one here, Red Hot Chili Peppers. I'm thinking of the album that's known as Stadium Arcadium. Yeah, Stadium Arcadium. So this is from that Music Execs collection. It's Ryan Song's Mars and Ryan Song's Jupiter. And I think these are advanced. These are advanced promo CD, advanced promo CDs from that album. They literally say restricted release watermark disc. This CD belongs to Rittenberg Mike, and that's what they are. And they have a track list, and this came from that Music Executive collection out of Nashville. So that's a $15 start for those two CDs. I don't think you'll be able to find those on Discogs, but if you do, let me know. $15 start on those. There's those. There's the Japanese singles from last night. I'll show those again in just a second. And let's go ahead and start putting up our first couple auctions. I don't know how my jacket ended up back here. I never have my jacket back here, but there's my jacket. Laura's working on the rest of the auctions. I have a whole crate over here of bonus stuff like Black Sabbath and Tigers of Pantang. We're going to go ahead and put up. And maybe even a Kiss or two record. we sell at least a Kiss record every night. Last night after midnight, we sold about a dozen of them at auction. Black Sabbath Technical XC. This is an 83 UK Vertigo EX Plus condition. Really nice copy. $35 start on that. And then over here, we have an 81 USOG EX Plus of Tigers of Pantang. That's a $35 start. And then one more random auction over here. We sold a couple of these last night. These are Kellogg's baseball cards, the refractors that have never been opened. Herman Killebrew, Orlando Cepeda, Don Sutton, Ken Griffey Sr., and Phil Necro. So I sold a couple last night for $10 a piece. I've got 5 left, and I was thinking a $30 start. They're all in screw-down acrylic cases, and they're unopened Kellogg's baseball cards. $35 start on those, okay? I'm going to lay those back there. So Red Hot Chili Pepper CDs, Black Sabbath, Tigers of Pantang, and Tigers of Pantang. So the first box set of the night is sold. I'm going to go ahead and do it right now. Beatles Anthology is now sold out. Okay, so Beatles Anthology was sold first to Sean Fairweather. So there's one to Sean Fairweather. Thank you on that, and that's $374.99. That was my first copy, and then Todd Doris wants the other copy, okay? Todd Doris wants the other copy, and I have one more over here still sealed in a box, I think. Yep, right here. So sell this to Todd Doris, and now we're sold out. We've officially sold all 16 copies of Anthology. If anybody else wants one, let me know. So this is $374.99. One sold to Sean Lee Hooker, Sean Fairweather. One sold to Beatles. One sold to Todd Doris. We're sold out of Anthology. So if anybody else wants one of those, let me know. The next thing to tell you is we've already started tonight selling some posters. I sold Evel Knievel. I sold Jimi Hendrix poster. And let me go ahead and set this Kiss poster over here. And we sold a Kiss Blacklight poster just a moment ago. I've got a few more. I'll wait for a few more new people to get on before I show all those again. There's a few right there. And let's go ahead and get started reading through this crate, okay? So we got Red Hot Chili Peppers. Black Sabbath has a bid for $35. Tigers of Pantang, $35. And I'm looking for the following items. Cheap Trick, Cash, 3 and 4, Folsom Prison Blues, Korn self-titled, Limp Bizkit Significant Other, the Metallica poster, and that's it. I think all these in here are still available, okay? So the cards are a $35 start. Black Sabbath has a bid for $35. The Best of Annihilator. This is available for the first time on vinyl. This is a limited edition 1500 on silver colored vinyl. The Best of Annihilator. And this is a 2 LP, $54.99 for The Best of Annihilator. 2 LP, $54.99. Any ship info on Just the Anthology 4. No update. Slipknot Iowa's a 2 LP translucent Coke bottle. That's $36.99. Korn, Life is Peachy. Korn is $39.99. And Black Sabbath Volume 4. That's a 2012 remaster. Black Sabbath is $29.99. Also, Korn Self-Titled, and Korn Self-Titled is sold to Stephen Tinley, T-I-L-N-E-Y. That's sold to Stephen Tinley. That was my last copy of that. Also, Iron Maiden Peace of Mind. Iron Maiden's $33.99. That's for Peace of Mind. And then Lorna Shore. This is I Feel the Ever Black Festering Within Me. Lorna Shore is $44.99. Gatefold Light Blue Marble Vinyl, a 2 LP. That's $44.99. Black Sabbath Master of Reality is $29. And I've got 2 copies of that in stock, okay? Mark Weiss wants a Black Sabbath Volume 4. Thank you on that. It's gone. And then we got 2 copies of Korn Untouchables. Untouchables is $34.99. And then Slipknot, and this is the Subliminal Verses. 2 LP purple vinyl, $36.99 on that. Okay, the Red Hot Chili Pepper CDs can be bought for a $15 buy it now. No bid on those. $15 buy it now on the 2 promotional advanced copies of Stadium Arcadium. Black Sabbath got 1 bid with Mark Weiss for $35. He's about to get that. Tigers of Pantang does not have a bid yet. This is an 81 USOG looking for a $35 start. And the Kellogg's baseball cards have a bid for $35, and we're about to sell those to Richard Miller. Stephen A. Young wants a copy of Black Sabbath Volume 4. I hear Otis shuffling around back here like something. Which one did we just sell? Mark Weiss got a Sabbath 4 and Stephen Young. There we go. White Zombie, this is Devil Music Volume 1. $38.99 for that. This is Tame Impala Deadbeat, 2 LP Coke Bottle Clear. $44.99. Mark Weiss also wants a Black Sabbath Master of Reality. Selling some Sabbaths here. Cheap Trick's newest album, All Washed Up. That is officially sold over here. Cheap Trick is officially sold over here to somebody. And that was Tom Kelly. Thank you, Tom Kelly. That's so to you. Mark Morris on White Zombie. Thank you on that. And then we have Ozzy's Bark at the Moon, Otis. Bark at the Moon, Otis. This is Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. $29.99. And Stephen A. Young is Black Sabbath. So, wow, they wiped out the Black Sabbaths there. They got 1 each. Stephen A. Young got that one, too. All right, Mark Weiss also got this Black Sabbath for $35. We've already sold 6 Black Sabbath albums tonight. And then the baseball cards are sold to Richard Miller. Now, that's not Richard V. Miller. That's just Richard Miller, okay? Just Richard Miller. We have 2 Richard Millers, and they always end up mixed up. That's sold to just Richard Miller for $35. And the Tigers of Pantang's a no bid. It's a $35 buy it now, okay? That's sold and that's sold. Next thing I have over here is another auction from the, quote, surprise crate. I love surprises, don't you, Tanner? This is Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct. A 2016, this was the Record Store Day edition. Wow. Almost 10 years ago. Near Mint Minus, it's on the translucent red marbled kind of looking vinyl. And this is going to go up for a $35 star. That's Metallica. That's a $35 star. Winger is on green vinyl, $33.99 on Winger. And then over here, we got Danger Danger. That's a music on vinyl pressing. $39.99 for Danger Danger. That's a music on vinyl press. We have Gorgira Magma for $29. And then Iron Maiden Power Slave for $33. Iron Maiden Power Slave for $33.99, Otis. Well, my gracious, that's an incredible price. I couldn't say anything better than that, Otis. That was a great job. Thank you. He said that was an incredible price. Mark Weiss on Winger. That is sold to Mark Weiss. Thank you on that one. Metallica has a bid for $35. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction, without further ado, at this moment, without any more delays, it's happening right now. And that is going to be the following record. That is going to be this right here. Yesterday and Today, Struck Down. Y&T. Yesterday and Today, Struck Down. Don't see that one very often. That's a 78 US Terre Haute VG Plus condition, Tanner. $20 start on that. Also, we got Metallica Master of Puppets. That's $29 for Metallica Master of Puppets. Enough's Enough. That's on purple vinyl. $39.99 for Enough's Enough. Got 2 of those. And we have Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden. Sleep Token is $38.99. $38.99 on that. So we're sold out of Beatles Anthology. We just sold 2 more. And we have 0 left. If anybody wants on the waiting list, just let me know. Metallica has bids for $35.38. Yesterday and Today's a $30 start. And I'm going to read through these one more time. Let me show another poster. So here's our next poster. and this is $55. I'm going to read through these, and I'm going to try to find some new ones later tonight. Don't forget, we got some high-end autographs to sell tonight, too. Holy moly. This is an original record store poster advertising Poison's Native Tongue album. $55. $55. It is 1992. It says for promotional use only, and this is $55 on Poison. I only have one of them. That's Poison Native Tongue poster. $55 on that. It'll come shipped to you rolled in a tube. Rolled in a tube. Why do I say that? Because a lot of people open up their record box and they're like, man, my Poison poster's not in here. Well, unless you want us to crumble it up into a square, it'll have to be shipped separately in a tube. No additional charge. We have Metallica 38, Metallica 40, Metallica 42, Metallica 45. And then over here, Gojira is 2025. I honestly have no idea. Gojira is $29.99. On the back, it says 2016. When was this manufactured? Probably in 2025. I think they call it a 2016, though. All right, let's go through these again. I have Annihilator, Best of Annihilator 54. Slipknot Eye was 36. Korn Life is Peachy 39. Iron Maiden Peace of Mind is 33. Lorna Shore is 44. Korn Untouchables is 34. We have Slipknot for 36. Also, Tame Impala's 44 for Deadbeat. Ozzy Bark of the Moon's 29. Danger Danger is 39. We had Gojira Magma for 29. Metallica 29. Iron Maiden Power Slave 33. Enough's Enough's on Purple Vinyl for 39. And Sleep Token Take Me Back to Eden is $38.99. The Metallica is the 2016 Record Store Day limited edition 2 LP red marbled vinyl, and that is near mint minus. It's the Record Store Day on the red translucent vinyl. That has a high bid right now of $45 with Alex Miller, and then over here Y&T has a bid with Javi Soto for $20. Did you ever sell the Rush poster? Is it lost in the building? Oh boy, Rush poster. I'm trying to remember which one that is. Rush poster? Which one was that? You might have to refresh my memory. What did it look like? That tells me I hadn't sold it, or I don't know where it is. One of the two. This is, no. That'd be really nice, though, if it was. Nice try, Tanner. If it's too good to be true, it usually is. Chuck Edgar on Ozzy Bark of the Moon, except for that guy that found that Superman #1 in the attic a few months ago. He probably was like, no way. He probably crapped his pants. So a new world record was set this morning. The world's most expensive comic sold at auction. $9.2 million, a Superman #1, 9.0 condition. Superman #1. It was just found in an attic earlier this year, undiscovered. Wrapped in newspaper, preserved perfectly for 90 years. Sold earlier this morning for $9.2 million. Superman #1, John. Crazy. Yeah, I know it. It was in an attic.
Never found that, man.
That tells me stuff is still in attics. So there's still stuff out there. There's signed somewhere. Somebody has a signed Beatles album. It's signed on the back, a Meet the Beatles, where their parents went to something and did something, and somebody did something special, and they didn't know that they had it, and it's sitting out there right now. Or somebody met Jimi Hendrix, their grandfather met Jimi Hendrix and got something signed and didn't know it was in a drawer, and it's up in the attic in a shelf underneath a box of baseball cards with Mickey Mantle's rookie card and a Babe Ruth signed baseball. That stuff's still out there. That stuff's still out there. Okay, this is Ozzy, and this is sold. And Ozzy over here is sold to somebody. And Ozzy over here was sold to Chuck Edgar. Thank you on that. Y&T 21. Dean Tedford gets the Tigers of Pantane. That was sold to him for $35. Y&T 22, Y&T 24, okay? The last bit on Metallica over here was Brandon Jones at $47. Brandon Jones at $47. Alex Miller, do you want back in? Y&T's at $24. And let's go ahead and show Johnny Cash, American Recordings Volume 4. I got one copy sold to Stephen Tinley, T-I-L-N-E-Y. That's sold to Stephen Tinley. Thank you, Stephen Tinley. I got one extra copy, $44.99. Korn Issues. Korn is $33.99. Korn Issues, and I have two of those left. That's also a 2 LP, $33.99. My a copy of Significant Other here by Limp Bizkit is sold to Melanie Clausen. I've got 2 more over here behind me. I can go find them if you want me to. Alex Miller's back in on Metallica at 50, YNT's at 25, and then I got 2 Harry Potter soundtracks, Prisoner of Azkaban and Deathly Hallows Part 2. Those are original Harry Potter soundtracks, $39.39. We have Johnny Cash American Recordings Volume 3, The Man Comes Around. That's also sold to Stephen Tinley. Thank you, Stephen Tinley. There's 1 extra copy. Slayer South of Heaven's 33, and then Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. That's $29.99. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison, $29.99. We have 1 copy left. We have Promise Tales from the Punch Bowl, $39, and there's old NWA, $36.99. NWA, $36.99. Tyler, Henry, and Paul, Tyler, and Henry will be here in about a half hour to unload about 12,000 records for John to dig through tomorrow. 12,000 records.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, time to dig through some more, John.
You gotta work on the iceberg.
David Saunders on Slayer. That's so to David Saunders. Thank you on that. Metallica's at 50. Brandon Jones, it's up to you. And then YNT's at 25 with Javi Soto and Tony Bradford's out. So YNT Struck Down is a 78 US OG Terre Haute VG Plus condition. That's an OG 78 Terre Haute YNT. And that is one I don't see too often, Struck Down. Don't see that one as often. I got some Japanese singles over here I'm still going to try to run tonight. I've got those. I've got these. Here, let's do some of these right here. I'm going to go ahead and put a couple more of these up tonight, see what we can do. And how about Hey Jude and Revolution? Thank you, John, as always. I'll be right here for the next 9 hours if you need me. I have Hey Jude and Revolution. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing on Apple, a $15 start on that. Black Sabbath on the Wall, you need that one. You've already bought Master, you bought Volume 4. Now you need their debut. That's $29.99, okay? Metallica has a new bid for $52. And YNT is about to be sold to Javi for $25. And the Beatles has bid for $15.15. And that was everything from this morning's video, and everybody got everything that they wanted, except for puzzles. I don't know what happened to those. We did sell a Metallica puzzle. Did everything that was on the counter get brought back here, or there was a crate of puzzles that was part of the video? I need 1 Metallica 598 EP puzzle. That was the only thing that I don't have back here. Yeah, it was on the table this morning. I left the metal crate, the vintage flip crate, and I brought the vinyl back here, but I might have left the puzzles up there. I need to go up there anyway and get a Diet Coke, okay? A Diet Coke. So, Mark V sold on Black Sabbath. I'll replace that with something else. Let's also go ahead and show that Motley Crue. That's on the purple, what's the other color, Chad? Orange, purple orange. This is sold to Mark V's. Metallica, so Alex Miller, let me know if you want to bid again. He did at $55. Brandon Jones, you're out. YNT has a new bid for $26. So YNT still getting bids. Metallica still getting bids, and the Beatles is definitely still getting bids. Now we need to replace the back wall with some stuff, okay? How about we replace the back wall with Korn for $33.99? There we go. That's a good one to have back there. Interesting, as always. And then let's go ahead and put something else back there. Since it is Metal Night, let's go ahead and put something like, I don't know, Danger Danger. That's always been a tough one to get an OG of. I remember when they first announced they were going to do that. Holy moly, that was like the most allocated record I'd ever seen. That was a big one when that Music on Vinyl first pressed that about 5 years ago. Golly. Like, we got lit up on that one. It was like, can we get a Danger Danger? Can we get one of them? They sold out so quickly. That's black vinyl. White Zombie sale. Yep, somebody grabbed it. It's gone. Okay, I'll show all the auctions in 1 second. Let me go ahead and grab our first crate of new stuff. Still got to hunt down a couple puzzles, plus I'll show those again anyway. And let me do this right here. Somebody wants to see Metallica closer. Somebody wants to see YNT closer. Somebody wants to see the Beatles closer. Somebody wants to see me closer. Okay, and then somebody wants to see Otis closer. Okay, well, we can make some of that happen. I don't know if I'll let you see me any closer, but if you, maybe if you pay enough money, let's go right over here and start with our first crate of new stuff. I'm ready. I hope y'all ready. Thursday night, Metal Night, incredible auctions. So about 7:30, I'll start putting up some of the keynote high-end autographs. I'm selling an REM poster. I'm selling a fully signed Black Sabbath item signed by Geezer Butler, Bill Ward, Ozzy Osbourne, and Tony Iommi. I've got a Black Sabbath item signed by all four. We got an AC/DC poster signed by everybody. That original Back in Black lineup, I have a fully signed poster. We're talking about some $1,000 plus items. Hope everybody's here ready to bid. That would be amazing. First thing we have is this. I have Pantera. I saw this in stock and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I never knew this even was available. It's the 5 LP picture disc box set with poster, $174.99. It's the Pantera albums as picture disc, $174.99, new and sealed. Didn't even know that was available to order until right now. $174.99 on Pantera. First thing I have this is Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Metallica's a 2016 Record Store Day limited edition, 2 LP translucent red marble vinyl. That is Metallica. And the last bid that came in on Metallica was the following. This was Alex Miller at $55. Everybody else is out. Alex Miller has Metallica for $55. Next to that is Y&T. Y&T is called Struck Down. It's on a blue London 78 USOG label with original inner sleeve VG Plus condition. And yesterday and today is Hoopy at 28 and Javi, you bid 28. Hoopy came in first. Here's auction number 3. The Beatles, Hey Jude and Revolution. The high bid on this is Matt Nichols at $20. Stanley, you tied him, so Stanley, you're out. This is the Beatles, Hey Jude and Revolution. It's a near mint minus Japanese single on Apple. This comes like with a slip. That's how Japanese sleeves are packaged. They come with a slip. They come with an inner sleeve, and the vinyl's near mint minus. And that is tied at $20, but Matt Nichols has it. Now Stanley Richmond's bid $23. We're going through our first crate here at 6:36 p.m. of our newest new stuff. First thing was the Pantera box set, $174.99. I've got Rush. You're going to be hearing me say R-U-S-H a bunch tonight. There is a lot of Rush. I think we've got every studio album that was available. Not saying everything, but if it was in stock, I probably have it, and it's going to be available tonight. So here's the first one of my favorites, Power Windows, the Manhattan Project, $36.99 for Rush Remaster. Tanner's handed me something that looks very metal. What is that? Whoa. I thought it was a box of Magic cards. There is Rush for $36.99. So to Mike Pierce. A lot of Rush tonight. I love it. We have Black Sabbath, The Humanizer. This is the Ronnie James Dio kind of comeback album. He did those 2, Heaven and Hell and Mob Rules, and then he came back and did this one in 1994. Really good album too, with bonus tracks. Black Sabbath, The Humanizer is $44.99. I've got 2 of those. Haven't had that in a while. Here's Rush, Exit Stage Left. By the way, all the Rush are direct metal mastering, 180-gram remasters. They sound incredible. This is a double LP. This is Exit Stage Left, $46.99. $46.99 for Exit Stage Left. Power Windows was $36.99, okay? Yesterday and today, Javi, did you get bid again? Javi, you're out on Y&T. I just want to make sure you know that you tied him at 28. And then I lost Brandon Jones on Metallica. I hope he's out. He did say out, okay? And this is sold to Alex Miller over on YouTube. Alex Miller, are you a first-time buyer? I'm almost positive you are. Okay, I'm almost positive you are a first-time buyer, Alex Miller. And if this is your first purchase, just say yes, first-time buyer. I'm going to go over here and look at your channel. And maybe not. Maybe you've bought before and I just don't recognize your name. And if you are, I apologize. But either way, welcome to CollectCo or welcome back to CollectCo. That's so to Alex Miller. Y&T is still getting bids at $29. The Beatles is still getting bids at $33. There's Rush. There's Russ. That's Sean Miller on YouTube. Okay, so that's Sean Miller. At Alex Miller 70 is Sean Miller, okay? And then we have Queensryche Empire. Queensryche is $38.99. This is on silver vinyl. Silver vinyl, $38.99. Queensryche, that's a Gatefold 2 LP. And then Kiss Revenge. We were sold out of that one, $36.99. Tough OG to get. And then here's another Rush remaster, Fly By Night. $36.99 for Fly By Night. $36.99. Looks like we need another auction, eh? Let's do it. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that is, speaking of AC/DC, Back in Black, a 1980 USOG VG++ condition in shrink. The shrink is torn up here, but It's in shrink, and this has always been a tough jacket. Bob Lugwood Mastering, the OG, very desirable press, $25 start on that. Then we had Queens Rock Operation Mindcrime, $44.99 for Mindcrime. And then guess what? More Rush, Clockwork Angels, $44.99. And then Total from Joy Division and New Order. That is a 2 LP. That's a best of Joy Division and New Order, $44.99. And then one more here before I update the auctions. Ghost, if you have Ghost. And Ghost is $29.99. I've got 2 of those. That's 2 Ghosts. So we got Sean Sam on Queens Rock, which he may be a first-time buyer. Sean, if you are, let me know if you want Operation Mindcrime or if you want Empire. And then if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. Let me show another poster right quick. This is $75. $75. This is an original promotional poster that would have hung in a record store. This is unused and near mint. It's Guns N' Roses. This is an original Guns N' Roses store poster, and I actually have 2 of them. They're $75. Guns N' Roses, very cool. Give you an idea of the size and what it looks like. It says Guns N' Roses at the bottom, and that is $75. I've got 2 of those, okay? I've got 2 of those. They're very nice. I still got the Poison poster as well. We already sold a Kiss poster tonight, and Evil Knievel, and Jimi Hendrix. But we're moving right along, and we got Sean Sam and then Mark Weiss on Total from Joy Division New Order. That's so to him, thank you. Are we done on Y&T? Javi Soto, 29. Now, that was up to one other person since he outbid him. I'm looking for Hoopy over on Twitch. Hoopy, are you out there on Twitch? And then are we done on the Beatles? We've got to be close. Stanley Richmond's out. That's so to Matt Nichols for $33. And Sean Sam wants Empire and Operation Mindcrime, and yes, he's a first-time buyer. Okay, so thank you. Make sure if you're on YouTube, if you're on Facebook, it looks like, you go and send us a direct message. If you don't mind to do that right quick, or maybe right at the end of this crate so you don't miss anything. This is $8 in limited shipping. We got tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday night. I'll be here selling records. We'll invoice you on Monday. That will come to your email. So make sure you check your email on Monday afternoon. In the meantime, you can keep buying. $8 in limited shipping, okay? That's so to you, that's so to you. Corey Ross wants a Guns N' Roses poster. I have 1 left if anybody else wants one. All right, so Corey got the Guns N' Roses poster for $75. I've got 1 more left if anybody else wants one, okay? I'll lay that one right there. Guns N' Roses poster sold. I don't have a good place to put that stuff right now, so we'll leave it right there. 75 on Guns N' Roses. That's sold. Thank you, Corey. And then we got to Ghost. What was after that? Another Queens Rock. This is Promised Land. $34.99 for Promised Land, and then 2 copies of Kiss self-titled. That's their debut album. Kiss is $36.99, okay? Yesterday and today is sold. I lost Hoopy. Javi Soto gets that for $29. And then now AC/DC's at $35 of Mark Weiss, going once, going twice. What else do we have over here to auction, Tanner? Metallica. This is Hardwired to Self-Destruct. I won't do that one right now. We just did that one, Chad. How about we put up Tigers of Pantang? That was our very first auction of the night. We already sold 1 Tigers of Pantang. How about we put up another one? Tigers of Pantang, The Cage. By the way, their catalog is not in print. Hence the demand for these. 82 Euro OG sealed. And 82 OG sealed, $30 start on that. Kraftwerk, the Autobahn. Kraftwerk is $29.99. And what about Rush Live? This is an unofficial at Pink Pop, 1979. And that's on pink vinyl for $29.99. One more here. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, $29.99. Sean Sam has messaged us his info. He probably didn't even see this other Queens Rock here. There's another Queens Rock for $34.99. AC/DC's now at $40. Joseph McCormick. For some reason on Twitch or on YouTube tonight, Tanner and Jake, it's not showing their name. It's showing their ad handle. So I hope that doesn't mess. It'll mess me. It's already messed me up twice tonight, but it's not. It's like showing their ad handle. It's not showing like their name over here on YouTube. It's like showing on the restream. So it's like at Joseph McCormick 7846 and at Alex Miller. So yeah. I don't know if that's on Restream or I don't know if that's something YouTube's doing now. Diet Coke. I got to go refill that in a second. But right now, We have this right here, Rush Presto. Rush is $29.99, and Rage Against the Machine's $29.99, the Battle of Los Angeles. This is a lot of restocks, Rush, Queensryche, Pantera, Rage Against the Machine. Some of our best stuff is right here that we sell, and these are a lot of restocks. Pantera sold to MT Matt. Thank you. I was waiting for somebody to buy that. Let me show that one more time to see if anybody wants on a waiting list. This is Pantera, 1990 to 2000, the complete studio album box set, picture disc, 5 limited edition picture discs. I saw that. I don't think that's usually available. I think they just added that to inventory all of a sudden. So that's sold to MT Mac. Great pickup there. And then over here, Mike Pierce on Rush Presto. Nice. That's sold to him. And Hold Your Fire should be coming up in a future crate. I've ordered about every Rush album. There is Counterparts for $38.99. There's Counterparts. And then Monk and Coltrane, $24.99 for Thelonious Monk. And then there is Rush, A Show of Hands, $46.99 on that. So AC/DC, Mark V's, You Were Outbid. Joseph McCormick has it for $40. And then Tigers of Pantang's a $30 start. Let's grab another Japanese single over here. And that next one is this one. Oh, boy. Oh, this is cool. This might be like an EP. This is the Rolling Stones. This is the Rolling Stones doing 19th Nervous Breakdown, Satisfaction as Tears Go By, and Get Off My Cloud. Flip back cover. I think that's an older Japanese pressing for sure. Rolling Stones is a $15 start, okay? And then let's run through these one more time. And here's what we have. Mike Pierce also wants a Rush Counterparts. So let's run through these one more time. We've almost filled up our first crate over here. Plus, that happened quickly with those Beatles box sets. And then I have the following. I've got Rush Power Windows, $36.99. Black Sabbath Dehumanizer, $44. Rush Exit Stage Left, $46. Queensryche Empire, $38. Kiss Revenge, $36. Rush Fly By Night, $36. Queensryche Operation Mindcrime, $44. Clockwork Angels, $44 by Rush. Total from Joy Division New Order, $44. If You Have Ghost, $29. There's another Queensryche, Promised Land. That's on clear vinyl for $34. Kiss Self-Titled's $36. Kraftwerk Autobahn is $29. Rush Live at Pink Pop, $79 is $29. Pantera Cowboys from Hell is $29. Rush Presto is $29. Rage Against the Machine's $29. Rush Counterparts is $38. Monk and Coltrane's $24. And Rush A Show of Hands is $46.99. Aaron Andrus wants Promised Land, and that is sold to Aaron Andrus. AC/DC is officially sold in to Mark V's for $50. Rolling Stones 15, 16, 17, 20, 20. Tigers of Pantang, once again, no bid, but I bet it gets grabbed for the buy it now price. $30 on Tigers of Pantang. So that leads to Rolling Stones. Laura has dropped off another batch of auctions. Not everything's ready yet, but she has brought some stuff up here. However, we're not quite ready for that stuff. That is some pretty insane stuff. That and the big autographs tonight. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and grab our next auction, which is the Scorpions and Twisted Sister. Great 2 pulls over here. First thing we have over here is Scorpions, Lonesome Crow. 1981 German reissue. This is EX Plus condition. Scorpions is a $35 start. And Twisted Sister, You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. That's a 1983 USOG sealed. Does have a tear in the shrink. That's a $35 start, okay? Rolling Stones 20, Rolling Stones 20. And then FGTL Burn 1899. I don't know who that is. Minecraft. If you're on YouTube, you might have to tell me your name after you make a purchase.
YouTube changed how it works.
Yeah, Jake said YouTube did an update, and so on YouTube, I can't see your name anymore. I can just see your handle, and that handle's not helping me out. So tonight, if you're on YouTube, it's going to look like I have a bunch of new buyers, but I got to figure out who that is, okay? Who is at FBGE Turn? You're going to have to give me a name, okay? And some of these I've already got memorized, but I'm going to have to relearn these YouTube handles, it looks like. So Mindcrime, whoever that is, let me know. That's so to you. And then over here, next thing is Empty Matt on T. And Empty Matt T was for Thelonious Monk, is that right? And then Richard Bradshaw wants Rush, Clockwork Angels, okay? Let me know what Empty Matt, what T was for. And Jim B 7137 is Jim B. James Chilcold is FBG E Turn L 1899. Okay, oh boy. If y'all want to see me do a memory test tonight, this is going to test my memory. Good gracious. Okay, so there's that. Let me go ahead and say this crate's full. Let me go ahead and swap out these crates right quick. This crate is full. I'm going to go ahead and set this right over here. This crate is full. There's that. That was heavy too. Had all three of those box sets in it. Let me grab another empty crate right here and start filling this thing up. Yeah, this is going to be a big memory test for me. Holy moly. Okay, so over here, Tigers of Pantang is sold to MT Matt for a buy now $30. The last bit on the Rolling Stones over here that came in was Matt Nichols at 20. Jason Thomas, you tied him, and Mitch T's out. Jason Thomas is out. Mitch T, I'll make sure you don't want to bid again. This is at $20. And then let's jump over here to the Scorpions. This was Scorpions Lonesome Crow. That's a 1981 German reissue on the Brain label. It's not bad. It does have some old retail stickers. However, we haven't attempted to peel those off. You might could get those off. Scorpions is a $35 start, and Twisted Sister was sealed, and it's a $35 start, okay? Now, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. We sold a Mind Crime to James Chilcott. We sold Tigers of Pantang, and then what was the other one? I want to make sure. Clockwork Angels. We got all that pulled, yep. And then we had Joy Division for 44, Ghost for 29. Also over here, we have Queensryche for 34. We have Kiss for 36, Kraftwerk 29. We have Rush for 29, Pantera 29, Rush 29, Rage 29, Rush 38, Thelonious Monk 24, and Rush 46. Red Challenge flag. I asked about the Tigers of Pantang before him. Chad Snyder, lag check, what's the buy now to the left? Chad Snyder, this was Tigers of Pantang, the cage. It is a 1982 Euro OG sealed. The shrink is torn. It's missing a little bit right over here. It's $30 if you want it. If not, it's sold to MT Matt. Okay, and then over here, next thing over here is... No, you was before he was first on this. No, he was first over. He was definitely first. MT Matt put T for Tigers of Pantang, and then you asked about it. He was first. MT Matt was first on this. That's sold to him. Yeah, he's first on that. He put T for Tigers of Pantang. He was definitely first on that. Yeah, and then he put Tigers because I didn't know what his T was for. All right, and so Twist Sister 35, and then over here Scorpions 35. And then we're about to sell the Rolling Stones right now to Matt Nichols for $20. That's sold to Matt Nichols for $20, okay? All right, that's done. Let's put that away. We've sold the Beatles. We've sold the Stones. We got one bid on Scorpions, and we got two $35 bids on Twisted Sister. That's Sean Miller, or he's bid twice. Okay. All right, anybody else? Let's go grab another crate. So quick, just read through here. Rush, Monk and Coltrane, Rush, Rage, Rush, Pantera, Rush Presto was 29, Rush, Kraftwerk, Kiss, Queensryche, Ghost, Joy Division, Rush, Kiss, Queensryche, Rush, Black Sabbath, Rush. Never can have enough Rush, right, Tanner? Time stand still. Next crate is going to go up right now. This next crate is going to go up at this moment. Without further ado, right now, I hope everybody's paying attention. If not, you're going to blink a couple times. You're going to miss 3 auctions and 5 buy it nows and 7 crates if you blink. So hopefully you got over here. Over here, hopefully you got your eyes pinned open and y'all are ready. Twisted Sister has a new bid for 38. Next thing over here is this, Scorpions. And Scorpions is sold for $35 to Steve McGee. $35, Steve McGee. There's that, okay? Boom. That's sold. Now Twist Sisters at 38. Okay, I didn't know what T was for as you were going through the crate of new stuff. T was his claim for the buy now of Tigers of Pantang. Yes, that's what he got. No problem there. Sold to him. And then that was our second Tigers of Pantang. Who knows? We might have 5 more over here. Am I going to tell you? No. Am I going to expect you to watch for the next 7 hours? Yes. Next auction is Y&T Contagious. Y&T is a 1987 U.S. Specialty OG. This is near mint minus, $25 start. That's Y&T. Next thing we have is Rush Vapor Trails, $44.99 for Rush Vapor Trails. This is a double LP. This is the remix. The original mix is not in print. Ghost, and this is $29.99 for Infesticism. Ghost is a Gayfo jacket. New Christmas album here. Oh, Mr. Hankey's Christmas Classics. $29.99 for Mr. Hankey's Christmas Classics. Any South Park fans? $29.99. We got two of those. Rush Moving Pictures is $36. And the Big Lebowski soundtrack, $33.99 for the Big Lebowski. We got Twisted Sister now at $45. Mark Boris now $50. Y&T's at $26. And then what's our next auction? How about another Japanese single? And that next Japanese single is going to go up right now. And that is Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time. And somebody just said, Chad, surely you're joking. There's no way you have that epic, amazing Christmas song on a Japanese single. Well, look what I'm holding. Paul McCartney, Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time. That's it. EMI, Toshiba, $15 start on Paul McCartney. Okay? Next thing is 2 copies of The Cure, Integration Live, 1996. This is a boot I have not had. However, I don't know what show this is, okay? So this is Integration Live, 1996. Now, we've had dozens of Cure, so you don't replicate your shows. I don't know, but all it says is 1996, $44.99 on that. So first thing I have over here, let's go back to the top. Twisted Sister 45, Twisted Sister 45, Twisted Sister 50. Tim Rory gets Ghost. That's so to Tim Rory. And then next thing over here is Twisted Sister 50, Twisted Sister 52, Twisted Sister 55. Jamie Diaz on South Park. Y&T's at 28. The 45's at 15, Y&T's at 30, and we got 2 copies of Rush Signals. Rush is $36.99. Peter Criss is $36.99. And Farewell to Kings, more Rush, $36.99 on a Farewell to Kings. Counting Crows, August and Everything After. This is a double LP, Mr. Jones, $44.99. And then Rush Live, the first American broadcast. That's Agora, Cleveland, Ohio, 1974, 2 LP, $38.99. So Twisted Sister right now is with Shane Lane-Doe at $55. It's a sealed copy. Y&T's at $32 and Paul McCartney's at $17, just FYI. None of the advertised auctions have sold. Nothing in the hot picture has sold. None of the autographs have sold. Those won't get started till at least 7, and then some of the autographs won't get started till about 7:30, okay? All right, so let me show my next poster. We did already sell one Guns N' Roses. I think it'd be a good time to show one more. So I've already sold one just like this. Here's the other one, $75. Let's go to the top cam. I'll put it over here with a Poison poster as well. This is a Guns N' Roses original. It says promotion, not for sale. It was made to be sent from Geffen Records to be put in a record store, and Guns N' Roses is a $75 buy it now for that poster. I also have a Poison poster, $55 on that as well, okay? Next thing over here is AC/DC's The Razor's Edge, $29. Rush Hemispheres is $36. Rage Against the Machine Live. Now, this was a record store day from, I think, a couple years ago, last year. And they have overstock, and now I can sell it. And this is $34.99. Rage Against the Machine live on tour. That is an official record store day, $34.99 for Rage. So there it is. Okay, and then we got the other Guns N' Roses poster. That's sold to Susie, and I'm going to put that over here. So now we've sold Kiss, now we've sold Guns N' Roses, now we've sold Evel Knievel, and we've sold Jimi Hendrix, and maybe we can sell the rest of them. That'll highly motivate me to get all the other ones over here too. All right, George Jones on Rush. Now, George, I have shown a lot of Rush. We had 12 Rush albums in the last crate. There's about 5 in here. And then here's Rush Permanent Waves for $36. Rage Against the Machine is $29. Rush Hold Your Fire is $34. The Allman Brothers Band live in Pittsburgh, 2 LP numbered gray steel vinyl, $36.99. And Rush Grace Under Pressure. Wow. So another third of Rush's discography is in there, all available for buy it now, okay? okay? Next thing over here is Twisted Sister, and Twisted Sister is officially sold over here for $55 to Shane Lanedote. That is sold. And then over here we have Y&T, and Javi Soto has that at 40. Greg Preston's out, final call. And then Paul McCartney, Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time. Aaron Andrus has it for 17, and that's a final call. So Susie got the Guns N' Roses poster. George Jones on Rush. He wants the live bootleg. That's so to George Jones. There's the bid for 40 on Y&T from Javi. David Dole wants Rush, Permanent Airwaves, and that is right here. Nice. Begin the Day with a Friendly Voice. That's so to David Dole. And then over here, George Jones got the live one. And then James Young wants Hold Your Fire. That is sold Queens Rock Empire from the last crate. Jay Neutral wants Queens Rock Empire from the last crate. You got it. Queens Rock Empire. That was out of our first crate of newest stuff over here, Tanner. That was my last copy of Empire, too. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, this is 2LP silver vinyl. Queens Rock is $38.99, okay? So Paul McCartney now has bids for 20 and 20, and Y&T is officially sold to Javi for 40. And now let's go through and put up another auction, okay? Next thing I have is Scorpions Worldwide Live. Let's grab that. And the other thing I have over here is Something in the Way She Moves. Tracks me like no other lover. Okay, I've got a 2008 OG sealed copy of Metallica Death Magnetic. That's a 2008 US OG. It's the original press from 2018. Gatefold sealed with the hop sticker. The Day That Never Comes. $75 start on Metallica. Paul McCartney's at 21, now 25. And then this is Scorpions Worldwide Live in shrink. Nice copy. An 85 US Club. Inner sleeves and shrink. Near mint minus. Beautiful. $25 start on that. So what's left in here? I'm going to tell you in about 30 seconds flat. Rush Vapor Trails, 44. Ghost Infesticism, 29. Mr. Hankey's Christmas Classics, 29. Rush Moving Pictures, 36. Big Lebowski soundtrack, 33. The Cure's, 44. Rush Signals, 36. Peter Criss, 36. Farewell to Kings, 36. Counting Crows is 44. Rush Live 1974 Unofficials, 38. AC/DC's Razor's Edge is 29. Hemispheres is 36. Rage Against the Machine Live is 34. Rush Permanent Waves is 36. Rage Against the Machine is 29. Hold Your Fire is 34. Allman Brothers Live in Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, that's official record store day, $36.99, and Grace Under Pressure is $36, okay? So Scorpions has a bid for $25. Metallica's a $75 start, OG sealed, and Paul McCartney, the last bid was Aaron Andrus at $25, going once, going twice. If you decide you want anything else in there, let me know. We have hit about now probably 2/3 of Rush's discography, plus AC/DC and Queens Rock restocks. Chad's going to go up here and get a fresh ice-cold Diet Coke out of the cooler up here. What's Tanner cleaning up over here? Maybe a gem to auction later, eh? Possibly. So logical, wonderful, magical. We're off to a hot start for Thursday Night Metal Night. Here comes Otis following me right back here. We still got 1 crate of new vinyl, 2 crates of new vinyl, 3 crates of new vinyl, 4 crates of new vinyl, 5 crates of new vinyl, 6 crates of new vinyl. John has dropped off 4 crates of new vintage. We got a big focus tonight on auctions too. Holy moly, big night on auctions. Chad's gonna deposit this Diet Coke into this cup of ice from Chick-fil-A. Nice. Beautiful ice. Ice cold, crushed, cubed. Cubed. That's good stuff, Otis. Otis is looking at me like, you dang human. You get to drink that good Diet Coke. Terrible for you. Kills your teeth, kills your body. I'm over here a dog. All I can drink is good, healthy water. But Otis, we're born with a brain, a human brain, that allows us to make dumb decisions, okay? So, I'm sorry, you're just a lot smarter than us. Okay, let's grab another crate over here. Let's scratch this dog's ear. Oh yeah, he likes that. Oh boy. I like it when somebody scratches my ear too. Here we go. Wow, look at all this stuff. Ed's packed these crates full too. We probably could have spread out these 8 or 9 crates into about 14 probably. Okay. All right, so where are we on Paul McCartney? There was no other bids, right? Sold to Aaron Andrus for $25. I hope we were done on that one. Metallica did not get a bid. You can pick that up for a $75 buy it now. Melanie wants moving pictures, and Sean Miller wants the Allman Brothers in Pittsburgh. So we got Rush moving pictures sold. That is sold, and then Allman Brothers live in Pittsburgh sold. These are sold and sold, okay? Melanie Clausen on Rush, I got one left. Allman Brothers sold to Sean Miller, one left. Scorpions got a new bid for 30. And then over here, we're going to move over. Dan Davis gets Metallica for 75. And Sean Miller was next, and Chirac was third. Or actually, Chirac's second, Sean Miller third. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. And this is going to go up, and this is going to be a copy of something, Otis. And that is going to be a copy of, let's see what's going on with this Triumph. Triumph, that's always an interesting one to see in the crate. Triumph, Sex Pistols. How about we grab that? A little something different here. Some of the advertised stuff's about to start going up right now for sure. So first thing we have is Triumph Never Surrender, an 83 German. An 83 German press on the Attic label, EX with the inner sleeve in shrink. That is Triumph, a $20 start. And then Sex Pistols, never mind the bollocks. It's a US repress. VG minus, just lots of marks, no feelable marks. Sex Pistols is a $15 start. Okay, so the Metallica buy it now, OG, sold for $75 to Dan Davis. 1, 2, 3, 4 people were back up on it. And now we have Scorpions at $30. Who was the first bidder at $25? So Travis bid 30. The first bidder was David Saunders. I'm going to make sure he says out on Scorpions. David Saunders, you are out on Scorpions. There's our next couple auctions. And here's more Rush. And this is Rush Roll the Bones, $29.99. Rush Roll the Bones, $29.99. Was there a hot picture tonight? Yes, on Facebook. But you know what? I don't think I posted it over on Instagram. So I still have time because somebody might see it during the sale. I don't think I posted these pictures on Instagram or YouTube. I know I didn't, which isn't good because not everybody has our Facebook, and I'm supposed to share it over there too. So let me do a couple quick clicks. Let me click here and there, and let me share these to tonight. Dang it. Yep. I usually wake up, and sometimes I schedule it during the day, but usually I get this out in the afternoon because I kind of wait to set the time. I wait and set the time when I don't post the hot pictures because I like to know maybe when I'm going to actually sell, because sometimes I'm like, well, I don't know if I'm going to start at 5:30, 6, or 6:30. You know, depends on how late I'm going to be based on how much sleep I've got. So it really starts on that because if I've had like a 4-hour sleep, it's like a 6:15. If I've had maybe 5 or 6 hours, we might actually start today like I did, 1/4 till 6. And if something really weird's happening, then I'll be here really early. And usually that doesn't happen, so especially this time of the year. Goodness gracious, it's dark. When I'm waking up, it's just getting dark. So my body's like, Chad, why don't you sleep for another 5 hours? We know you need it. We know you need that rest, buddy. Why don't you just sleep for another 5 hours? It's getting good and dark. It's raining. And I'm like, nope, I got to get up and get to work. We got Scorpions, and the last bid on that was $30. And then over here, let's go over this and this and this, okay? So we got Scorpions, Worldwide Live. Scorpions is an 85 U.S. club, Columbia Record Club, 2LP. It has the inner sleeves and shrink. It's near minus. So this is an 85 U.S. OG club. An 85 U.S. OG club. An 85 U.S. OG club. The high bid is Travis Woods at $30. In the middle is Triumph Never Surrender. Triumph Never Surrender. The last bid on Triumph that came in was the following. Nothing. I'm looking for a $20 start. If you've bid, I don't see it. And then the Sex Pistols is VG minus, $15 start. It's that time of the night where a lot of people are hopping on the feed, and as soon as they're hopping on, they're like, holy crap, what the heck is he selling? And then everybody needs details, which I don't mind as all. But if I promise, if you wait a few seconds, I'll eventually tell it one more time. But if you do want to bid, if you're like, wait a minute, is that a Scorpions album? You might want to ask, because it could be on its last lap and I'm about to sell it. But this is the very busy time of the night. There's people on and off. They're trying to bid, walk their dog, feed their cats, yell at their gerbil, etc., etc. Rush is $29.99. Roll the bones. David Gilmour live in Pompeii. David Gilmour 4 LP, 2 double gatefold jackets, $114.99 for David Gilmour. Rush 2112, $36.99. Def Leppard Hysteria 2 LP remaster, $44.99. The Best of Ozzy Osbourne, Greatest Hits, Memoirs of a Madman, solo career, $38.99. And Rage Against the Machine is $29.99. Rage Against the Machine, $29.99. Over here, Travis Woods has the Scorpions for $47. Triumph is now at $20, and the Sex Pistols is at $15. So Sex Pistols has one bid with Andy for $15. The Scorpions is at $47, and Triumph is at $20. Also in here we have the Polar Express original motion picture soundtrack. Polar Express is $29. This is The Cure live in Washington, USA, 1984. $29.99 for The Cure, limited edition 500 on Cornetto vinyl. Also we have Kiss Hotter Than Hell, $33.99 on that. Mark Weiss on Ozzy, that's sold to Mark Weiss. Triumph 21, Scorpions 50, Scott Dwallow on Polar Express, that is sold to Scott Dwallow. And then over here we have 2 copies of Rage Against the Machine, The Renegades of Funk, $29.99 for that. And Rush Caress of Steel, Rush is $36.99. Chad Snyder said he bid $15 on Sex Pistols a half hour ago. So Chad Snyder was the first person to bid on the Sex Pistols at $15. He's had it for 4 minutes. So that means Andy Lane, you've tied him. That is right. He had a bid on the screen. Now the Scorpions at $50. Travis, you're out. And then Triumph's at $21, which means somebody's out. And that was Calvin Ward. You've been outbid on that. Now Calvin's back in. Now there's a new bid on the Sex Pistols. And now here is Dwayne Allman's last concert. This is the Allman Brothers Band, The Final Note. Owings Mills, Maryland, 1971, $33.99 for that. And then here is one of our best-selling unofficials. And I really haven't had it in stock since Ozzy's passed away. Ozzy, Montreal, 1981 with Randy Rhoads, and that's on red vinyl. That's a live unofficial, $36.99. Flying High Again, I Don't Know, Crazy Train, Believer, Mr. Crowley, Suicide Solution, Revelation, Still Away, drum solo, and then they close out with Paranoid. And that is with the legendary Randy Rhoads, $36.99. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have probably sold 100 of these. We got 10 in stock right now, $36.99. B Smoker wants one. David Saunders wants one. Now there's 8 left. Travis, did he come back in on Scorpions? He did. And David Saunders is out. So Scorpions at $55. Sex Pistols 20, Sex Pistols 20, Sex Pistols 21. And then David Dole on, Triumph. Let's see here. Triumph 25. And then it's The Cure from 84. Let's see here. The Cure, let's see if it says on the back. What happened to that one? Right here? Yeah, so it's, Washington, 1984. I'm assuming, Ontario Theater, Washington, D.C., November 16th, 1984. Numbered, I got 006 and 007. Wow. 007, 006 and 007. 006 died. $29.99. First thing we have is David Dole put Greg. I think you mean Allman Brothers, right, David? You want an Allman Brothers live. Painter's Mill, the last concert before Dwayne died in that motorcycle accident. So I think David wants an Allman Brothers, and then Ben Digert wants an Allman Brothers. Corey Ross wants an Ozzy, Randy Rhoads. And then Triumph Out, Triumph Up Info. John LaBeatty on Ozzy. That's sold to John LaBeatty. An Ozzy sold. Which Scorpions is up for auction? Greg Preston wants an Ozzy. Sandy Villa wants The Cure. Sandy, do you want 006 or do you want 007? And then next is Sean Miller wants an Ozzy. Janet Gray wants an Ozzy. And now we're down to 3 Aussies. And now we have an update because I think somebody has asked, what is Scorpions? Somebody has asked, what is Triumph? And I know 2 people have said, what is the Sex Pistols? And then Aaron Andrus also getting an Aussie. And so we're going to figure out which numbers. I usually don't let people pick numbers, but because those are pretty unique, I'll let them pick numbers, okay? 006 and 007. And, of course, Sandy Villa wants 007. And then I hope you're okay, Aaron, with 006. Okay, that was Sean Bean in GoldenEye. He's 006. Okay, so let's run down the line here. We got Scorpions Worldwide Live. This is OG and shrink wrap, so an 85 US Club, 2 LP. It has the inner sleeves. It's in shrink wrap. It's near mint minus. So this is an official. It's a 2 LP. It's an OG Club, and it's a near mint minus. This is about a 9.5 on the 10 scale. It is beautiful. And the last bid on this is $55. That's with Travis Woods. He's had it for about 4 minutes now. It's $55, and we're about to sell it worldwide live. Over here is Triumph Never Surrender. Triumph Never Surrender. The last bid on Triumph is the following. This is with Calvin Ward at $25. This is an 83 German OG on the Attic label. Has the original inner sleeve. It's in shrink and it's EX condition. It's at $25. And then Sex Pistols. Sex Pistols is a US repress, VG minus. US repress, VG minus, $15 start. Now, there was a lot of activity there for a few seconds, so let me make sure I got everybody exactly what they wanted, because I showed the Aussie and the chat kind of went wild. So the first thing happened was this. On the Aussies, I'm going to make sure everybody got one. This is Aussie in Montreal with Randy Rhoads, red vinyl. B Smoker got one, and David Saunders got one, okay? Those are both sold. And then I had the Allman Brothers, Dwayne Allman's last concert, $33.99. Greg Dole got one, and Ben Digert got one. That's the two people that got the Allman Brothers, okay? And now the Aussies. The Aussies continued with the next person, and that was Corey Ross got an Aussie. Corey Ross got an Aussie. The next person was John LeBeatty on an Aussie. John LeBeatty got an Aussie. Greg Preston got an Aussie. And then we got Sean Miller on an Aussie. We got Janet Gray on an Aussie. And we got Aaron Andrus on an Aussie. And then, of course, both of the Cures sold, Aaron Andrus and Sandy Villa. Sandy got 007. And then over here at the bottom, we got Triumph at 27. And that's a new bid. I think we're done on Sex Pistols, and I think we're done on Scorpions. Next thing in here is Kraftwerk, the Man Machine. Kraftwerk is $29.99. We have 2 of those left. And then Rush continues with All the World's a Stage. Rush is $46.99. And then here's a couple special requests. Craig David, Born to Do It. This was a special request for Troy Robinson, $38.99 if anybody else wants one of those. And 10 Shots, Hamilton. So this is highlights from the original Broadway cast recording. Another special request from Troy Robinson. That's on Burr's vinyl. That's sold for $29.99. And I'll show those in 1 second. That's some cool promotional stuff from the Beatles. Okay, before we do anything else, let's go ahead and sell the Sex Pistols then. And the Sex Pistols is at 22 with Andy Lane. And that was the final bid and final call, right? Chad Snyder, 22. 21, Andy Lane, 22. I'm going to make sure Chad Snyder knows that. Andy Lane has Sex Pistols at 22. Chad Snyder, you're out. And then over here, we have Scorpions Worldwide Live, and the last bid on this was Travis Woods, and that sold to him for $55. Okay, let's officially start putting up some of the advertised autograph or advertised records, and this is Grim Reaper, and Grim Reaper is an 85 USOG saw cut EX condition, a $35 star. John just asked the bid on Scorpions. I just sold it to Travis for $55, plus he'd had it for a while. So let's read through these one more time. I'm going to show y'all everything that's left in here. And let's do this right here. And the Sex Pistols is a VG minus condition record. It's a US repress, Los Angeles, VG minus. It just has some, some hairlines, no really fillable marks or anything on that. And then Grim Reaper just got put down for $35, and Triumph is still getting bids. Triumph is still getting bids. You gonna take that home and wear it tonight? Yeah. How's it going? Good. We have over here, we got Rush. We got Roll the Bones for $29.99. David Gilmour live at Pompeii, 4 LP box, $114. Rush, $36.99. Def Leppard, $44, 2 LP. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman, that's $38. Rage Against the Machines, $29. Polar Express is $29. Hotter Than Hell's $33. Rage is $29. Rush is $36. Ozzy is $36. Kraftwerk's $29. And Rush, All the World's a Stage, is $46.99. So a lot of Rush. That's about the third full crate of Rush we've had tonight. Rush, Kraftwerk, Ozzy. Rush, Rage, Kiss. Polar Express, Rage, Ozzy. Def Leppard, Rush. David Gilmour, and Rush, okay? Triumph is over here, and it's at 30 with John McPatriot. Calvin Ward, you're out. Let's go ahead and sell the Sex Pistols, and this is sold to Andy Lane for $22. Nobody's bid on Grim Reaper yet. Fear No Evil. Fear No Evil. Eval. That's a final call for a bid of $35, and there's Triumph, okay? Everybody locked in? Everybody ready? Dustin Whitaker wants Aussie 81. I have one left on red vinyl. We've sold 9 copies tonight. 9 copies tonight. All right. There's Triumph Grim Reaper, and here we go. Here we go. I'm going to set this right over here. Let me get my laptop open because I think I got some crates coming up with waiting list. I definitely have some crates coming up with waiting list. They are here back from Houston. They are unloading a truck and trailer as we speak. Tyler, Paul, Henry. They're here. They're unloading about 12,000 records. It's probably about to get loud. You're probably about to hear me start talking louder and louder as they unload this truck. 12,000, how many? 120,000 records? 120,000? 220,000 records. Golly. All right, well, let me go crack open another monster, folks. We better get busy. Holy moly. Holy moly. All right, so let's jump over here. About time for one of our first over here, and we have Triumph. This was a final call. I want to make sure we're done. John McPatriot 30, Calvin Ward, you were outbid, okay? All right, there's that. And let me set this crate here behind me. So that was new stuff. That was new stuff. Let me set this crate over here behind me so I can put my laptop computer on it, okay? My laptop computer. We're going to need that. Let me get me a table built over here because I've got autographed. I got autographed prices back here behind me. And let's get started. Okay, so Grim Reaper is a no bid. Grim Reaper is a $30 buy, $35, let's say $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on Grim Reaper. John McPatriot gets Triumph for $30. And this is Triumph for $30. John McPatriot, that's so to you. And Grim Reaper is a $35 buy it now. That's our only no bid right now, okay? Time for new auctions before I even bring over the next crate. D-Kong gets Grim Reaper for $35. There's that. And then we have request and request. I'm going to do that. And our first autograph of the night. So first thing I'm going to do is Metallica. This is reloaded. This is the 1997 USOG. This is an OG pressing of Metallica Reload. A 97 OG EX plus or EX condition on average, and that's $145 star. We got a request for the following. We got a request for any more Aussie Montreal? Yes, Kurt Barron asked and Matt Nichols asked. I have one left at $36.99. I have one left at $36.99. That will make 10 sold copies. Now, not everything's up here yet. Somebody asked for, what was somebody just asked for? I'll try to do but Laura doesn't have everything up here yet. We had a request for Brittany Fox and Celtic Frost. Brittany Fox and Celtic Frost. I'll try to find those, okay? If they're up here. I'll let Paul look for me right quick. And he just went, he just blew a raspberry. He went, okay, next thing I have is this and this. Yeah, I don't think some of those are up here yet. Some of those aren't up here yet. I did find both of those, okay? Here we go. This is Brittany Fox, Boys and Heat. An 89 USOG, EX++ near mint minus, a $75 start. Good luck. And Celtic Frost coming up in just a second. Give it to Kurt. Well, Kurt hasn't actually said he wants it yet. Kurt hasn't actually says he wants it. So just keep that in mind. If you do want it, you actually, well, he has dibs, but if he happens to say, nah, I'll pass, man, then it's yours if you want it. All right, let's grab this crate. We're going to mix it up a little bit. This is coming from a whole different distributor here. This has got a lot of different stuff in it. This has got some stuff I forgot I had ordered, and it's some stuff we haven't had in a while. So here we go. Metallica does have a bid for $145. Brittany Fox is a $75 start. And we have Matt, you can have it. And Joe Delgado says, I'll take it. So Matt, it's up to you. Now somebody else says they want it. We're about to have a waiting list for that. We usually do. It's one of those things I forgot to do a waiting list for. And I hadn't ordered in a long time. So, all right, I'm going to start with, before we get into the crazy autographs, I mean, this one's pretty crazy, but I'm going to go ahead and knock out one of the baseball autographs first. I figured we'd go ahead and do this one right now. We'll go ahead and do one of the baseball autographs. Okay. And that is this right here. Okay. So it's a sock on a bat. All right, here's one of our first autographs tonight. This is a baseball bat signed by King Griffey Jr. King Griffey on a baseball bat requires a full letter. This requires a full letter from JSA, so that means we have to pay extra, and that means we got to wait extra time to have this authenticated. This is signed on a official Louisville Slugger King Griffey Jr. bat, signature series, and he has signed it. And this is a $325 start. So nice bat. It's been kept in a sock. And there it is, King Griffey Jr. C271, Seattle Mariners. King Griffey Jr. signed, and that is a $325 start. I'm going to lay that right back there so everybody can see it for a second. And then here is the letter from JSA. So King Griffey Jr. signed baseball bat. And it's signed in a silver paint pen. That's a $325 start, okay? $325 for King Griffey. That's the starting bet on that. Matt Nichols does want the last Aussie. So, Joe DeGato, are you okay with a waiting list? And we can officially start a waiting list for Aussie, Montreal 1981, a live unofficial on red vinyl, and Kurt's passing. So, this is sold to Matt Nichols. And if anybody else wants in on this, let me know, okay? All right, now for other new people that's watching, pretty easy to bid. As easy as you asked how you bid, that's how you place a bid. So, for example, if you want to bid on the Brittany Fox, you put BF 76. That means you're bidding $76, and that means you're going to be the high bidder. These are buy now, so you can buy. Here in a minute, I'm about to show a box set. If you want it, you can put the title of the item or some kind of abbreviation to let me know you're purchasing it. That means you're buying it from us, you're committing to buy, and we'll bill you on Monday $8 in limited shipping. The stuff back here in the back, are auctions, okay? So, for example, we need to run over these again. The first one I have is Metallica Reload, and the last bid on Metallica Reload was Shirok Omar, and this is $145, and that is a 97 USOG. So this is the original pressing from 1997, the OG pressing of Metallica Reload from 1997, okay? That is the high bid, and this is a final call because he's had it for a while, $145. Next to that in the middle is Brittany Fox, Boys and Heat, and Brittany Fox is OG. It's an 89 USOG, and it has a bid with Mark Morris for $75. That's about to sell. And then there's the autographed King Griffey Jr. bat. That's a $325 start, okay? $325 for King Griffey Jr. That is the high bid on that right now. Just FYI, okay? Or that's the starting bid, I should say. That is the starting bid on King Griffey Jr. So let's get started with this brand new crate here. Joe DeGato wants on the Randy Rhodes waiting list. Rick Hall wants on the Randy Rhodes waiting list. You got it. Here is our first thing. I remember having these quite often. This is the John Hughes box set. This is $139.99. 6 LP red vinyl. 6 LP red vinyl. This is the first official compilation of all those famous John Hughes movies like Breakfast Club, Weird Science, Pretty in Pink, Ferris Bueller's Days, 16 Candles, Some Kind of Wonderful. This is 6 LPs. It's on red vinyl. It's $139.99. We've sold a bunch of those. I've got one in stock, and it was a waiting list. Mayhem, Cursed in Eternity, Mayhem D Mysterious. Box set, $139.99. It looks like 4 live concerts from Mayhem. We sold one last week. We had a waiting list, and this waiting list was for Justin Deckelman. So if anybody else wants one, I'm probably only going to order this via special order, meaning if you want one, you probably need to just let me know, and I'll order it for you. And the waiting list for Mayhem was the following person, Justin Deckelman. So, Deckelman, I'm tagging you for a Mayhem box. Thank you. Are we done on Metallica? It looks like we are. Shirok Omar gets that for $145. Brittany Fox is sold to Mark Morris for $75. Only one bid. That's surprising. And now let's look at King Griffey Jr. one more time. Calvin Ward does have it for $325. It is signed, JSA authenticated, baseball bat. Great price at $325, and that's going once, going twice, okay? Next thing in here, I'm going to show Alan Jackson Precious Memories, 2LP $34.99, and Dinosaur Jr. Bug. Dinosaur Jr. is $29.99. Let's go ahead and put up Celtic Frost. Somebody asked for this, and then we got other stuff to put up for sure. Celtic Frost is called Cold Lake. It's an 89 US repress, top copy, original on her sleeve, a $65 start. $65 start on that. Let's go ahead and grab something else over here from the bonus crate. And that next record is going to go up right now. This is Aerosmith Gems. Don't get this one too often. I think this is sealed with hop sticker. It is. Right now, there's only one sealed listed on Discogs for $250. This is an 88 US original Aerosmith Gems with hop sticker. It's a $75 start on that. $75 start on that. Next thing is over here. We got Jay Nutra on Dinosaur Jr. That's sold to Jay Nutra. Thank you on that. Done and sold. I got one extra copy of that, and I got Steve Earle. You okay over there, Jake? I got Steve Earle, Austin City Limits, live in Texas. So this is the legendary Steve Earle. It's on blue vinyl, $29.99. Celtic Frost has a bid for $65. Our first autograph of the night is sold. Thank you, Calvin Ward. He gets the King Griffey Jr. baseball bat, and that is sold to him for $325. Thank you, Calvin, on that. And as soon as I said that, Ryan Anderson bid $350. My gracious. Oh, my gosh. I would have loved to take another bid. I thought this was going to get up over 400, close to 500. It only sold one bid, $325. Ryan, my gracious. Trust me, if that was on my screen in time, I would have loved to sell that to you. Too late. I've already sold it to Calvin for $325. Bad. That was bad timing. That sold for $325. And let's hope the other autographs just don't sell for one bid tonight. They may. Y'all might get some great deals. I've spent about 3 hours last night. All these starting bids, even some of them may be up over $1,000. I promise they're very fair. I've comped sold, I've comped active, and every autograph I put up tonight is going to be very, very fair. Right, Paul? And he shrugged his shoulders. Thanks for the confidence, Paul. Over here is Morbid Angel. He says, I don't know if they are or not. He's being truthful. He don't know. We have Morbid Angel, Kingdoms Disdained. I don't know what this is, but it's $114.99. Morbid Angel, Kingdoms Disdained. I guess a CD box set, $114.99. Celtic Frost, one bid, $65. We got Steve Earle. I've got Lee Morgan, Infinity. Lee Morgan's a Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99 for Lee Note, $34.99. And Sonny Stitt, Blows the Blues, Acoustic Sound Series, $34.99. That might have been the steal of the night. I had to buy that baseball bat. I had to pay to have it authenticated. I've been waiting for the letter for 6 months, and I thought it was going to get a lot of bids, and y'all just greatly disappointed me. That's okay. We got some other stuff. Don't disappoint me on the next ones, or I'm going to stop putting them up for auction. We're going to have to stop the show. I'll go home and watch The Fugitive of Harrison Ford and eat double stuffed Oreos. Sonny Stitt was $34.99. The next one over here is Dinosaur Jr., $29.99. And Temple the Dog is $34.99. This is a gatefold 2LP, $34.99. That's Temple of the Dog, okay? Over here, we have AS80, A75. So Celtic Frost is sold just one bid. Stephen Lewis Jr., $65. Once again tonight, half off metal records. So you might want to tell your friends, you might want to tell your family tonight, all auctions are being sold half of retail value. So make sure you let everybody know, get everybody on here, half off retail value on metal stuff tonight. So make sure you let everybody know, okay? Get the word out. Half off on rare, high-end, near-mint metal records. Aerosmith's at 75. Aerosmith is at 80. Jay Nutra gets Temple the Dog. That's sold to Jay Nutra. Also, Mark Weiss on Temple the Dog. That's the 2LP, $34.99. And we got Etta James. And folks, I haven't had this one. This is the jackpot pressing on blue vinyl. Rocks the House, $29.99. This is Etta James, Rocks the House. That's the jackpot. We haven't had that one. That's why I went ahead and got 5 of them, $29.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Get the word out. Chad and Colecco, they're selling rare metal records, half of retail value tonight. We got Metallica Load. This is a 1996 USOG pressing. VG++, $105 start from Metallica Load. Next over here is We Wish You a Metal Christmas. We wish you a metal Christmas. We wish you a metal Christmas. This is $29.99. There was a waiting list for this. Sean Miller, Chris Casey Driver, Sean Druin, and Michael Ward. That's Sean Miller, Chris Casey Driver, Sean Druin, and Michael Ward. That's 4 copies, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4 copies. I've got 3 extras. We wish you a metal Christmas. And this is Alice Cooper, Ronnie James Dio, Dave Grohl, Tony Iommi, 4 copies sold. If anybody else wants one, there's 3 left in the crate. Now my crate over here is full. Now I'm swapping out crates, and now we're going to put up something else. Okay, we wish you a metal Christmas. We wish you a metal. That's what's up. And a rockin' new year. That's right, and a rockin' new year. Let's jump over here. Boy, Ed has evaporated all my crates. What the heck's happened to all my crates? I don't have any empty crates. Crates? Any empty crates, anybody? Holy moly. Let me step right here and see if I can find one. There's no empty crates. All of everything's crated up for alphabetical order. All right, I'm going to start stealing in here. I'm stealing somebody's empty crate. Let's grab this one. I'll have to do a condense here in a minute and finish this off. Laura is stocking the rest of the auctions. I'm about to step in here and grab the next half-off autograph. Okay. And let's do this over here. So first thing is this. We have the following. Which Dinosaur Jr.? There's been several. The first one is this one. Reissue the Classic 85 debut, $29.99. The other one's called Bug. It's $29.99. So let's go back up to the top. First thing was this. Errol Smith got a bid for 75 of Corey Ross. Corey, you immediately got outbid by Jason Thomas at 80. And then we put up Metallica, another OG pressing. And then what is the track listing on Etta James? What is the Dinosaur Jr.? What is Mahogany Rush? What is Metal Christmas? Jay Nutra wants a Metal Christmas. That's so to Jay Nutra. Steve Little gets a Metal Christmas. That's so to Jay Nutra. And then Brian Campbell wants a Metal Christmas, okay? Metal Christmases are sold out. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Brian Campbell, I got you one. Those are now gone. I've got John Coltrane and Johnny Hartman. That's an Acoustic Sound Series 34 on that. Etta James, this is Rocks the House. This has Something's Got a Hold on Me, Baby What You Want Me to Do, What I'd Say, Money, 7th Day Full, Sweet Little Angel, Ooh Poo Pa Poo Doo-Dah. Woke up this morning, Ain't That Loving You Baby, All I Could Do Is Cry, and I Just Want to Make Love to You. Etta James is $29.99. Jackpot Pressing Blue Vinyl. Jimi Hendrix is remastered in mono for $39. And we have Lee Morgan, the Rajah. Lee Morgan's $34.99. And the last thing we have over here is Lulu, the Man with the Golden Gun, James Bond picture disc, $29.99. Errol Smith, I didn't hear back from Corey Ross. This is officially sold, and that's sold to Jason Thomas for $80. That's done. Metallica Load. This is a 96 USOG VG++, $105 start. Another OG Metallica about to be sold, half price. And Alan Jonathan gets Etta James. I've got a few more of those left if anybody else wants one. Etta James, is that everything that's supposed to come in this order? I think so. I hope so. There's that. And next thing is this. We got Etta James Load. Etta James Load, Metallica Load, 105 on that. I think that's all from that distributor, but I'm about to find out. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Cats and Boots, Kicked and Clawed. Cats and Boots is an 89 USOG EX Plus near mint minus, $35 start for Cats and Boots, Kicked and Clawed. Anybody else want anything else in here, let me know. Now would be the time, okay? Now would be the time. First thing is John Hughes, Life Moves Pretty Fast, 6LP red vinyl, $139.99. Next is Alan Jackson, Precious Memories Collection, Gatefold 2LP, $34.99. Dinosaur Jr. Bug is $29.99. Steve Earle, Austin City Limits, live in Austin, Texas, blue vinyl, $29. We had Lee Morgan Infinity, Blue Note Tone Po at $34. Sunny Step Blows the Blues, Acoustic Sound Series, $34. Dinosaur Jr. Self-Titled, $29. One Temple the Dog Left, $34. Etta James Rocks to House Jackpot Pressing Blue Vinyl 29. And then over here we got John Coltrane 34. Edward Boosie wants a John Hughes box set. That's sold to Edward Boosie. Thank you on that. I got one left if anybody else wants it. Another John Coltrane, Jimi Hendrix 39. And then we had James Bond picture disc, The Man with the Golden Gun. Nice. Lulu. And then this was Lee Morgan, the Rajah. And that was $34.99. Metallica's a no bid. You can pick that up for $105. That's called Load. And then Kicked and Clawed, Cats and Boots. And this has one bid with Scully Mack for $35, going once, going twice. And then Load is sold for $105 to David Saunders, $105. And that's sold to David Saunders. And Dinosaur Jr. self-titled is sold to Jay Nutra. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. I think we already sold one of these tonight. We did. No, this is a different one. This is the green vinyl. I think this one's even more limited edition. 2016 limited edition green translucent vinyl. Near mint minus a $95 start. Metallica. Hardwired to self-destruct. Okay? Anybody else, let me know. Load, sold. And then Cats and Clawed, Cats and Boots. Cats and Clawed. My brain froze there for a second. Kicked and Clawed, Cats and Boots is EX Plus near mint minus. Paul was looking at me like, dude, are you okay? What's Paul holding here? He's brought me something. A signed Rush poster, signed by a lot of people. I know those three people. Geddy Lee, Alex Lifeson, and Neil Peart. Wow. All right. Let's bring out a couple other things over here. Let's bring out the Ramones. All right. Let's bring out the Ramones. Got some more autographs to bring out. Load 105, Cats 36, Cats 40. Okay, and we're about to go through another crate. Wow, I feel like we're going through this stuff fast, and I feel like there's a lot of stuff still left. We got 302 watching right now. That's the most I've seen all week because it's Thursday Metal Night, and some people know we got some pretty insane stuff. And they're like, holy moly, what was Chad selling? What will Chad sell? What could possibly Chad be selling? Could Chad possibly be selling what I think he's going to sell to be selling to us? Could a woodchuck? Chuck Wood, Paul? Where's Otis at? All right. I got something to say. Boom, boom. Hey, there's Tyler. All right, here we go. First thing is this. This is the Ramones. Let's see here. So this was sold. Okay, that's a different item. We've already sold that. Okay, that doesn't go with that. So I think he bought some stuff originally. He's a customer of ours. He bought some stuff originally through our official Ramones auction. We already sold this T-shirt. Whoever bought this Ramones T-shirt, I need to send this to you. This is a. This actually came from the official Ramones website. Okay, and I'll show you. So to give you an idea. I mean, he bought it through like an official Ramones website when I think they were doing an auction. But not only that, we went to the extra step, of course, and it required a full letter from JSA. So this is signed by Joey Ramone, Johnny Ramone, CJ Ramone, and Marky Ramone. Okay? Very cool. Joey Ramone, Johnny Ramone, CJ Ramone, and Marky Ramone. 4 Ramones there. Very cool. Matching to the photo. And that is a signed photo, JSA authenticated, and the starting bid on the Ramones is going to be the following. I've got that at $475, Jake. $475 on the signed Ramones photo. Full letter from JSA, very cool, $475. That's now for auction. Okay, then Morbid Angel back here is $114.99. It's called Kingdoms Disdained. I don't know much about it. It was just priced and handed to me. Tanner handed it to me. He said, sell this. He said, sell this. And this is it for $114.99, okay? There's that. Sorry to be a pain. I'm at work. Did I win the INT from an hour ago? You did not, okay? Cats and Boots has a bid for $50. Metallica's a $95 start. And let's update the Cats and Boots. So Cats and Boots is OG really nice. It got bids for $35, $36, $40, $41, $45, $42, $45, $45, $47, $50, $48. Richard Davis is leading at $50. Metallica's a record store day. This is a record store day near mint minus on green vinyl. And that is a $95 start. And then here's the signed Ramones photo. JSA'd $475 on that. Okay, going once, going twice. Let's go through another new crate over here. Going once, going twice. Let's go through another new crate over here, Tyler.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, I'll give you the mic. I'll go home and eat Oreos, and I'll let you run the sale.
I told Paul I was going to do the rest of the sale and let you help unload so you could get,
I'll pass on that. I'd have a heart attack. All right, let's go through this. This looks like mostly metal and some other new stuff here. So let's go through it. Oh, Paul and Tanner's over here digging through these new records like two goblins going through the trash. They look like two goblins over here going through the trash. Nice stuff. Wow. Okay. Nice. We can sell all those right now.
Yeah.
Let's just bring them over here and start auctioning them. We've only had about 30 people ask what's in those tubs, and the best way I can tell is there's 12,000 records, and I can't show y'all any of them. Okay, that's the first question we get asked. What did y'all buy? And I'm like, well, it takes me about 20 minutes to read through one crate of priced records. For me to read through 12,000 unpriced records, it would take me about 9.5 hours. So. And it would be very chaotic, so we better not do that. So just pretend we didn't buy anything, okay? Chris Caldwell gets Bond, James Bond. This is sold. Bond, James Bond, Chris Caldwell. That is sold to him. The James Bond picture disc. I got one left if anybody else wants one. All right, so Cats and Boots 50, 48, 52, 55, 57, and Cats and Boots 60. All right, here we go. Next thing is this. We have 3 copies of Elvis Presley. Chad from Discogs, The Kings of Disdain, is a 6 7-inch set with CD, EP, pendant, and slip mat. So 6 7-inch 45s, a CD, an EP, a pendant, and a slip mat. That is Morbid Angel, $114.99. This is new. I never did get to the pre-order. They're reissuing the Elvis Presley albums. Loving You, limited edition 1500 yellow vinyl. Elvis Presley's $44.99. I've got 3 of those. And then System of a Down self-titled is $24.99. You heading out, Jake? Thank you. System of a Down is $24.99. And I got a restock of Aerosmith and Youngblood. This comes out tomorrow. Aerosmith and Youngblood. The original pre-order already came in. We've already sold out, and this is actually officially the restock, okay? So we got Aerosmith and Youngblood, and this was Lewis Kulick on a waiting list. Lewis Kulick on a waiting list. I went ahead and got 3 extras, okay? I went ahead and got 3 extras, so there's 1, 2, 3. And then over here, we got Metallica, a no bid. That's a $95 buy now for the green vinyl record store day. And I'm going to give the Ramon, since it's such a pricey item, one more chance. Final call for $475 on the signed Ramon's photo. Cats and Boots is at 60, 62, 65. And then we got Clutch. And I went ahead and ordered several of these different albums. I've only got 1 of each, though, because we haven't had them in a while. Transnational Speedway League. Clutch is remastered. It includes the autographed insert. It's on colored vinyl. $59.99 for Clutch, okay? Aerosmith is sold to John LaBeatty. David Saunders gets the Metallica for $95. That's sold. And we have a restock of Pantera, official live 101 proof. Pantera is $49.99. Obviously, it's an official live. And Pantera is Brandon Lack and Brad Waits. They was on a waiting list. I got 1 extra copy of Pantera at $49.99. Brandon Lack and Brad Waits, there's 1 extra copy at $49.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. Laura has officially delivered all the auctions, and boy, do we have a lineup. Here's our next one, Hallows Eve Monument. Hallows Eve is an 88 USOG. It's got the original inner sleeve and insert, and this is in VG condition, just a $25 start on that. Richard has Cats and Boots for $65. That's a final call. And if anybody wants the Ramon's photo, it's available for $475. It's a buy it now. Signed Ramon's photo, $475. I'm going to lay that right back here behind me. If anybody changes their mind, it's yours. I have it, $475, Mad Season, a 2 LP. I've been listening to some of this week. I forgot about how good some of these songs are. Wake Up, Rivers of Deceit. I think the other one is I Don't Know Anything. That's $39.99 for Mad Season. And then Silverchair Neon Ballroom. Silverchair's limited edition 4,000 on pink vinyl, $39.99. George Jones gets the Ramones, $475. These autographs are probably going to get grabbed tonight. They're either going to be 1 bid, they're going to be 5 bids, they're going to be buy it nows. But the Ramones is sold to George Jones. Thank you. $475. That is sold to George Jones. You got it. Let's get another one up in just a second. Don't forget, John's Prize 4 crates of vintage. We had 9 crates of new vinyl to go through. We've already been through about 4 of them. I'm going to lay the Ramones over here. Whoever's watching, let's make sure that goes in a board and a bag. And let's make sure all these JSA letters gets board and bagged as well, okay? We got to protect these letters. If you lose these letters, you can't replace them. You can't just call them up and say, hey, I need another letter. So whoever's buying autographs tonight, do not lose these letters, okay? These are $75, $100 a pop. And if you rip it, if you stain it, if you lose it, it costs the exact same amount to replace it. They got to do it all over. You actually have to completely resubmit. You just can't say, hey, I lost my letter to my REM poster. I lost my letter to my Motorhead poster. I lost my letter to my Black Crowes signed item. They'll say, well, you got to mail it back in. You've got to pay for the submission, and we'll send you a new letter. So don't lose the letters, okay? And then Willie Woodard gets Mad Season. Jeff Dedman on Silver Chair. Cats and Boots is sold to Richard Davis for $65. Hallows Eve does not have a bid. That's a $25 start. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that one is Armored Saint, and this is Delirious Nomad. Armored Saint is an 85 USOG gold stamp promo, original on her sleeve, $25. Now, a regular autograph like that requires just a card. So if you get a JSA that requires just a card, okay, the stickers on the item, if you lose this, it's no big deal. It's not like somebody's going to say, well, do you have the card? That affects the value. You probably don't want to lose it, but it's a good thing to have and keep. You don't want to lose them. Don't throw them away. But if you lose these, it's no big deal because the sticker's still on the item. The letter over here, the letter is important. Okay, don't lose that. Hallow 25. Hallow 25. The Ramones is sold. There's Armored Saint. Let's put up something else. But first, I got Saxon, Killing Ground. Saxon's a 1000 red and silver marbled, $39.99. I got 2 Saxon, numbered for Music on Vinyl. Godsmack Faceless. I Stand Alone is on here. Godsmack, 2 LP, 45 RPM. I Stand Alone, $39.99. And Sepultura Roots, 2 LP remastered. Sepultura is $56.99. I have not sold the Black Crowes. We've only sold the King Griffey Jr. bat, and we've only sold the Ramones photo. I hadn't done any of the other ones yet. We'll do the Black Crowes probably next, okay? All right, and then Hallowed has 2 bids. Let's grab a third auction. First, here's System of a Down for $33.99 and Matrix Reloaded. Matrix Reloaded is a 2 LP, songs from the movie like Linkin Park and Marilyn Manson and Rob Zombie and Deftones and POD and Rage, and that is $44.99. Chris Caldwell on Roots. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. Chris Caldwell on Matrix. I got 1 Matrix left. Saxon was $39, and Jake Gold only ordered 1 Sepultura. So if you're okay with a wait list, let me know. And then the next question is, never did BS letter come in. Corey Ross, I was confused when you were messaging me the other day. I'm almost positive we already sent you a Black Sabbath letter, or it was already with your record. So you're going to have to let me know which one you're talking about. And I think you needed to make sure you haven't already got it, because I'm almost positive that's already came in. That's already been sent to you. Richard Davis on Saxon, and then Matt Nichols on Saxon. And who asked about it first? It was Matt Nichols. Both Saxons are sold and sold. Okay, and then Armored Saint. I'm going to go ahead and make this a buy it now because no one bid. Delirious Nomad's a $25 buy it now. And then Hallows Eve, Jeff Brindley, $25, Jeff Brindley, $26. So Jeff Brindley has Hallows Eve for $26. We got Clutch. That is their 95 self-titled album. Once again, with autographed insert, 2 LP, $59.99 for Clutch. And Venom, Storm the Gates. Venom is $33.99. Trent Peasley gets Armored Saint for $25, okay? Next auction is Eccentrics. Eccentrics is going to go up right now. We have Thrash Metal Heaven tonight. Eccentrics is Shattered Existence, an 89 UK Euro OG. The top seam does have a little bit of a split. EX Condition, a $35 start on Eccentrics. There's that. And then we got Stone Sour for $39, and we got Jonathan Davis from Korn, his solo album, Black Labyrinth. That's $39.99. Pickle on Clutch. I've only got one of those. And then Jake Gold, I think we're going to put him on a waiting list for Sepultura. And Eccentrics is at $35. And then Hallows Eve is still getting bids. It's at $30. Jeff Brindley's out, though, so that might be a final call. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is an unofficial picture disc from Germany of Metallica, the 598 EP, Garage Days Revisited, an unofficial picture disc from Metallica, VG++ condition, a $55 star. Whiplash is on deck. Hessen Session on the wait list for Clutch. So a lot of these deluxe, remastered, autographed Clutch, I've ordered one of each. So whoever's first, and then we'll do a waiting list. So Hessen Session, that's for Clutch, self-titled, okay? I can get that for you. Clutch, self-titled. And then over here, Deftones Around the Furs, $33. The other Clutch is still available, and that one was right back here, Transnational Speedway. That one's still available, $59.99, just FYI, okay? Looks like Hallows Eve. Let's give the details on that one more time. This just got a new bid for $31. Eccentrics is at $37. Hallows Eve is an 88 US German, okay? And then let's go ahead and put up the next autograph. I think it's still in a frame, so this one's going to have a quote stipulation to it based on buyer's preference. And let's see here. This one won't be difficult at all to pop out. Yeah. Actually, I probably should have went ahead and done that. So this is in, you probably will want to have it shipped out of the frame, but I'll leave it up to the buyer, okay? So this is a really incredible piece here. We're going 4 wide with the autographs, and let me get the letter for it. So this is a record flat, okay? This is not the album. The album is very rare. The album would be almost worth as much as a signed record flat by itself if you just had the LP, because it's not cheap whatsoever. This is really cool, though. This is signed, fully signed, Black Crows, and this is signed by Chris Robinson, Rich Robinson, Oddly Freed, Zen Pippian, Ed Harsh, and Steve Gorman. So it's signed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And just so y'all know, these new letters actually mention that they're now working with CGC. And as you can see, I think they started, these have always had watermarks, but they've got new ones now. So very cool. These are very nice letters. They're watermarked. They now mention that they're in collaboration with CGC. And this is the Black Crows, fully signed. Very nice. Everybody. And the starting bid on the Black Crows is this, $450. Now, keep this in mind. That will be shipped out of the frame, okay? I probably should have went ahead and popped this out. If you want to have this shipped in this frame, it's nothing too fancy. It's one of these, you know, screw-down type things. I usually just disassemble these. But if you want me to leave it in the frame, you'll have to pay for extra postage. Not that big of a deal, but you'll have to pay for extra postage, okay? So you'll probably just want me to take it out, but if you don't want to, if you want it in this frame that's already matted and stuff, it'll be extra postage, okay? So this is the Black Crows, Chris Robinson, Rich Robinson, Oddly Freed, Zen Pippian, Ed Harsh, and Steve Gorman. That is a $450 start. I'm going to lay that back here. Let me try to get some stuff off the table before we do anything else with that, so we can, everybody can know that that's officially up for bid. Otherwise, it's pretty difficult to show. I don't think I finished this crate yet either. I haven't. So when I walked away, Hallows Eve got a new bid for $31, then $32. Eccentrics got a bid for $40, and Eccentrics $45. And of course, I've stepped away, and there's a question: what is Hallows Eve? What is Eccentrics? What is Metallica? What is the Black Crows? And who are you? And what's your middle name? Who is Otis? Somebody just asked, who is Otis, and why does everybody keep talking about him? Let's go over here and set this first stack of stuff. Tanner, I'm trying to figure out what to put miscellaneous. That stuff's already sold. And then those 2 items over there is already sold. Put them over here. All right, I'll start this little handful here then. And then these 4 posters have sold. Evil Knievel sold. Baseball bats, Ramones. Those sold last night, yes. Okay, let's go down the lineup here. Here we go. Record guy said the Black Crows came from Grand Rapids WLAV radio station, donated from Record Company for Cancer Fund Research. I was the high bidder, 1990s ultra rare. It is. So the guy we bought that from, the Black Crows, he's watching right now. He also got, that's where we got the signed Metallica that we still have, and he just told you some good provenance there. So whoever wins that, you might want to write that down. I'll go ahead and screenshot it. So he says that came from Grand Rapids WLAV radio station, donated from Record Company for Cancer Fund fundraiser. Cancer fundraiser. I was the high bidder in the 90s, ultra rare. It is. So like I said, I've went and comped all these autographs tonight. Something fully signed, it always like goes into a new level. You'll have one sign this. Like a signed Chris Robinson Black Crows album is pretty dang expensive, $200-300 maybe, especially like Shake Your Moneymaker or Chris or Rich Robertson, and this thing's fully signed, so it does have a bid for $450. Let's go down the lineup here. Hallows Eve. Hallows Eve is at 32 with Brian Thurman. Victor Guerra, it's all up to you. This is a 1980 US OG with the original company inner sleeve. It's VG, almost VG plus. It has the insert and the inner sleeve, and the high bid on this is $30, $40, $32 with Brian Thurman. $32 on Hallows Eve. $32 on Hallows Eve, okay? Next thing is Eccentrics. Eccentrics is what I'm holding right here. This is Eccentrics, and here's the details. The high bid is $45 of Andy Lane. An 89 UK Euro original. It is in EX condition, a VG or less jacket because it has a seam split at the top. Not bad with the original inner sleeve. This is at $45. And then Metallica is an unofficial picture disc, a German unofficial picture disc, VG++, $55 start, no bid yet. No bid yet, okay? Finishing up this crate. System of a Down Toxicities, 24. Silverchair Freak Show is 39. And Suicidal Tendencies, Lights, Camera Revolution, limited to 2,000 on red vinyl. SST is $39.99. It's up to Victor Guerra on Hallows Eve. It's up to Charlie Buck on Eccentrics. It's up to anybody on Metallica. And our fourth auction is as follows. Our fourth auction is this fully signed Black Crows promotional record flat. Fully signed with letter of authenticity from JSA. It has one bid for $450. Very, very cool. The Black Crows, $450. Letter from JSA, fully signed. Additional postage if you want it shipped in the frame. $450 with James Young. Going once, going twice, all done. $450. Edward Boosie wants a Suicidal Tendencies. John LaBeatty wants a Suicidal Tendencies. Vapor Trails is $44.99. I have 2 copies left. Okay? I've got 2 copies left. Hallows Eve, the last bid on Hallows Eve just came in. We have a +2 from Victor Guerra. That means somebody got outbid. Brian Thurman, the high bid is $34 right now. He's out on Eccentrics. This is sold to Andy Lane for $45. Okay? We have an incredible lineup of auctions tonight. This crate is still available. Everything in here, incredible stuff. We have not sold Yes yet either. That has not went up. Where's the location of that? I think it's in, I know where it is, okay? Whew, boy, do I want to sell that? That's why I've kept it for so long. I've got too many Yes signed stuff, though. Elvis Presley, Loving You, $44.99. That is yellow vinyl, $44.99. System of a Down self-titled, $24. Aerosmith and Youngblood is $33. Clutch, Transnational Speedway, $59.99. Pantera Live, $49.99. So official live, $49.99 for Pantera. Mad Seasons, $39.99. $39.99, and Silverchair Neon Ballroom, pink vinyl, $39.99. Hallows Eve is at $35. Victor Guerra, you're out. Metallica all of a sudden is getting bids, $57 and now $60. One more thing in here than a new auction. Godsmack Faceless, 2 LP, $45. 45 RPM. Godsmack is $39.99. Our next auction is Whiplash. Whiplash, insult to injury. It does have a little bit of a seam crackle on top of the jacket. Whiplash is an 89 USOG VG Plus condition, a $35 start on Whiplash, covers and shrink. Also in here was System of a Down for $33, The Matrix Reloaded for $44, Venom was $33, Stone Sour $39, Jonathan Davis, $39. Deftones is $33. System of a Down is $24. And Silverchair Freak Show, $39.99. Okay? And then Sean Sam on Godsmack. And I was about to sell the Black Crows, and it sold to James Young for $450. Okay? He was already thanking me, and I hadn't even closed the auction, but nobody else bid, and he says he'll come pick this up locally, okay? He says he'll come pick it up locally. So sold to James Young for $450. Thank you. Autograph number 3 going to a new home. Sold to James Young, $450. We've sold the Ramones. We've sold King Griffey Jr., and now we have sold the Black Crows. And let's grab another one over here, coming soon. I think it's about time we go ahead and sell what I would consider a big dog. I like selling big dogs like Otis. Where are you, Otis? I like selling big dogs. I think it's time for this one. I think this one's pretty cool. And from what I've seen on research, probably one of the most craziest things we have to offer tonight, next to Black Sabbath. So Black Sabbath coming soon. But man, you talking about like signed photos. You could have a signed album jacket, but this is pretty cool. This is a signed poster, fully signed from AC/DC. And this is what I believe is an original poster as well. So let's go to the top cam. I'll give you the details on this. This is a fully signed AC/DC poster. Okay, you're getting into the upper echelon of rock and roll memorabilia here. We're talking the band AC/DC, fully signed by everybody. Not a 2-legged dog or a 3-legged dog. This has Brian Johnson, Angus Young, Malcolm Young, Cliff Williams, and Phil Rudd. It has everybody. It has everybody. It is $1,275 starting bid. AC/DC, Brian Johnson, Angus Young, Malcolm Young, Cliff Williams, and Phil Rudd. The poster is Plaza de Toros de Las Ventas, Madrid, filmed live on Super 16mm film, AC/DC No Bull, July 10th, 1996, East West Records, America. The poster at one time was folded. If you put it nicely in a frame, it will flatten out really nice. It's fully signed, and I love how they even put AC/DC, AC/DC, AC/DC. They kind of inscribed it with the band name there. This is really incredible. This is AC/DC, fully signed concert poster, No Bull, $1,275. That is the starting bid, okay? And I think the way we'll do this is we'll ship this flat. We'll ship this flat and we'll pay for it for that price, okay? So $12.75 includes flat shipping. We've been keeping it in a board and bag, and then we'll keep it in that, and then we'll put it between cardboard and double cardboard, and that's how we'll ship it. So now that you know, that's officially a live auction right now, okay? We'll let that one cook for a while because we got a lot of other stuff to get to. So AC/DC's up, $1,275. That is the starting bid on that. Really incredible, okay? So back up at the top, we sold Sean Sam the Godsmack. That was sold to him. Next thing over here is Edward Boosie wants that last Pantera Live. That's sold. And then over here, we're at the bottom. Okay, the Elvis is the new music on vinyl pressing of Loving You. They did a limited edition 1500 on yellow vinyl for $44, okay? Are we done on Hallows Eve? I hope so. Whoever the high bid is getting it. Brian Thurman, $35. This is sold to Brian Thurman for $35. Hallows Eve is sold. Sold on that one. The record guy said AC/DC was signed in person in Grand Rapids on Black Ice Tour 3 days before concert when band was leaving recording studio on the way to hotel. Was like meeting the Beatles. Wow. So the record guy, we also got that from him. He got that signed in person in Grand Rapids on the Black Ice Tour 3 days before concert when band was leaving recording studio on the way back to the hotel. Wow. That's some cool provenance with that one too. $12.75 starting bid. I didn't even know these stories. I'm glad you're watching tonight, Marshall. Thank you. And then Metallica is $62, and that's sold to Susie Q. That's Susie Breedlove on the Metallica picture disc. $62 on that. And did Whiplash get a bid? Final call to get a bid on Whiplash. An 89 USOG VG Plus condition. This is a $30 start. $30 start on Whiplash. AC/DC has a bid, $1,275. That is with Corey Ross, and let's put up another auction. Our next auction is going to go up right now. That is going to be, golly, look at all this crazy thrash metal. It's different seeing pictures and then actually flipping through it in person over here. I'm like, good gosh, this is like stuff we never see. Let's go ahead and put this up. This is Great White Hooked. Great White is a 91 USOG Club, VG Plus condition, a $50 start. Whiplash has a bid for $40 with Dave Sibler. Okay, let me go up and find that. There it is, W40. Sorry, I looked wide over that. Dave Sibler on Whiplash for $40, okay? And then we got a bid for $40, okay? $40, Dave Sibler. Larry, you're out. Brett, you're out. David Baber, you're out. Great White was asked about like 30 minutes ago. A 91 USOG Club, VG Plus condition, $55 start. AC/DC has a bid. We'll show that again and then close it. We'll have to give that a few moments, okay? System of a Down is $33.99. Matrix Reloaded is $44. Venom is $33. Storm the Gates. Stone Sour is $39. Jonathan Davis is $39. Deftones is $33. System of a Down is $24. And then Silverchair Freak Show is $39.99, okay? Great night for me to be advertising that we buy collections for two reasons. One, Paul, Tyler, and Henry just got back from Texas. They just unloaded 12,000 records. I'll go to the top cam here in a second. I'll zoom in over there and let y'all look at them. It's pretty amazing. They just filled up an entire booth over here full of vinyl. So that's coming. In the upcoming shows. John will start tearing in that stuff tomorrow. Paul later this week on Saturday when he's back, and Laura. And then also, this is a great time to let you know, we buy entertainment memorabilia and music memorabilia. So if you have autographs, we have connections established to be able to have stuff authenticated. I would love to buy whatever you want to throw at me. I'll graciously be able to tell you if it's real. I'll tell you if it's fake. I'll tell you how much I want to pay for it. Obviously, if I tell you something's fake, I promise it's fake, because if it's real, I'll tell you it's real and I'll try to buy it from you. I will never tell you something's fake just to tell you it's fake. I'll tell you if it's fake because it's fake. If it's real, I'll try to buy it from you, okay? But other than that, we buy records and we buy anything. So if you're out there, contact us today. Okay, next auction. I'm going to go ahead and put up another one here, and that next auction is going to go up right now, and that is, golly, look at all this stuff. Let's go ahead and put up the Ozzy Randy Rhoads Tribute album. Here we go. So this is Ozzy Randy Rhoads Tribute. This is the 87 U.S. Carrollton OG, has the original inner sleeve, VG++, and this is $85 start. Ozzy Randy Rhoads, not in print, $85 start on that. Let me see what else happened over here, okay? So when I walked away, Whiplash had a bid for $40. Then it had some lesser bids. We had a request for Devastation. Great White had bids for $55, $55, $55, $60, $85. Whiplash $42, Whiplash $45, okay? Now, somebody asked, was Elvis a pre-order? There was an Elvis pre-order recently posted, but not that one, okay? So let me pull up Elvis over here. Elvis Presley and the group was back in Memphis. That was not posted for a pre-order, so no, it is available. All these are gatefold jackets. Yes, this is Ozzy Randy Rhoads, the official gatefold 2LP, the real 87 Carrollton press, $85 start. There's already a bid. Now, I got more copies of Buckingham Nicks in, $39.99. This is the Rhino Hi-Fi Cut by Kevin Gray, limited edition. I have these in stock. They're right here in front of me. Get them while you can, $39.99. So we sold 55 copies yesterday. I told y'all I had more ordered from somewhere else. I went ahead and got them. I did not cancel them because I figured I'd need them sometime or another. And right here's my sticky note. Brandon Jones on a waiting list. So Brandon Jones, I'm going to go ahead and tag yours right now. Let me show the AC/DC one more time. It does have a bid, and I'm going to make sure everybody's done bidding, okay? Brandon Jones was on a waiting list, and I have more Buckingham Nicks if anybody else wants one. I also got 2 copies of Yes, Fragile. That's the new Steven Wilson on green vinyl, $29.99. Clifford Umstead on Buckingham Nicks. Now, there was an old pre-order. Everybody's been tagged, and I had a waiting list from yesterday. So if you was on the original pre-order, you've been tagged. If you was on a waiting list, you've probably been tagged, but if you want me to double check, I can for you. Buckingham Nicks, $39.99. And then here's Bing Crosby's Christmas Gems. Red vinyl, Bing Crosby. This includes the David Bowie song, Ella Fitzgerald, and it comes with a Christmas ornament. $29.99 for Bing Crosby, $29.99. Okay, Whiplash is at 51. Great White's at 72. Still great prices on both of those. And then Ozzy still just has one bid with Sean Miller at just $85. That's pretty bizarre. Usually these sell well over 100. And let's look at AC/DC one more time. Final call, $1,275. That is the high bid right now. Let's look at it from the top cam. So this is a fully signed AC/DC poster, signed by that original Post Back in Black lineup. I'm talking everybody. This isn't a 2-legged, 3-legged. This is what carries such a high premium on this. It's signed by Brian Johnson, Angus Young, Malcolm Young, Cliff Williams, and Phil Rudd. Folks, I don't know if y'all know this, but it's like a nicely signed Angus Young, like Back in Black, is hundreds and hundreds of dollars. I mean, it's not cheap whatsoever. And then you get a couple, they get really expensive, but a fully signed item, this is rare. I would put the RARE sticker on this one. And desirable. We're about to sell it though. It has a bid, $12.75. Okay? That would look amazingly framed, okay? $12.75. Let's take that off the table. Corey Ross has it, and he's about to get it. This is about to go north to Canada if nobody else bids, okay? Let's go back to the crate right quick. First thing was I on a wait list for Buckingham Nicks, and who was the other person? Jamie Butler. So some of y'all on YouTube, I can't see your name. See, Jamie, I saw your icon, but I can't see your name. It just shows your handle, okay? An incredible piece of rock and roll memorabilia. This should be like featured, like spotlight, like this should be, here it is. Opportunities knocking. The Buckingham Nicks, the waiting list was, the pre-order has been tagged, and then the waiting list was Joe DeGatto, Chris Martin, Kevin Willis, Steve Mason, Paul Bryan, and Kevin Voitosh. Everybody else, I may have to go back and actually pull up the pre-order. Okay, so that was the people that wasn't on the pre-order that was on a waiting list, those people that I named off. Where are we on Whiplash? Whiplash is at $60. Great White's at $75, and unbelievably, Ozzy just got one bid. So does Sean Miller for $85. That is so does Sean Miller for $85. That is so. Let me see if I can find Buckingham Nicks, and I'll start telling everybody that got one of those, okay? And then what is the Whiplash info, okay? I'll do that in just a second, but first, here's Phil Collins, face value, $33.99. Clutch, Robot Hive Exodus. Clutch is $59.99. And then Evanescence Fallen, 2LP Deluxe Edition, $39.99 for Evanescence Fallen, okay? Great White is at $75. Whiplash is at $60. Let's update this one more time. Whiplash, Insult to Injury. This is an 89 US OG VG Plus condition with the original inner sleeve. It does have a little bit of a split up here at the top, and this is a final call to Dave Sibler at $60. Larry Duncan, you're out. Great White is called Hooked, a 91 USOG club copy, original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. That's at $75. Okay? Now, if you did not pre-order Buckingham Nicks, and you did not get a like, Jamie, I have you down for one. Jamie Butler, you got one yesterday. Chris Martin, I don't think you have one. If you didn't pre-order, I didn't have you down for one, okay? So, yeah, and anybody else. So that's more Buckingham Nicks, $39.99. Yes, Fragile's $29, green vinyl. Bing Crosby's Christmas Gems, $29.99. Phil Collins is $33. Clutch is $59, and Evanescence Fallen is $39, all right? AC/DC poster is sold. Thank you to Corey Ross, $1,275. That is sold. Let's bring this over right here and let's put on my ear protection if I can find it. What have I done with my ear protection? I haven't blown the air horn, it seems like, in a while. You might want to adjust your volume. The air horn's coming out. This is sold to Corey. Whoops. This is sold to Corey for $1,275. Everybody ready? Thank you, Corey. Sold $1,275. All right. I just said I was on a wait list, okay? Then never mind. Something that has like 120 pre-orders, I have a pretty dang good memory, but when we start getting into hundreds of names, I don't know if y'all pre-ordered or not. I'll have to manually go look. Some people I'll be like, yeah, you got one. But man, sometimes this is a true memory test for me. I'll have to go back and try to find out. So, or if he was on a wait list. So yes, Chris Martin, you were tagged for one yesterday. Yes. Okay. All right. AC/DC sold. Whiplash is still getting bids, but I'll tell you what doesn't have a bid. Great White, and I haven't heard back from Danzig. Danzig is out. We're about to sell Great White. Let's put up another auction. I've got metal galore and autographs, okay? Tonight, there will be a huge focus on autographs. A huge focus on autograph, or a huge focus on auctions, okay? The auctions will be the main focus point tonight. I'm going to try my best to get through crates. There is going to be so much stuff that requires me reading what it is again, showing it again, reading it again, and showing it again. There's going to be about a 75% emphasis on auctions tonight, okay? Because there is a lot of people watching right now. There's people that just clicked on the feed. There's people getting off the feed. There's people getting back on the feed. They're getting off the feed. And then they're like, holy crap, what did you just sell? What was that? Can I see that again? This is Devastation, Signs of Life, a 1989 USOG. It has the original on her sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $35 start. Great White is sold to Willie Woodard, and that is sold to him for $75. That's sold, and Whiplash is at $67 with Larry Duncan. Dave Sibler, you've been outbid. David Saunders said, Chad, I bid 85 on Aussie too. Oh my gosh, that was a long time ago. When was that? 085. I forgot what the last bid was. David, we sold Aussie a long time ago. I'll go back up the top and make sure you didn't bid against him, but that was sold a long time ago. The Aussie Randy Rhoads tribute. There's where he bid $85. Give me 1 second. 085. Alex Miller. And then he had it for like 5 or 7 minutes. And then I sold it. I think you might have got hung up there. Aussie was sold a long time ago. And then Devastation has a bid for 35. All right, let me grab a new crate. That was sold a long time ago. I was shocked because I was waiting for bids to come in for 85, 86, 87, 90, 92, 100, 105, 115, 117, 120, 130, 140, 145, 150. And it sat there at $85 for about 7 or 8 minutes. Yeah, he had that for like $85 for 7 or 8 minutes. I was waiting for bids for 85, 90, 100, 105, 102, 103, 105, 10. They never did show up. He got it for minimum bid. The Aussie Randy Rhoads tribute. Okay, next thing over here is this. I would not be trying to grab sandwiches. Don't grab sandwiches. Don't try to go feed cats. You better get locked in. Don't do anything. Don't eat. Don't sleep. Don't drink any coffee. Don't go talk to your gerbil. Nothing. Rat is going up. Speaking of gerbils, Detonator. This is a 1990 USOG Club. EX++ near mint minus, a $75 start. Did I get a Buckingham Nicks? Was out on the wait list from last night. Brandon Jones. I don't have you on the waiting list unless you pre-ordered it. Let me see if your name's over here on this master pre-order. I don't think so. I think you need one. I'll scroll through here right quick and look, though. I don't think you got one. I don't think you got one. I'm scrolling. I'm still scrolling. I think you need one. Let me go pull you one right now. Brandon Jones. Yep. No, you got one last night. Yeah, sorry. You got one last night. You're talking about last night. Yes, you got one from last night. And we sold one live. Okay. Okay. Whew, man, my head's spinning. Thursday nights like this are insane. It's going to take every morsel of brain power I have to keep these bids organized over here. Every morsel of brain power I have. Every little bit I've got. I still don't know where we're at on Whiplash. It was between Larry Duncan and Dave Sibler. Dave Sibler bid $68. Larry Duncan was before him at $67. So Whiplash is at $68. Devastation $35. Devastation $36. Devastation $40. Devastation $45. Devastation $50. Devastation $60. Rat has a bid for $75. Rat has a bid for $85. Whiplash is at $70. Whiplash is at $71. Devastation's at $65. Whiplash is at $72. See, I'm just going to have to stand here and call off bids all night. Whiplash is at $72. Devastation's at $65. And Rat has a bid of $85. Rat has a bid for $90. Devastation has a bid for $68. Screaming Trees, Uncle Anesthesia. Music on Vinyl Press, Screaming Trees, $39.99. Transformers, the movie soundtrack, limited edition 4000, Stan Bush line, Weird Al Yankovic, Transformers, $39.99. Rat has a bid for $105. Rat has a bid for $95. Devastation has a bid for $68. Tim Voldness wants a pack of outer sleeves for $45. A pack of outer sleeves sold to Tim Voldness. Rat has a bid for $105. Whiplash has a bid for $73. Devastation has a bid for $80. I have Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky is Crying, a Music on Vinyl Press. I've got two Stevie Ray Vaughans for $39.99, and I got Warrant Cherry Pie, limited edition 2500 on yellow marble vinyl, $39.99. Rat has a bid for $105. Devastation has a bid for $80. Whiplash has a bid for $73. Larry Duncan, you're out. Everybody else is out on Rat except Empty Matt, and Devastation's at $80. Devastation's at $85 of Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr. Next is Deftones, Ohms. _ OHMS, $29.99. Devastation out. Whiplash has a bid for $75. Are we done on Rat? Make sure if you're done bidding, you say Rat out or Rat 106 because you want to bid more because you want this. You need this. And you're like, listen, I'm here. I'm not going down without a freaking fight, okay? I will give my all for Rat if I have to. My nose is bleeding. I've broken 2 legs. I'm here to get this Rat. When I first bought this, I didn't know when I would finally be getting the letter back and selling it, Ozzy would no longer be with us. So when I bought this from a customer, it was really cool, and now it's just almost strange to be seeing something like this, knowing that Ozzy's passed away now. A really cool piece of rock and roll memorabilia here. So this is signed by the original Black Sabbath lineup. Geezer Butler, Tony Iommi, Ozzy Osbourne, and Bill Ward. Very cool. Fully signed. It's the reunion booklet, signed in the centerfold. It has a full letter from JSA. So what you want to do with an item like this is get this framed. This would look really cool. Frame it with a picture of Black Sabbath. You'd have a really incredible item. And this is right here, Black Sabbath, Ozzy Osbourne, Tony Iommi, Geezer Butler, and Bill Ward. Multi-signed, fully signed lineup, $1,275 start. $1,275 start. Geezer, Tony, Ozzy, Bill Ward, and this is now up for bid, okay? $1,275, same price as AC/DC. Now, if you think about it, we've been selling signed Ozzy albums for $1,500, $2,200, $2,300, $1,300, $1,500, $1,800. This is signed by everybody. This is signed by the complete Black Sabbath lineup, just $1,275. Now, this will hopefully get a bid, but it should definitely get, if the right people's watching, multiple bids. Okay? We'll see what happens. Whiplash, $75. Devastation out, Whiplash out, Rat out. Next is any wiggle room on Transformers? No, these are all sticker price, no more, no less, brand new records. Stone Sour, House of Gold and Bones, Part 1. Stone Sour, $39.99. Exciter, Violence and Force. Exciter's $29.99. Alexander Spence. Paul sold the rare OG pressing of this earlier Sunday during his sale for over $400. This is a rare record. Skip Spence, Alexander Spence, $39.99. Whiplash is sold to Larry Duncan for $75. Devastation. Whoops, let me put that back in its sleeve. Devastation is sold. Devastation is sold. And Devastation is sold to Alonzo for $85. Sold. Over here, Rat sold to MT Matt, $105. Sold. Matt Nichols on Exciter. Sold. Now, let me go ahead. The I regret not bidding on that is real when it comes to this Aussie stuff. I'm telling you. I mean, about any time I've sold one of these signed Aussies, the next night, you know what happens? Chad, do you have another signed Aussie album? I can't believe I didn't buy that. Now, this is on a different level. This is fully signed. It has a bid. Don't wait. You're going to lose it, and then you're going to be, good gosh, Chad had that right in front of me. He's already had it authenticated. Chad's guaranteeing it. It's signed by Black Sabbath. And if you're like, well, I'd rather have a signed album. Well, you're going to be spending several thousands of more dollars, okay? A fully signed, like Paranoid album now is up in the thousands, okay? We're talking very expensive. And Matt Nichols got Exciter. There's another Alexander Spence. Ministries, $39.99. And then we have 7 Mary 3, American Standard. 7 Mary 3 is $39.99. Black Sabbath is going to sell. It has a bid for $1,275. Going once, going twice, okay? Next auction is this. King Diamond. And let's go ahead and put up golly, let's put up Sanctuary. So we got Sanctuary, Refuge Denied, an 88 USOG produced by Dave Mustaine, VG condition, $25 start. King Diamond, Abigail, an 87 USOG and Shrink EX edition, $55 start for King Diamond, Abigail. Going twice, going 3 times on the Black Sabbath. $1,275. Next is the following. Next is the following. Is Stone Sour, both LPs are Part 1. That is Stone Sour Part 1. Gold vinyl, $39.99. They just sell that as a Part 1. Glassjaw, Worship and Tribute. Glassjaw is $39.99. Sanctuary is a $25 start. King Diamond's a $55 start. And we have the Highwayman, Highwayman 2, $39.99. That's Willie, Waylon, Chris, and Johnny, $39. JP, make sure you bid. Now Zach Flowers is ahead of you. He's bid $25 first. And I've got to look up the waiting list for something. What did I just have right here? Oh, Toot and a Snore. These finally came back in. I had 3 on back order. And they only sent me 1, and that was for Kevin J. Reitz. Kevin, your Toot and a Snore is in. This is sold. Toot and a Snore to Kevin J. Reitz. That was a waiting list. Josh Jones wants Stone Sour. This is sold to Josh Jones. And we have 2 copies of Screaming Tree, Sweet Oblivion for $33. And then here's the restock of Korn. We had a bunch of copies come in damaged, and we still had a wait list. This is See You on the Other Side. This comes out tomorrow. A big part of my pre-order came in damaged. We had like 7 copies with terrible seam splits and bent corners. And we still had some people that didn't get one from the pre-order. And that was Amanda Davis and Tony Riddle. Amanda Davis and Tony Riddle. And then I have 3 more, but there might have been a waiting list, like some people that wanted one live. No, so all 3 of these are still available. This has I'm Coming Undone? Yeah, this has got I'm Coming Undone on it. $39.99, pink vinyl. That's been out of print. I've not been able to order this since literally I've been selling new vinyl here on Facebook. Scott Dwallow on Screaming Trees. Nobody's been on King Diamond, an OG copy of Abigail and Shrink Wrap, looking for a $55 start. Now Deckelman's in. He's like, my gosh, this is a $150 record. I better buy it while it's at a third of the price while I can. Now Sanctuary's at $33, and Black Sabbath is sold to Corey Ross, $1,275. Air horns coming out. Hope everybody's ready. Thank you, Corey. My ear protection's coming up. Hopefully y'all have cut down your volume. This is so to Corey. He got this, and he's got AC/DC. He knows what he's doing. So, you know, if I had this like on an auction website and I said auction estimate, I would have said $1,275 minimum bid, auction estimate $1,500 to $2,500. It just sold for minimum bid, just like AC/DC. Great prices. Sold for $1,275. Let's put that away, especially having this right here with it. Keep that in mind. This right here adds so much to it. And Ozzy's passed away. The value of these have went up by, his signed stuff went up. Individual signed albums pretty much doubled for Ozzy, far as the value after he died. From what I used to see them sell for, they've about doubled. So, okay. Congratulations, Corey. Let's do another one. This is King Diamond Abigail, an 87 US EMW, original on her sleeve, EX edition. King Diamond, Deckelman has it one bid. This is OG. It's in shrink. It has the original on her sleeve. It's EMW, it's EX, and it has one bid for $55. Sanctuary started at $25. I didn't think it was going to get a bid. Now it's got bids for $25, $26, $27, $28, $29, $30, $31, $32, $33, $34, $35, $36, $37, $38, $39, and now $40. Sanctuary's at $40. Okay, next auction is going to be another LP, and that's Heretic. Heretic is going to go up for bid right now. This is called Breaking Point. Heretic is an 88 USOG with the original on her sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on that. King Diamond has a new bid for $60. The high bid was $55. That was the high bid. Anybody else on this crate? Let's read through these again. Great stuff in here. This is, you can tell, this was a music on vinyl crate. I basically went through in-stock music on vinyl, and I said, I'll take two of those, 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 I'll take two of those. And that's how we've ended up with all this stuff over here. Don't forget, the old metal from last week, we're going to be going through later tonight, buy it now, best offer. I think Laura's going to be straight pricing some stuff here in just a second. And John's got 4 crates of vintage over here. Matt Nichols got Screaming Trees. I think I've already pulled that for you. Did I not? Yeah, I've already pulled Screaming Trees for you. Oh, and Scott Dwallow. So we need to give one for Matt Nichols. My bad. I saw that and I forgot 2 people got one. So yeah, one goes to Matt Nichols. Matt Nichols gets this one right here, okay? Another big autograph coming up in 1 second. But first of all, we got Screaming Trees, Uncle Anesthesia for $39. Transformers the movie is $39. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $39. We got Warrant Cherry Pie for $39. All music on vinyl except Deftones. That one's called Ohms. Deftones is $29. One Stone Sour left. We sold one. Stone Sour is $39. Exciter, Violence and Force is $29. Alexander Spence, like I said, we sold the OG pressing of that for $455 during Paul's Sunday sock sale. So if you want a reissue for right now until you can get a real one, that's a great pressing. Music on vinyl, $39.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Laura's working on newly priced metal. Those are going to be fun tonight. Y'all know that for sure. We have Ministry with Sympathy, $39.99. 7 Mary 3 is $39. And then Glass Jaw. Somebody asked about this. I did not answer their question. Glass Jaw is a music on vinyl pressing, black vinyl, $39.99. Willie Woodard on Cherry Pie. That's sold to Willie Woodard. I've got one left. The Highwayman 2 is $39. Corn is $39.99. See you on the other side. Okay, so now let's run down the line here. We've got King Diamond at $65. Everybody else is out. Now, Sanctuary's at $52 with Jason Schott. Everybody else is out. Heretic is at $40 with Deckelman. Everybody's out. Heretic $40 Deckelman. Deckelman on King Diamond at $65. And Sanctuary's at $52 with Jason Schott. All right, so autographs, I've got REM, Motorhead, Iron Maiden, I've got the signed hoodie, and let's do Kiss or Megadeth. Let's do Megadeth, okay? This is a big one. Let's do the Megadeth. Let me go in here in our autograph vault and get it. I call it our autograph vault. It's literally a room over here, and it's full of autographs. And keep in mind, we got this stuff authenticated months ago, and that's how long it takes for the letters to come back. So we've been waiting letters Letters have been en route for months. They've got to notarize these, match them, top it all up. They double check them, triple check them. The president of JSA signs up on them. It's a very official process, okay? This is another incredible piece. This is Megadeth, signed by Mustaine, Friedman, Elfson, and DeGrasso. This is Rust in Peace. Now, I've also noticed just signed Megadeth album jackets just by Mustaine have gotten really expensive, right? Like just a single signed Mustaine is hundreds of dollars. Mustaine, Friedman, Elfson, and DeGrasso. It's a signed Megadeth Rust in Peace picture disc, okay? And over here, the starting bid on this, I've got the research done on it. Megadeth is $675. Signed picture disc by Mustaine, Friedman, Elfson, and DeGrasso. $675. And this is a picture disc. Very nice. Signed. No personalization. Very cool. $675 start on that. Okay? $675 on that. JSA letter. Matt, that is sitting on Ed's desk. That is sitting on Ed's desk. I think he's waiting to put that in with one of your next orders. Yeah, that is sitting on his desk. So it's coming to one of your next orders. Okay, next is Sanctuary at 52. That was the last bid I said with Jason Schott. King Diamond 66, Sanctuary 55, King Diamond 67, Heretic 41, Heretic 42, Sanctuary 57, Sanctuary 60, Heretic 45, Heretic 46, Heretic 47, and Megadeth $675. There we go. All right, so King Diamond over here. The last bid on King Diamond that came in was Deckelman at $67. Everybody else is out. Heretic is at 48 with Deckelman. In the middle is Sanctuary. Jason Schott's out. Victor Guerra has it for 60. Final call. And Megadeth does have a bid. Pickle has it for $675. Going once, going twice. We're about to have our third air horn. Let's go through another new crate, okay? We've went through 1 crate, 2 crate, 3 crate, 4 crate, 5 crate, 6 crate. That was our 7th crate of new vinyl. Crate number 8. Crate number 8 is some stuff Laura ordered. Let's do a 1 crate of vintage right quick, and then we'll go through the crate that Laura ordered, okay? So let's do 1 crate. Let's see if John marked a check condition crate over here. He said he's been going through the iceberg, so there's no telling what kind of records these are over here. There is absolutely no telling. Is there check condition stuff? Let's see here. There's a short, sweet check condition. Yeah, we've done 7. Let's do check condition, then Laura crate, and then metal best offer, or unless Laura's already grabbed the first metal crate, done with that one. So lots of cool stuff. We're about to go through OG sealed record, or excuse me, we're about to go through OG check condition records. OG check condition records is coming up right now, okay? Nobody else on Megadeth. Final call to Pickle for $675. King Diamond is Sanctuary is the one that's definitely done. Yeah, Sanctuary's definitely done, and that was sold to Victor Guerra. And that was sold to Victor Guerra for $60. Now, what about King Diamond? Abigail was over here, and I don't think I've seen anybody say out, but Deckelman had it for $67. I think Jason Schott is done on that one. Right, Jason? I'm thinking you're done on King Diamond. That's a final call to Deckelman. Nice copy and shrink. Heretic is still getting bids. It's at 52. And I think y'all know where we're at on Megadeth, okay? I think y'all know where we're at on that. And then what was the other thing? Yes. Yeah, don't let me forget on Yes, because Yes, I don't have over here next to me. So don't let me forget about the signed Yes poster. I will forget about that if y'all let me. I will forget because it's not over here next to me. And I will forget, if you know what I mean. I'll forget that I didn't put up the signed Yes poster. I'll be like, whoops-a-daisy. Whoops-a-daisy. We have Iggy Pop. This is a 2010 press, VG condition, $19.99, raw power. The Rolling Stones Aftermath. I see a red door and I want to paint it black. VG $24.99 on that. And then the Rolling Stones, or excuse me, Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, Overnight Sensation, VG $19.99. Charlie Daniels, Fire on the Mountain, VG Plus $17.99. And Grand Funk, what a cool record, E Pluberous Funk, VG Plus $29.99. All right, he's done on this too. So Deckelman, you get King Diamond. That is sold to you for $67. Wow, great price on that. OG King Diamond and shrink. Heretics at $57. And Pickle officially gets the signed Megadeth picture disc, $675. Sold to Pickle. Folks, go ahead and adjust your volume right now. The time is here, and we're bringing out another air horn for Pickle this time on this incredibly signed Megadeth picture disc. I'm going to set this over here in the be very careful pile or Chad will get angry at you. And this is sold to Pickle for $6.75. Congratulations. This is done. Let's put this right in here with it. I'm going to put the letter inside of the sleeve since we got it. Let's make sure all these letters gets board and bagged. Headphones are coming out. I've took off my headphones 100 times. There's no telling. Oh, and guess what? We need a fresh new air horn. Mike has got us hooked up with an air horn reserve. There's no telling how many air horns I have over here. This is incredible. There's no telling how many air. Mike has got us enough air horns. If I got everybody in Collectco to go outside in the parking lot and blow these simultaneously, the like National Guard would get called in. They'd be like, there is some kind of riot happening down there at Collectco. There's like 500 air horns being blown simultaneously. It'd probably like break the sound barrier or something. All right, let's get this nozzle on here. And super blast is about to happen. Hope everybody's ready. My air horn protection is going on. There we go. That's a good one. It's still pretty loud, my headphones on. I told y'all the reason I had to have earphones, obviously it's safe practice wearing ear protection, blowing something that's 500 decibels. The other reason is one night when we did a bunch of autographs, we sold about 20 air horn worthy records. About halfway through, I was blowing the air horn because it was kind of a rare occurrence. You know, we didn't have that much high-end stuff coming through at that point, night after night. And then we had like 20 $500 plus items in one night. And I got a headache, and it was really like it felt like somebody was sticking an ice pick in front of my head. So I sent Jake, literally, that's when people were still here helping me tag live. I sent Jake to Walgreens, and I was like, Jake, get me some ear protection. Man, I am dying over here. And whew, I've learned my lesson. Sometimes at concerts now, I'll see people wearing earplugs, and I'm like, man, I've paid all this money, though. I want to wear earplugs, and then I'll leave a Metallica show, and my ears are just screaming, like, why didn't you wear earplugs? So I might join the earplug crowd at concerts because I have blown my hearing away listening to loud music, and these air horns are brutal. These are so loud. Heretic is at $68. Charlie Daniels Band, and there was a claim out of something else in here. Mark Weiss on Zappa. All right, so first thing is Mark Weiss gets Zappa. Garrett Seifert got Iggy. I got to clean up here. Garrett Seifert got Iggy. Mark Weiss got Zappa. And then the next thing we had was Charlie Daniels is sold to John McPatriot for $15. And that leaves Grand Funk, and that leaves the Rolling Stones, okay? There's that. Done and done. All right. Chad, can I see Purgatory, Juggernaut, and Burnt Offering? Yes. And then over here, Sean Hover, get some good earplugs, not the cheap ones. Yeah. Sean was wearing them when we went and seen Metallica in Dallas or Denver. I saw Sean wearing some, and I was like, man, that's probably not a bad idea. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, pyro goes out, and you're like, oh, my head. Oh, my gosh. I mean, those guys are wearing ear protection. They've got those inner ear things in, so they know what they're doing. Okay, over here next is this. Black Crow's already sold for $450, and then Purgatory, Juggernaut, and Burnt Offering. Okay, I've got Hades. I've got, I don't know, Lizzie Borden. I've got Vendetta. I've got Abatai, something. I got Silent Rage. Here's Juggernaut. Juggernaut to go up right now. Juggernaut is Baptism Under Fire. It's an 86 USOG VG Plus condition with the original inner sleeve. $25 start on Juggernaut. $25 start on Juggernaut. That's now up for bid, okay? Here's this. Here's that. Here's this. Here's that. Next thing is this, Charlie Daniels 15, and then Black Crow sold for $450. Heretic is still getting bids. There's Juggernaut 25, and here's a few more vintage records. If I've missed a request, you'll have to keep reminding me. If I've missed a question, you'll have to keep reminding me. If I've missed a demand, you'll have to keep reminding me. If I've missed a threat, you'll have to keep reminding me. If I've missed a complaint, you'll have to keep reminding me. Gordon Lightfoot, The Way I Feel, VG Plus $9.99. Pez Band was VG Plus $9.99, and Commodore's Natural High, VG Plus $9.99 for Commodores. Prince, VG $29.99 with the inner sleeve. Nothing more metal than blowing out an eardrum. Yeah, I'd say if you went to a Metallica show in like 1988, you probably would have got picked on if he was wearing earplugs. Now you go to a Metallica concert wearing earplugs and they're like, hey, that guy's smart. That guy's smart. If they caught you with earplugs in 88, you probably would have got beat up. Man, that's good water. I mean, Diet Coke. All right, next auction. Let's see what I've got next in the autograph department. REM Motorhead. It is Metal Night. Let's throw up Motorhead and show this right here. This is actually a really cool item over here. Next is Topographic on GL for $7. GL for $7. That's so the Topographic. Thank you on that. $7. And then Heretic. The last bid on Heretic was Deckelman at $70. David Baber says he's out. I think that's worthy of one more look. This is an 88 USOG. No condition notes. In shrink. It is a final call to Deckelman. And he has this. Deckelman has this for $70, okay? Deckelman has that for $70. Next thing over here is this. Juggernaut, Baptism Under Fire. Juggernaut is an 86 USOG, original under sleeve, VG plus condition. Juggernaut has bids for $25, $26, and now $30. And then Jim Berg wants on the waiting list for Deftones Gore, okay? Another copy of Purple Rain. So this one's VG $29.99 with poster. And over here, we have Journey Escape, VG $9.99, and Genesis 3 Sides Live. This one has a some kind of like backstage pass from a radio station attached to it, VG $14.99. Was Chad around in 1988. That was, in fact, 7 years before I was born. That was, in fact, 7 years before I was born. Let's go grab this Motorhead display in the autograph vault. Here it comes. Here it comes. This is pretty cool. So somebody's kind of made this. They did a pretty good job, but after you buy it, you can do whatever you want to with it. So the main item is this signed photo down here. So this is a signed photo, but someone's made a really cool fan display. They have framed a picture of Lemmy with the 2 CD set, The Best of Motorhead, and then there's the letter. It's signed by Lemmy, Phil Campbell, and Mickey D. So Lemmy Kilmister, Phil Campbell, and Mickey D. And this is JSA authenticated, and the Motorhead is a $575 start. So the item is essentially this signed photo down here. It's nicely signed, all three, not personalized, of course. It's signed by Lemmy, Phil, and Mickey. And this is a $575 start. The photo is just attached to this board. So if you ever wanted to take it off, it would be A-OK, and you can do whatever you want to, okay? So you can do whatever you want to with it, or you can leave it in this really cool frame. He's done a really good job, whoever did this. Motorhead is a $575 start. That is now up for bid, okay? Premium stuff right there. Lemmy is no longer signing anymore, unfortunately. Let's set this right over here. We have filled up another crate. And that one's full. Let me grab another empty crate. All of a sudden, crates are at a premium around here. I don't know what's happened to our crates, but they're at a premium. And I'm having to steal this right here from somebody. So let me take this. And I am stealing somebody's crate because we need it. All right, let's go back to the top and figure out what happened. So Heretic, I think we were done, right? Juggernaut was at 30. Gordon Lightfoot sold for 7. Juggernaut out. Genesis, Jeff Brent RTO. He claimed this and he says, give me a close look at the Genesis dude. I claimed it. Genesis 3 Sides Live. It has a backstage pass stuck to the front from Peoria Civic Center, 1982. The vinyl's in VG condition. It's a Gayfo jacket, $14.99. So, Lewis, you were first on Journey, but if you want it, it will be full price because after you made an offer, somebody claimed it for $9.99. And then over here, Juggernaut has a new bid for $31 and now $35. And then here's Heretic, okay? Heretic over here is officially sold, and Heretic is sold to Justin Deckelman for $70. Deckelman, that is sold to you for $70, okay? Sold to Deckelman, $70. Let's put that away. Sold to Justin Deckelman, all right? That's done. Juggernaut's at 35 of Andy Lane. Deckelman, you've been outbid on that. Motorhead, sign is $575 start. We'll see if Lewis Kulik wants Journey at full price. Bloodstone Natural High, VG Plus $9.99. And AC/DC's VG Condition, $19.99. All right. One of our next auctions are going to go up right now. And that one is, I'm going to try to find some of these other ones like Purgatory and Burn Offering. But give me 1 second because there is so much. I need to pull some other random stuff from the high-end crate. But here's Burn Offering. Burn Offering is going to go up right now. Burn Offering is an 89 USOG. It does have a clip corner, and it has a couple catalog stickers down here. This is with insert, but the vinyl's really nice. EX++, near mint minus, Burn Offering, a $55 start. There's that. There's the insert. There's the clip corner. Burn Offering's a $55 start. Austin Latham, Genesis is already sold. And then Lewis Kulik said he will take Journey at full price. Scully Mack gets AC/DC. So, yes, $8 unlimited shipping. That's for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. You get 7 nights of unlimited shipping, plus any pre-orders or anything you buy in the group. That started Sunday with Paul Sykes sale. That is $8 unlimited shipping, okay? Final call to get a bid on Motorhead, $575. $575 for Motorhead. Burn Offering, $65. And now we got Rare Earth, get ready, VG Plus, $24.99. James Brown, Sings Out of Sight. James Brown, VG, $19.99. Chuck Berry, Sweet Little Rock and Roller. This is a Pickwick compilation. They've took Chuck Berry songs, they've repackaged them on the Pickwick label. They put this very seducing looking woman on the front, and they said, how about VG Plus, $9.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits is VG $9.99, and Stevie Wonder Original Music Aquarium VG Plus $19.99. What about Juggernaut? Andy Lane, $35. Deckelman, do you want back in? He said out. Final call. Burn Offering, $65. John Missmore is out. Final call. New auction coming up as soon as I show you Meet the Beatles. Nice. On Mono Scranton Press. Now, John didn't give us a lot of notes. There is a lot of variants of this album. This is a mono Scranton press. That's a good sign. It has an original colored capital inner sleeve. VG, $24.99. Burn Offering has a bid for $66. And the best of the band, Up on Cripple Creek. VG Plus, $24.99. Wings at the Speed of Sound. VG, $12.99. Let 'Em In. Silly Love Songs. I love you. Motorhead is a buy it now for $575. That's a really good price for a signed photo. $575, and it's already been matted on this display. You can pick that up right now. Signed Motorhead photo by Lemmy and Phil Campbell and Mickey D, $575. That's available for a buy it now. Next is Juggernaut. This is sold then. Let's put up 2 new auctions. Juggernaut is sold to Andy Lane for $35. Let's put that in here. There's Burn Offering. It is at $70 now. Scott Savaki's You've Been Outbid. New auctions going up right now, including this is a buy it now, though. The Big Sounds of the Drag Racing, VG, $9.99. All right. What else do we have over here? Let's kind of mellow it out a little bit with Guns N' Roses. So we got Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, an 87 OG copy, shrink wrap, hop sticker, original price tag. Now it's OG, but obviously it's not the first cover. They still consider these OG pressings because it's the same metal work, the same disc, just not that first really rare jacket. This is a nice copy though. VG++ EX, inner sleeve, and the jacket's what's really nice. It's got the original price code sticker, Give the Gift of Music sticker, and the track listing hop sticker advertising Sweet Child of Mine, Welcome to the Jungle, as featured in the Deadpool. I've never noticed that before. I've never seen that sticker variant. And of course contains language. That's going to go up for a $55 start. All right, Burn Offered 70, Burn Offered 70, Burn Everett 75. Closer look at Wings, any inserts. This comes with an original inner sleeve, and that has the original inner sleeve. I think that's all that came with it originally. VG vinyl, VG cover, $12.99. Next is Rick Hall on Big Sounds of the Drag Racing. Stephen A. Young was second. And we got Johnny Winter, VG condition, $9.99 on Johnny Winter. All right, so let's do Kiss next. Let me step in the autograph vault and go get that one. And let's go over here and grab that just right quick. Probably could have done this Monday night, but I didn't have the letter. And we could sell something like this just about any given night. So here is Kiss My ASS. So already kind of a challenging record to find, but this is pretty cool. This is signed by Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, and then Bruce Kulick and Eric Singer. And they've actually signed the vinyl. So this would look really cool framed. You could frame this, and I think if you put it underneath a white mat, yeah, if you matted it, put a white mat underneath it like that, when you framed it, it'd look really incredible. There's Gene on top, Paul, Bruce is over there on the right at the 3 o'clock, and then over here around the 9 o'clock is Eric Singer. So that is fully signed for that lineup from that era. Stanley, Simmons, Kulick, and Singer. And this is going to go up for a $475 start. Fully signed Kiss albums now, signed by the original lineup. So a Paul, Gene, Peter, and Ace album right now is like a $1,500 record. $1,000 to $1,500 is what those are going for. So those are 2-3 times more expensive than this right now. $475. Kiss My AWS, signed on the vinyl. JSA, $475 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Guns N' Roses has bids, Burn Offering. Jeff Brent RTO on Wings, okay? That's so to him. This is new check condition, buy it now, best offer. We have Other Worlds, Other Sounds, Esquivel. VG condition, $14.99 for Esquivel. Also, Steve Winwood, VG Plus, $19.91. That's a great 2LP Steve Winwood compilation. And then we have Patsy Cline and Wanda Jackson. Patsy Cline is VG $14.99, the Patsy Cline Story, and Rockin' with Wanda. This is cool to see. A Starline 1960 gold label, VG $34.99. Burn Offerings at $87, now $90. Scott Savaki's You're Out. Guns N' Roses has a bid of $55 of John Mincemoyer, and that's the only bid right now. And then Kiss is a $475 start. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that next auction is going to go up right now. And that one is going to be Lizzie Borden. Let's go ahead and throw this up right quick. Lizzie Borden is Menace to Society, an 86 U.S. Allied OG. It is in VG Plus condition, a $25 start. It does have the original on her sleeve. Lizzie Borden, a $25 start. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Burn Offerings up to Scott Savaki's. Guns N' Roses is up to anybody. We're about to sell an OG shrink-wrapped hop stickered inner sleeve, nicer copy on the vinyl, around EX, and a beautiful jacket for just one bid, $55 to John Mincemoyer. I figured this would definitely get up close to around 100. Evidently not. We're about to find out. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Lizzie Borden has a bid for 20, another bid for 25. Chad's about to take a drink of Diet Coke. We've sold AC/DC, we've sold Black Crowes, we've sold the Ramones. Kiss is up right now. We sold Megadeth, we sold Black Sabbath, we sold the King Griffey bat. We still got REM, Bee Gees, Yes, and then a couple other unadvertised surprises for the autograph department. So keep that in mind. Chad just adjusted his neck. He's feeling pretty good. He's got Diet Coke. I haven't even had a Monster yet. We're about to go into a crate of Buy It Now Best Offer metal for the first time. All this newly priced metal is about to go up for the first time. Best offer. No, I got a crate of new stuff Laura ordered. Yeah, we got to do that too. Hadn't forgot about her stuff. And then I went through new vinyl early tonight, fast, and we got a lot of Rush restocks, a lot of metal restocks. Probably need to show some of that. But very quickly here, this is Aftermath, the Rolling Stones Red Label Mono, VG Plus, VG $24.99. But that is the Red Label Mono. Grand Funk, really cool album here. The original die-cut, coin-shaped Epluberous Funk, VG Plus $29.99. The Steve Winwood is called Steve Winwood. So this is a compilation. You get stuff from Spencer Davis, Traffic, Blind Faith. It's amazing. VG Plus, $19.99, okay? Burn Offering is officially sold then. Burn Offering over here is sold to Mike Strauss for $90. That is sold. That's sold for $90. That was autographs I was reading off. That was a signed Megadeth picture disc. I was just giving an update of all the autographs that was sold. We sold a signed autographed Megadeth picture disc. Guns N' Roses is now at 70. Lizzie Borden is up to one person, David Baber. J.P. Kane has it for $25. If anybody wants Kiss, it's a buy it now for $475. So Motorhead is available. Now Kiss is available. This is Kiss My AWS red vinyl. It's a buy it now if anybody wants it. $475 on this. $475 on Kiss, okay? Now Lizzie Borden has a new bid, and now we're ready for new auction. So still got Motorhead over here, $575 signed. Kiss is signed, $475. I got some other stuff in just a second. First thing is this, though. Pez band, VG plus $9.99. Traffic is going to be either sold to Mark Weiss or Mark Steele. So one of the Marks. Mark, you let me know if you want that. Commodores is VG plus $9.99. We also had Prince, Purple Rain, Bloodstone, Natural High, Rare Earth, Get Ready with the die-cut cover on that one. James Brown still available. So is Chuck Berry, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Stevie Wonder, Meet the Beatles in mono. The Best of the Band, Johnny Winter, Esquivel, Patsy Cline, and Rockin' with Wanda. Guns N' Roses still getting bids. MT Mac still getting bids. And then over here we have Grand Funk for $25 sold to Rick Maggers. Make sure y'all are following our page. So if you're new to Collectco, make sure you've hit the follow button on our Facebook page, because we post hot pictures and galleries of albums and autographs that we sell here. So make sure y'all are tuned in and know when that stuff's selling and you're on so you can bid on it. Otherwise, things are going to get gone and you're going to be like, holy crap. He had a fully signed REM poster. My gracious, when did he say he was going to sell that? I'm about to put this up right now. Fully signed by REM. Give me 1 second, though. So GNR 73, GNR 85, Lizzie Borden 26, Lizzie Borden 27. We sold Grand Funk for 25, and then GNR 87. So Mark Steele, you get Steve Winwood, and then how much was Wanda Jackson? Wanda Jackson was a 1960 mono, VG $34.99. How much was James Brown? James Brown was VG $19.99. VG cover, VG vinyl, $19.99. Rockin' with Wanda was a 60 mono Gold Star line, VG $34.99. Mark Weiss gets the band for $15. So the last bid on Guns N' Roses was $87. The last bid on Lizzie Borden was $27. It's up to David Baber. He's out. And then let's show this REM item. Now, best of my memory over here in our autograph room, this thing is pretty oversized. So let me try my best to grab. Yeah, this is a large item. And I highly recommend shipping this out of the frame. It's going to be really tough for me to even show this on screen. This is a pretty large poster. Luckily, the frame is in just a screw down, and we are going to have to do that. So one or two things, too. This could possibly be matted to a piece of board, which is okay, but I'll leave it up to y'all. Let me show it over here on the top cam view, because this is a pretty big item, pretty expensive item. Let me clear the board so we don't damage or ding anything. Let me move these Japanese records. And then over here, first thing we have is Beatles 18 for topographic and Stephen A. Young full price. Well, Mike, it's yours for $24.99 if you want it. If not, we're going to sell it to Stephen A. Young. And then over here, we can go ahead and sell this. So good timing. Let me go ahead and clear the board here. Lizzie Borden is officially sold to J.P. Kane for $27. Crazy metal auction still to come. Guns N' Roses is officially sold to Alan Hagen for $87. Crazy metal auctions and autographs still to come. So that's sold for $87. Let's put that away. And then over here, topographic. Oh, he said pass for this. Okay, so that is sold to Stephen A. Young. That is sold to Stephen A. Young for sticker price, okay? Now, let's go over here to this top cam right quick, and here's the item I'm talking about. Let's move the letter right quick. Don't want to smush it. I wish I had a dimensions for you, but y'all know these crates are about 12, 13 inches long because they hold albums, and here's what we're talking about. It's an original poster advertising REM Monster, and down here on the bottom it says touring May and June. So this is a original REM tour poster, and it is fully signed, okay? It's fully signed. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's signed by everybody. It's an original REM Monster promo touring poster. And then over here is the COA or LOA. So it's signed by Michael Stipe, Peter Buck, Mike Mills, and Bill Berry. It is signed by the original lineup, the REM members, Michael Stipe, Peter Buck, Mike Mills, Bill Berry. REM, gigantic poster, amazing piece. Now, the only stipulation on this is if you want to ship it in the frame. This frame isn't anything too special, but it's glass, and we definitely, what I usually tell everybody on this is, if you want me to leave it in this, great. Or if we take this out and it's actually like a corrugated like board, if it's not really paper, then we'll still ship it flat. I think best thing to do is let me take it out of the frame, figure out what happens from there. But if you want for sure to leave it under glass and don't have to pay any extra, because if you had this framed nicely somewhere, it's going to be hundreds of dollars. So REM is a $975 starting bid. $975 starting bid. Very nice signatures too. I don't know how well y'all can see those that zoomed up, but they're nice, they're bold, and they're not personalized. And then there is the LOA. $975 start on REM. Big item there. Tough to find something like that, and there's not a lot of signed LPs out there, and if you do find them, they're this price and much more. So I like signed posters. I collect signed album jackets too, but if I could get a signed Led Zeppelin poster, I'd be all over it. But let me tell you something. Stuff like that don't exist. And signed like Pink Floyd posters, Zeppelin posters. You might be lucky to find an album jacket. And a signed Led Zeppelin 2 just sold last week for like $76,000. So crazy money for some of that stuff. All right, Eric Van Leuven got Wanda for $30. Danger Danger is $39.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This looks very metal here. Serathon Gold. Serathon Gold is a 1981 USOG. Wow, look at this. Some of these have sold for as much as $200. Laura's got some notes here. VG minus test played. There is a feeler on track B1 that causes a very audible pop for a few seconds, but it did not skip. So there's one feelable mark that causes a pop. That's why we had it graded VG minus. If you just glance at the disc, you'll see scuffs and marks, but only one of them's a feelable mark that causes a problem. Other than that, but some of these in really low grade have still sold for pretty good money. So $50 start on Serathon Gold. The record guy said that poster came from Grand Rapids, WLAV. They donated from record company for cancer fundraiser. I was the high bidder. So the guy watching right there, the record guy, we bought this stuff from him up in Michigan, and he bought that at an auction for cancer fundraiser, and he's been the owner until we bought it from him and we had it authenticated. So they signed it for a fundraiser. He bought it. We bought it from him. We've had it authenticated, and now it's $975. That's the starting bid. I'm going to leave that right there so we don't forget about that. If you want to bid, I would do it right now. Don't wait to get sniped. Not just a sales pitch. I just hate for somebody to really, really want something and then miss out on it. So $975. Serathon Gold's a $50 start. And then over here, let's put up another auction. And that one is going to go up right now. Iron Angel. Now, we had reissues of this the other day, and we sold quite a bit of them. This is the OG 85. Once again, it has a skip or it has a pop. It's VG minus, play tested. It has a few feelers that cause audibly pop but did not skip. VG minus, that's why we're going to start that at just $20, okay? $20 on that. Serathon Gold, the back cover, I can do that for you. Here is the back cover of Serathon Gold. And there's the insert, okay? JSA, it depends on how many we have. We have to get hundreds. We have to get hundreds at once. I recommend, what I've been telling customers is just, you probably want to do submissions yourself. It's such a long process. If it takes a letter, I really don't like holding stuff for people. It's kind of like, that's why they want you to insure something when you ship it to them. I've never really offered it as a service here because I really don't want to be responsible for somebody's signed Pink Floyd album that's worth 20 grand and us have to hold it here and take care of it while it's getting authenticated. So, it could be anything. It could be something inexpensive, but it means the world to them. Like they got a signed Ozzy photo back in the 80s, but I try my best to buy something. But if you have something, I recommend using JSA, but probably the best thing is just submit it yourself. Plus the stuff I have sold for people, and I'm like, well, I'll get you a letter for it later. It takes months and months. And you see right now, somebody said that they still need a Black Sabbath letter, and I could have swore they've all came in except for Danny. So it's just another thing for us to try not to worry about it. So I just recommend using JSA for music stuff. I can have stuff looked at for you. I can save you a lot of time and probably give you a quick opinion on it. And I'm doing that right now, trying to buy some stuff, and I had somebody message me yesterday. So I can let you know pretty quick. And then, because if it comes back bad, you'll still have to pay the fee. So, and for about every 10 things I see, 9 of them are fake. If I see 10 autographs sent to me, 9 of them end up being fake. It's a high percentage, especially good stuff. The good stuff is almost always bad, it seems like. Okay, so this is some new stuff Laura ordered here. Somber, I barely know her, $29.99. And I think Laura's watching, so she might can give us some insights on some of this. Here's Power Trip, and Power Trip is Manifest Decimation, and this is $44.99. This is on graphite colored vinyl. Power Trip is $44.99. I got 2 copies of The Garden, 6 Desperate Ballads. The Garden is $29.99. This is all brand new sealed vinyl. And over here, I've got San Guascabog, Hideous Aftermath, $36.99. Surathan Gold does have a bid for $50. REM signed poster, final call for $975. And Iron Angel does not have a bid. These are both VG minus with feelable marks. Final call on Iron Angel for $20. REM $975. The Bot Now 45s are $15 a piece. And this is Billy Joel, My Life, Eric Clapton, I Shot the Sheriff, Vanilla Fudge, You Keep Me Hanging On, and The Romantics, Talking in Your Sleep. Those were actually from last night. They've just been laying over here. $15 a piece on those. John Mince Moyer on Sagoaska Bog. Laura says, she says, no real theme this time. So this is just Laura ordering stuff. The Garden is new, officially out tomorrow. New album by The Garden, one of Laura's favorite bands there. $29.99. The Casey Musgraves Christmas Show, $36.99 for old Casey Musgraves. There's that. Stephen A. Young on Vanilla Fudge for $15. You got that. He said he'll do Billy and Eric for $25. You got that. And that leaves the Romantics, Talking in Your Sleep for $15. Let's put up another auction. You mean my Black Sabbath album that Ozzy, Elvis, and John Lennon autograph might be fake? Very fake. Just like the guy trying to sell the signed Jimi Hendrix Funko on Marketplace. And I don't ever comment on stuff and be like, hey man, this is fake, because that's a good way to start a useless argument. My time's much more valuable than that. But this guy literally had a signed Jimi Hendrix Funko. We're talking about something that was manufactured 50 years after Jimi Hendrix died, and he said it was signed, and his dad got it signed in person. And I was like, it was just almost frustrating, because I was like, dude, he could convince, because he wasn't asking that much for it, like $200 or $300. I was like, surely somebody's not that dumb. But golly, some stuff on there, I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Megadeth, Cryptic Writings. Megadeth is an unofficial. Y'all think y'all know how rare this album is. Megadeth, Cryptic Writings. This is a 2020 unofficial on silver vinyl, a $75 start. And still bootlegs of this typically sell for well over $100, okay? $75 start on that. $75 start on Megadeth. And then this is Shy Girl, $29.99. This is called Alias, $29.99 for Shy Girl. And Joyce Manor, Never Hungover Again. Joyce Manor, $29.99. I tell you, and the hardest thing is when JSA does these like in-store, or they do these Comic Cons and conventions, and somebody have a signed photo of Elvis, and they're like, yeah, my dad told me he got this signed in 1971, and they'll be like, it's fake. Your dad lied to you. Or somebody lied to their dad, and they're like, oh, my heart. Oh, my heart. Oh, my heart. Oh, please tell me Dad hadn't told me the story, a fib, for 50 years. Surathan Gold. Surathan Gold is sold to Andy Lane for $50. That is sold to Andy. And now Iron Angel's a buy it now for the minimum bid. And so is REM. The signed REM poster is $975. I have it if anybody wants it. Fully signed by Stop, Peter Buck, Mike Mills, Bill Berry. Now, y'all know we had a signed base. I sold a signed REM base already for, I think, $1,500 before. I think $1,575 we sold a signed base, $1,575. This is a poster for just $975. Now, a bass guitar definitely demands more money, but not a bad price if you think about it from that perspective. $9.75. David Baber gets Iron Angel for $20, and now Megadeth 75 and Megadeth 80. Okay, those are done and those are done. Let's go ahead and grab another metal auction, and that's Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. We're also about to put up some Iron Maiden autographs, but we need to do this first. Holy crap, it's the red vinyl limited edition. 1990 USOG limited edition red blood vinyl. Nice EX with the original inner sleeve, and Iron Maiden's a $75 start, okay? Megadeth 75, Megadeth 80. I've got L7, bricks are heavy, $36.99 for L7 bricks are heavy, and this looks very metal. This is $34.99. It's another Sansquanska Bog Homicidal Ecstasy. What a bizarre cover on this one. $34.99, and we got one copy here of RuPaul's Campy Christmas Classic Remastered. Ho, 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 RuPaul, $29.99, okay? There's Iron Maiden, and then the next thing we have is this. And this next thing is Def Leppard Hysteria. Def Leppard's an 87 USOG 49 specialty press, VG++, a $45 start. Def Leppard, just a $45 start on that. Deckelman on this record here, that's sold to Deckelman. And something else, I've had some stuff where I honestly believe the person says they got it signed by that person, and I believe them, but sometimes they won't pass it just because it's off. And if they're doubting that it could be real, even though, let's say, without a doubt, even though they can't confirm it, it is real. If something's a little off, they'll fail it. It just doesn't look weird. They've got to be 100% confident before they authenticate it, do a letter, it goes out on the market and possibly sells for thousands of dollars. They've got to be really, really confident it's authentic. So there could be some authentic stuff out there that failed authentication, but I honestly think that might be a good thing. You know, we don't want bad stuff authenticated for sure, but sometimes they fail, don't pass good stuff because it just looks a little off, and they just don't want to pass it. Poppy, is this Poppy? Is this like on Seinfeld, the pizza guy, Kramer's guy? He didn't wash his hands. Poppy, I disagree. $29.99 for Poppy, and then we have Poppy's a little sloppy. We got Drain is your friend. Drain is $29, and then over here we have Social Grace Brat. Brat is $33.99. And Power Trip, Nightmare Logic, Power Trip is $44.99. All right, are we done on Megadeth? So I never did hear back from Richard Bradshaw. Richard, you bid 75, but Glenn bid 80 before you. Iron Maiden, once again, no bid. I'm looking for a $75 start. This is on red vinyl. I'm about to sell it for $75. And then Def Leppard is about to sell for a $45 buy it now. No bid, about to be a buy it now. No bid, about to be a buy it now. This has two bids, but I hadn't heard back from the other person. So 80, $75 start, $45 start, no bid, 80 on that one. All right, and then RuPaul info. RuPaul is a Christmas album. Ho, ho, ho. RuPaul's Campy Christmas Classic Remastered. $29.99. Now Megadeth 85, now Megadeth 100. Now Iron Maiden has a bid for 75. Def Leppard, a final call for a $15 start. Let's put up another Japanese single. And this one's pretty cool. I don't see much Japanese anything from this guy. Not really too metal at all, but cool. Cheeseburger in Paradise, and that is Jimmy Buffett, an original Japanese 7-inch single, $15 start for that. Any other straight price metal? She's working on some right now. Megadeth is an unofficial bootleg counterfeit copy. J Beach on 12078, RuPaul sold. Megadeth is at $100. We've only ever had one Cryptic Writings real copy ever come through here. We sold it earlier this year for what? $1,000? What did we sell that for? Somebody probably watching bought it. We've only ever had one Cryptic Writings, I think, ever come through here. Maybe two. Weasel did bid on Iron Maiden. Yes, it is on my screen now, $75. And that's a final call to you. All right, and when I sell that, I'm going to put up this first autographed item. So we still got the signed Kiss record, still got Motorhead, and now REMs are all buy it nows. I love to make somebody some deals on those. Tim Voldness on that is 15. And this was a crate of new stuff, Laura marked. One more time, we had Power Trip, Nightmare Logic, Brat, Social Grace, Drain is Your Friend. This here was Poppy. I disagree. That was 29. Also, we had Sanguis Bog, $34.99. I know I'm probably butchering that. L7 Bricks Are Heavy is $36.99. Joyce Manor, Never Hungover Again is 29. This was Shy Girl Aliens for 29. Casey Musgrave's Christmas album, the Casey Musgrave's Christmas Show, $36.99. Also another Sanguiscambog, Hideous Aftermath, $36.99. The Garden is $29, and then Power Trip is $44, and then Somber, S-O-M-B-R, I Barely Know Her. So I found out one of the guys, I don't think this is him, is it? Is this, I found out two of the guys from Stranger Things have their own bads, and I did not know this. Dejo and Finn Wolfhard, but I don't know their names. I guarantee Laura could tell us. But I had no idea that these people even were making music. And he just played the other night in Nashville. Mark Steele on Poppy, okay? And Mark Steele on Poppy. And then Iron Maiden is sold to Weasel for $75. Wow, I've never sold one of these for less than $100. Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying, $75, that's sold. Megadeth is sold for $100. Yeah, the last time we had a real copy of this, we sold it for $1,200. The last time we had a real copy of this, we sold it for $1,200. So this bootleg sold about 10% of that. That sold to Glenn over on Twitch for $100. Tim Voldness gets Jimmy Buffett for $15, and Def Leppard is a minimum bid of $45. Going once, going twice. Next thing is going to go up right now. Anthrax, Fistful of Metal. Anthrax is a 1984 U.S. Hot Pog OG EX++ Near Mint Minus. The back of the jacket has a lot to do with this. I think if it has that and that, that's a good sign. And that is Anthrax. Let's go ahead and say a $55 start on that. Let's grab our first signed Iron Maiden. I've got a signed hoodie and a signed hat. And I personally think the hoodie is a better looking item, but they're about equal in value, okay? So I'll go ahead and grab the hoodie first. Let me go ahead and grab the hoodie first and show this. You'd have to have this framed. It would look pretty dang cool after you get it framed. We're about to go through some straight price metal best offer. And here's the original baggie it came in. I found this in a tub in the back about 4 months ago. Didn't even know we had it. We bought it evidently in a collection at some point and had no idea we even had it back here. So this is Iron Maiden. So here's where like it was won somewhere like in probably an auction, and let's unfold it so we can show it. It's a signed hoodie, and let's go to the top cam right quick, and you can actually see it even better on the JSA letter. And this is signed by, where's my letters at? My baby, she wrote me a letter. Here we go. Let's do the hoodie first. So the hoodie is signed by Bruce Dickinson, Adrian Smith, Dave Murray, Steve Harris, Janet Gears, and Nico McBrain. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 signatures on this one. Signed Iron Maiden hoodie. And I have a starting bid on this. Iron Maiden. Let me check my phone. I didn't write this one down. Maybe, maybe not. Boy, I noticed one thing, though. I think we sold one of the most expensive signed Iron Maiden records ever. We auctioned it off here. We may hold the world record. And then I've noticed other, just here recently, signed Iron Maiden records getting more expensive and more expensive. Did I write this one down? I did. This one here is a $475 start. $475 start for this signed hoodie. Iron Maiden, $475. Most of the time, if something requires a letter from JSA, it's about a minimum of a $500 item. So if they go through the process of saying, hey, you got to get a letter of authenticity, a ballpark, I mean, I've sold some for $275, $375. We sold King Griffey earlier for $325, I think. Usually it's about a $500 item if they're like, hey, this is going to require a letter, especially a band like Iron Maiden. So very cool. That looked pretty sweet framed, like in a big box or a shadow box or something. And that's $475, okay? That's up for bid. Obviously, I can't leave that here on the table, so I'm going to fold it up nicely and lay it back here behind me. So that's now up for bid. Letter of JSA. It's got some big signatures. But man, just a signed Bruce Dickinson album nowadays have gotten really expensive. Def Leppard did not get a bid. So this is a buy it now for $45 if anybody wants that. Anthrax is at $80. I'm going to go ahead and bring over a crate, and then let's go through some, let's put up some new auctions. I'm going to take this right over here. Boy, that makes our, we've went through 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus our 2 warm-up crates. We've already went through 11 crates tonight. Wow, that's a lot. And let me find the metal stuff over here. Kiss poster, Kiss poster, Kiss poster, Kiss poster, Kiss poster. Empty crate, empty crate. I'm glad I found this because I'm going to need it later. Japanese vinyl. Leftover vintage discount. Leftover vintage discount. Leftover vintage discount. And here's the metal. I have found the metal. And Laura's working on new stuff, but this is the first time these have ever been available for best offer. Okay, the ones last night was straight priced. The ones last night were straight price, and these all last week were straight price. These have been shown here, sticker price. They've been shown in the group sticker price. First time tonight ever that these newly acquired metal records, I'm saying I'll listen to offers. I will listen to your offers, okay? Anthrax is at 80 with Glenn. That's going once, going twice. The Kiss ASS is still available. That is $475. $475 on that. Yes, it is still available. Next auction is Manowar. Oh boy. Manowar Into Glory Ride. An 83 US Hot Pog original with the original inner sleeve EX. Nice EX OG inner sleeve. Manowar $55 start. And then there's Iron Maiden, so I don't forget, $475. The only 3 no bids right now are REM, Motorhead, and Kiss. Those are available for purchase right now. And Iron Maiden is $475. The Ramones already sold. Yep. The Ramones already sold. It's gone. All right. Let me jump over here. Okay. Buy it now, best offer. Legion of the Damned, Poison Chalice, glow-in-the-dark vinyl, $39.99. Also, Black Knight, Sword of Rage, 2025 Record Store Day, sealed, $34.99. And, let me pause right here with Danzig, Satan's Child, red marble vinyl. Danzig is sealed, $34.99. So, Anthrax is officially sold to Glenn over on Twitch for $80. Manowar is a $55 start. Final call on Iron Maiden, $475 to get a bid in on that. Okay, and then the next item is going to go up right now. Let's do Voivod. And Voivod is called Dimension Hatris, a 1988 USOG with the original inner sleeve. VG Plus, $35 start on that. First thing is this. Danzig is sold for $28 to Scott Dwallow. Is that Def Leppard or no bid? This is an 87 USOG VG++, a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now. REM is a fully signed poster. It is $975. It is gigantic. I'd have to bring it over here to show it to you. It's $975. It's a lot easier for me to show you this letter, actually. Let me just show you this letter right here. Here's the letter. It's a signed poster. It's signed by Michael Stipe, Peter Buck, Mike Mills, and Bill Berry. $975. Okay. About everything else is sold, but I got other new stuff to put up. Pickle wants Swords of Rage. So, Sales of Rage, Swords of Rage. Swords of Rage is sold to Pickle, okay? Thank you on that. If you're interested in Kiss, I'd love to make you a deal on it. Muse Showbiz. Muse is a 2009 reissue, 10th anniversary. This is out of print, $99.99. Hex, H-E-X-X. Hex is death metal thrash, $24.99, 1991 album. And this is, this one is Faceless Burial, Speciation. The top seam is split, just $9.99 on that. Okay, if anybody wants the Iron Maiden hoodie, it's $475. I'm going to put that right here behind me so I don't forget. Iron Maiden is $475. Man-O-War did not get a bid, so guess what? A buy it now for $55 on Man-O-War Into Glory Ride. This is a buy it now for $55. $55 on this. So let's put this away. Wow, $55 minimum bid on Man-O-War. I thought that was like a 100+ album. Voivod has one bid for $35, Def Leppard 38. I will say Def Leppard for $40 if you're good with that. $40 on Def Leppard if you're good with that. Next thing over here is Panic, and this is Rotten Church. Panic is thrash death metal, $19.99. John Mincemoyer gets Hex. That's sold to John Mincemoyer. Voivod just one bid, $35. Next is Man-O-War, sold to James Davidson for $50. My thought on that was going to sell for close to $100. And then Def Leppard is $40 to Mark Weiss if he wants it. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Metallica Kill 'Em All, 1988 with the bonus tracks. This is a cool one. An 88 U.S. Carrollton. So the reissue of this record in 88 included the bonus tracks Blitzkrieg and Am I Evil, and this is really cool. It has the original on her sleeve. The vinyl's VG, nearly VG plus. Top copies on Discogs have sold for as much as $425. This has gotten to be pretty dang expensive. People love the ones with this pressing with the bonus tracks. The cover does have some dings, and evidently so does the vinyl. So it's nearly VG plus. The cover we'd have to grade it VG minus, and that is a starting bid. Metallica, I've already forgot. That is, I don't think I said, $95 start on Metallica. All right, Mark Weiss gets Def Leppard for $40. No bids tonight except for the autographs. Muse $50. I will sell you Muse for $75. That would be 25% off. Muse is $75. And I know Grog just the other day said he was interested in it. He wanted to make an offer, but it was a no offer. So there it is. And then over here, Voivod's at $40. We got Violent Force, and this is Demo Collection, Velvet Dead City 2. This is $24.99. And this is Atrophia, Socialized Hate, Thrash, sealed $29.99. First time these have ever been best offer, and Napalm Death Scum. We sold the poster the puzzle last night. There's the album, $34.99. Metallica's a $95 start. Next autograph. So I'm not going to put up the hat unless somebody wants to see the hat. It's the same price as the hoodie. And then I have something very not metal, but it's a tough thing to get. I got a fully signed Bee Gees album. A fully signed Bee Gees item, not an album, but it's pretty cool when you see what I'm talking about. Let me move this crate out of Laura's way. She couldn't barely walk through there. That's my fault. All right, and we just acquired today a Rush poster signed by Geddy Lee, Alex Lifeson, and Neil Peart. So that's pretty cool. We just got that today. And let me grab this. Okay, so this is, I've never had anything signed by the Bee Gees, much less all three of them. Barry Gibb, Robin Gibb, and Maurice Gibb. Tales from the Brothers Gibb. Now, this was the insert booklet that went inside of that, y'all know that Bee Gees Odessa record that I hate the cover because it's that felt. And I'm trying to figure this out, though. I was looking at the photo last night. First time I've got to see this in person. This is, I can't really figure out what's going on here. I don't think it's made out to anybody, but I don't understand what this is right here. So maybe somebody signed it twice. Barry Gibb, Robin Gibb, and Maurice Gibb. Bee Gees. I don't know. Looks like there's something extra on here, and I couldn't figure this out. And JSA didn't make a note. I don't know what this is up here. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But it is signed by Barry Gibb, Robin Gibb, and Maurice Gibb. Unless they forgot and didn't add a fourth name on here. So, give me 1 second. Let me pull up. So, I may have to. So, the personnel on this album was Barry Gibb, Robin Gibb, Maurice Gibb, and Vince Maloney. Melanuni. No, they only make note of Barry, Robin, and Maurice, and that's the only 3 Gibbs that signed or that played on this album. The Bee Gees is essentially those, you know, for this album was Barry, Robin, and Maurice. So, okay. So very interesting here. But either way, that's a $475 start. I know for sure it's signed by Barry Gibb, Robin. This is the toughest part of my job of autographs, is then trying to figure out who actually signed it and what maybe they wrote. That obviously says Bee Gees over here on the left. So pretty interesting item here. $475 start. That is signed by Barry Gibb, Robin Gibb, Maurice Gibb. $475 start on that. Let's go back up to the top. And let's figure out where I left off, okay? So we left off by saying Voivod had a bid for 40 and then 41. And then the year on Atrophy, 2022. And then Voivod out. Show the Rush. When will Rush go up for auction? In the near future. And then Voivod 43. What is Kill 'Em All? And then we're up at the top. We're good to go. Oh, so this book, I thought this book went inside the Odessa album. Let me see here. Maybe not. Yeah, this is definitely something later. Yeah, this is definitely something later. Yeah, you're right, this is an insert. I hadn't even looked at this, I'm sorry. I was just looking at this stuff last night on photographs. I was pretty familiar with everything up until this one, because I was just looking at photos I took last night. Yeah, this is obviously later photos, because this album came out in '69. So, man, I don't know. I could find out. Here, I can probably find out right now. Give me 1 second. Let me snap a picture of this. Let me snap a picture of this and this. All right. Okay. All right, we'll get info on that. All right, so let's go down through these. Let's show a few more records. Sorry for the pause. Midnight Hellion, Kingdom Immortal. Midnight Hellion is a 2022 limited to 500, $19.99 on that one. And then Sacrifice, Soldiers of Misfortune. Sacrifice is a 2010 Canadian, first time ever on vinyl. Sacrifice, $49.99. And then Siege of Power, Warning Blast. That's numbered 173 of 200, sealed $24.99. And by the way, Laura dropped off a brand new crate that's never been gone through. We'll do that in just a second, actually right after this one. But first, let's update Voivod. I've kind of lost the steam on this one. An 88 USOG with the original under sleeve VG Plus condition. So Voivod is with Dave's Dreamer over on Twitch. He has the high bid at $44, okay? He has the high bid for $44. And then here's Metallica, Kill 'Em All. This is the 88 pressing with the bonus tracks, Am I Evil and Blitzkrieg. VG condition and VG cover. It does have a blip over here and some noticeable ring wear. This does not have a bid to my knowledge. I'm looking for a $95 start. $95 start on that. I'm working on getting some information on the Bee Gees, and it is a $475. I'll leave that back there for a few seconds. I'm going to get some answers on that in just a second. And then the next thing we have is Midnight Hell, Scott Dwallow. This is a buy it now best offer. Midnight Hellion. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Only the second time Well, only the first time they've ever been offered best offer. Scott Dwallo gets that for 16. Hiram Aponte gets sacrificed for 40. And Voivod has a new bid for 45. Muse, I've already told somebody I would do $75 on it. It's a 2009 reissue on clear vinyl. This album is currently out of print. $99.99 on Muse. I said I'd already do 75. And then we got Blood Money, Battle Scarred. Blood Money's a 2016 German reissue, $29.99 for Blood Money. And Hateful Agony, this is Plastic Culture Pestilence. Hateful Agony is a 2018 purple vinyl sealed, $29.99. Not too often I'm going through metal that allows it, that I have the best offer turned on. Next is Protector. And this is the Mad. Protector is a 2015 yellow with black splatter, $29.99. And then we have Carnosis, Visions of Infinity, a 2023 Go with black splatter, numbered 131 of 200, $49.99. Metallica's a no bid, great price on that, $95. Near mint copies are selling now well over $400. A VG copy for $95, so you can pick that up for a buy now. Voivod 45, Voivod 46, Blood Money $25. Blood Money, that is so to John Mincemoyer for 25. Jim Berg gets Protector, so to Jim Berg. Now let's put up some more new auctions. Let's do something from the bonus crate. Something unadvertised, something you didn't know that was coming tonight. And I have a copy right now going up of, I think we sold one of these earlier in the sale. We did. And here's another one. This is Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct, the 2016 Record Store Day, on red kind of marbled vinyl, $25 start on Metallica, okay? Next thing we have is Dethroned, and this is Grind Over Matter. Defleshed. I did that last time. Defleshed is 2022 gray with black swirl, $24.99 on Defleshed. And then Misery, A Necessary Evil. Misery is a 2015 red and mint merged colored vinyl, $34.99 for Misery. Also, we have Inhuman Nature. Inhuman Nature is $59.99. A 2019 red with black splatter OG, $59.99 on that one. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm gathering additional information on BGs right now, but it is a buy it now. I mean, I know for sure it's signed by Barry, Robin, and Maurice, and just that alone on this item is $475 with letter of authenticity. I'm gathering more information, so if you want to wait, that would perfectly be understandable. And when I get answers, I'll definitely let you know what's going on with that item specifically, okay? But it's available for a buy now if anybody's interested. And then we got Trance Power Infusion. Trance is 2014 blue and yellow, $39.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, Purgatory. This is tied to the Tracks, TRAX, a 1980 US OG original, and we've graded this one super clean. It's a really nice copy. Purgatory is a $55 start. Voivod, Misery, $30 to John Mincemoyer, and that one is so to John Mincemoyer for $30. Metallica 25, Voivod 46. So that Voivod album is still getting bids. Metallica has opened up, and now Purgatory's up for bid, and it has a bid with John for 55. This is Ectoplasma, and this is Infernal Kabbalah. This is Ectoplasma 2022 Death Metal, $19.99 on Ectoplasma, and Cynic Focus. Cynic is a 2013 remaster, $74.99. Now, I know there's some people itching to make an offer on that a couple times. Cynic Focus, $74.99. Metallica 25, Metallica 26. Voivod's at 46. Who did he outbid? David Baber already bid 46. We have some confusion. Jake Gold bid 45 on Voivod. David Baber bid 46. Victor Guerra bid 46. So Victor, you tied David from earlier, and now Jake, you're out. So we got three people within about $1 of each other. Now Metallica's at 26. UJ Miller, you're out. Purgatory just has one bid for 55. I've got Nazem, Inhale, Exhale, Grindcore on that colored vinyl, $24.99, and Havoc, Time Is Up. Havoc's a 2014 yellow with blue and green splatter, $79.99 for Havoc, and this is This is Vomitor, and that is on Oxblood colored vinyl, $24.99. So we're about to sell Voivod to David Baber. I've lost Jake unless he set out, and then I've also lost Victor Guerra. Garrett Seipert on Nazem for $20. That is sold to Garrett for $20. Thank you. And then John Mincemore, you've been outbid on Purgatory. Let me check my autograph pile over here. So BG's, Iron Maiden, there's the hat. Okay, now I've got some other stuff laying around over here that that's all the that was all the lettered stuff. Lettered meaning it had a full letter from JSA. There's one thing that I don't think they sent me. I still think I have another signed Motorhead item somewhere, but honestly, I don't know what's happened to it. So that happens around here sometimes. I'm like, well, that disappeared, and I'm sure it'll pop up. There's still a couple very high-end items in this store, MIA, and they always turn up, but they've just got slipped underneath something, upside down, underneath a rack or something. I have a signed Eric Clapton magazine somewhere in this building. We've never found it yet. It'll turn up one day. We had that. So Purgatory 60, Purgatory 85, Metallica 27, now Voivod $47. David Baber, you've been outbid. It's at $47. Let's keep going here. Metallica Load is sealed $39.99. 2014 sealed $39.99. And Iron Maiden Virtual 11. Iron Maiden Virtual 11. This is sealed $59.99. Voivod, we was waiting for two people, Victor Guerra. So you've had it for about 6 minutes, and there was two people that hadn't set out. So he's bid $47. And then Cynic is sold to John Mincemore for $65. And then Purgatory's at $90. And now Metallica's at $27. And now Iron Maiden is sold to Nick Galetti for $55. That's sold and sold. And then we have Trench Veil. Trench Veil is brown and bone merge vinyl, $24.99. Are you asking for me to show the Rush poster, or are you asking me to put the Rush poster up for sale? I'd rather not show it. And number two, it's not really for sale tonight. We just brought it in today. This is so if you're asking just to see it, I'd rather not do that, and it's definitely not going up tonight. And this is Opium, and this is a 2016 remaster, $34.99. Voivod is with Victor Garrett, $47. Victor, if you could check your lag in between your bids, is a good solid 5 or 6 minutes. So either you're behind and don't realize it, or you've got a really, really bad connection, okay? Because every time you've bid, there is another bid coming in about 5 or 6 minutes later. So I don't think he's taking that long. I think his connection's that bad. Also, we have, this is Sarkator. Sarkator is a 2022 Thrash, clear with orange and cloud effect, $34.99, and Anacrusis, Reason. Anacrusis is a 2019 remaster, sealed, $29.99. So Voivod is at $47 with Victor Guerra. The last bit of Metallica that came in right here was UJ Miller at $27. I was making sure Bradley Smith was done. I've lost Bradley Smith. And then Purgatory was at $125 with John Mincemore. Andy Lane's out. That's going once, going twice. Okay, next is Protector. This is Misanthropy. Protector is a 2021 with bonus 7-inch, $29.99. And The Bleeding Mono Creator, and this is $24.99. A 2023 orange and gray merge colored vinyl, $24.99. Okay, now Voivod 49. And now Voivod 50. Victor Guerra, you've been outbid immediately by David Baber. We'll put this one on the clock. David's timestamp is 21:47:39. 21:47:39 in David's timestamp. Metallica, I think we're done, and I think we're done on Purgatory. This one here is Struggling Harsh Immortals, $19.99 on that. And Killing, Face the Madness, 2021 red vinyl, sealed, $34.99. And Scarecrow, Raise the Death's Head. This is a 2021 white with black splatter, $19.99. Voivod is sold to David Baber for $50. I still never did hear back from the other guy. And then Metallica is officially sold, and that's sold to UJ Miller for $27. And Purgatory is sold to John Mincemoyer for $125, okay? That is sold for $125. Next is the following. We have Devil Child, 2018 reissue, VG Plus, $19.99 on this. And we have Soul Grinder, Filth Encrusted, 2023 metal with sticker, EX, $17.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. And this next auction is going to be the following. This is Sepultura Schizophrenia, a 2014 U.S. reissue, limited edition 1500 on blue vinyl, and that is a $50 start on Sepultura. $50 start on Sepultura. David Baber, your $46 bid came in at $2138.47, and then Victor bid at $2142.06. So that would be in 4 minutes, actually. That would have been 4 minutes on here. 4 minutes after you bid, his bid showed up. It wasn't 10 minutes, it was 4 minutes. And Sepultura 50-55, and he had never set out. We've got to give everybody a reasonable amount of time to say out. Okay, you probably wouldn't want the same thing happen to you. So after 4 minutes, that's when things start getting antsy. And then after 5 and 6 minutes, if I hadn't heard back, then that's in the red zone, and then they're about to lose the auction. But we got at least, if they're actively bidding, they either don't want to say out because they refuse to, or they have a really bad lag connection, or they've dropped and they're having to get back on. So it was actually only 4 minutes in between bids. 4 minutes in between bids. There was, 2138, and then over here was his 2142. That is 4 minutes. So it was only 4 minutes. Killer Dwarfs. It probably seemed like 10 minutes to you. You were tapping your fingers. You were tapping your foot. You were wiping the sweat off your eyebrow. You were breathing heavily. You've already spilled coffee all over the floor. Your dogs are running around barking. The room is spinning. You're trying your best to win this Voivod auction. He's breathing heavily. He's like, my gosh, this is the end of the world. I can't breathe. Killer Dwarfs. This is an 83 Canadian OG. This did not have a U.S. OG release. Killer Dwarfs is a $35 start. This is Killer Dwarfs, self-titled, $35 start. My gracious, Sepultura is already at $90. Next thing is Midnight Hellion, Condemned to Hell. Green vinyl, $24.99. And Misfire, Sympathy for the Ignorant. Misfire is clear with ruby splatter, $29.99. And Grave Huffer, Your Fault. Grave Huffers on red vinyl, $19.99. And Authorized, The Source of Dominion, 2025 blue and yellow split Swedish flag colored vinyl, $39.99. Okay. Also over here, and this is Exhumed Gore Metal, and that's $24.99. Killer Dwarfs 35, Killer Dwarfs 35, Killer Dwarfs 45, and then Sepultura is a final call to Alonzo for $90. We have a whole new crate of newly priced metal coming up in just a second that Laura's marked. I have a poster here. In 1 second, I got to pull up the JSA code and see what they say about it. But first, let's go ahead and get a third auction going, and this is Violence, Eternal Nightmare. Violence, Eternal Nightmare. This is a 1988 USOG original inner sleeve VG condition, $50 start. Violence, Eternal Nightmare, $50 start for Violence. That's now up for auction. What is the condition of Cynic? Cynic is going to go up right here, and I can let anybody know that's interested in Rush. Anybody that's interested in the Rush poster, it's a $3,500 start, because that's what we sold the last one for. So for those that are wanting to bid on Rush, go ahead and get your wallets and your bank accounts in line. Go to your local Cash Express and say, hey, here is the title to my car. I need to do anything possible to come up with $3,500 to buy this Rush poster next week from Chad. UJ Miller says he'll take Metallica Load. That was back here over here. That is sold to UJ Miller. Next thing is E for $18, Exhumed. This is sold to Deckelman. And let's see what's going on. So this over here, Sepultura, is officially sold to Alonzo for $90. I think we're still tied on Killer Dwarves. It opened up at 35, 35, 45. Ken Crooker has the high bid. Scott Dwallo's out. An 83 Canadian OG. This did not have a U.S. release. It's at 45. We're about to sell it. Violence is about to sell. An 88 U.S. OG with the original inner sleeve. That's in VG condition. That's a $50 start. No bid on that yet. And then we have, what is the condition of Scenic? Let me find that right quick, or did I already answer that? Scenic is right back here, I think, and I think everything in here is really nice. Was that in here somewhere? Boy, trying to find these a second time, I might as well be blindfolded. Okay, I have no idea. Give me 1 second. I have also over here Bolt Thrower. That's $32.99. About everything in here is near mint. These are all brand new. And then we have, good gosh, $9.99. Vornth, $9.99. Scenic is already sold. That's why I couldn't find it. Scenic is already sold. This is Gore Guts. That's $24.99. John Mincemore already bought Scenic. No wonder I couldn't find it. This is Severe Torture. Misanthropic Carnage, $22.99 on that. And Suicidal Tendencies, magenta colored vinyl, $34.99. This one is Blackened Images, Mortuary. That is $34.99. And the last two was Lawsuit. That was sealed for $49.99. And Tankard, Volume 14. That was sealed $29.99. Edison Toledo has Violence for $55. Ken Crooker gets Killer George for $45. That's sold. Violence has one bid for $55. And then over here, Deckelman put ST $17. Deckelman on ST $17. Suicidal Tendencies. Are you referring to this here or Severe Torture? Severe Torture is sold to Deckelman for $17. Edison Toledo gets Gore Guts, and that's sold to Edison Toledo for $20. And then Severe Torture, $20. Scully Mac, that's already sold to Deckelman. Jim Cooper on Protector for $20. Is that something right in here? Protector for $20. That might have already sold. I feel like I sold that earlier to somebody. Maybe this one here, Protector. Sell this to Jim Cooper for $20, okay? And then Mortuary, Edison Toledo, $30. I hope that was something in here. Was that something in here? Was that something in here? Was that something in here? I've got to find it. Suicidal Tendencies, $20. Suicidal Tendencies is sold to Scully. No. This was marked $34.99. I'll do this for $28. $28 on that. What was the next thing? Mortuary, $30. That's got to be somewhere right in here. Lawsuit. What was this one here? Is this it? This here. All right, sell that for $30, Edison Toledo. All right, Violence. The first question is from David Baber. Violence VG, what are these flaws? Let's go over this from head to toe, side to side, upside down, sideways, backwards, and we'll even look at it with special X-ray vision. This is Violence, Eternal Nightmare. Laura has graded this in VG condition. VG condition. It's a VG condition record. It's in VG condition. 1988 USOG VG condition. It has the original inner sleeve. The inner sleeve has a piece of tape on it. It has a piece of tape on it. Here's the cover. It's VG minus. It's got some creasing. It's got some creasing. It's got some creasing. It's got a piece of tape on the spine. VG minus or less cover. That is at 55, 57, and now 60. And this is Violence. Now, David Baber, he only collects records from 1988, so he is absolutely losing his mind tonight. We've had so many 1988 records, this guy's foaming from the mouth. He is like, goodness gracious, do I have any more 1988 records? David Baber is about to have a heart attack over here. He's like, oh my gosh. Next thing is, would you take 7 for that last one, whatever one this is? It was marked $9.99. Sell that to Scarred Arnold for $7. Violence has a bid for 7. Nick Galletti, you were second. I just sold it to Scott Arnold for 7. Weasel offered 24 for Bolt Thrower. I will take 24 for Bolt Thrower, sold to Weasel. Violence has a new bid for 60. And then Havoc info. Havoc over here is the following. Havoc, 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 Havoc. Time is up. Justin Deckelman, this is the one that had the seam split. You're not going to like that. This right here will make Justin Deckelman's head explode. This is called Time is Up. A 2014 yellow with blue and green splatter. $79.99. Okay? Over here, we have Suicidal Tendencies for $28. I think I've already told somebody I would take 25. I said I would do 28 on this, right? It was marked $34.99 sealed. Violence is at $65. Let's put up another auction. Next auction is going to go up right now. That next auction is Death Wish, 1987. Dang it, David, you can't bid on this one. Death Wish at the Edge of Damnation. This is an 87 UKOG Porky Prime Cut in the dead wax. Wow, a Porky Prime Cut, original under sleeve, VG Plus, a $25 start. $25 start on that. How much was Napalm Death? Okay, so first thing I do is say violence is at $65. How much is authorized? How much is purgatory? How much is violence? How much is Death Wish? How much is suicidal tendencies? How much is havoc? How much was tankard? How much was lawsuit? Holy moly. Hold on a minute, I've got to touch my toes. Hamstring. Okay, I feel better now. So what is this? We have suicidal tendencies. There is about 7 people interested in this record. It's a 2022 magenta colored vinyl. It was originally marked, it looks like, by Paul for $35. I've told $28. Whoever wants it, $28. I'm going to leave that out of the crate because I know that's going to sell. I know that's going to sell. And then here's some titles. Havoc, Tankard, Lawsuit, Authorize. Dave Sibler, Authorize is $39.99. The Source of Dominion, 2025 blue and yellow. It looks like the Swedish flag. Gravehuffer, Misfire, Midnight Hellion, Soul Grinder, Devil Child, Scarecrow, Killing, Struggling Harsh Immortals, The Bleeding, Anacrusis, Sarkator. Let me pause right there. UJ Miller says, I'll take the suicidal tendencies. $28. Sold. Over here, Death Wish has bids for $25, $25, and now $30. Scully Mac, let me figure out who asked first about suicidal tendencies. We got to do this in order. The first person who made an offer on suicidal tendencies was Scully Mac. He had first dibs. $28 sold to Scully Mac. He had first dibs on this. $28. That's sold to him. Sorry. He had first dibs. What was the Tankard album? Volume 14. Sealed, $29.99. Red vinyl, 2018. Are we done on violence? The last bid was Andy Lane at $65. Edison Toledo bid $66. Andy Lane, you're out. Andy Lane, you're out. He says he's done. Death Wish is at $30. I'm waiting for David Baber. It's all up to David Baber on Death Wish. It's all up to him. Scully Mac had asked a long time ago. He had submitted the first offer on the on that one. Okay. Can I see the Death Wish label? Let's look at this one. David Baber wants to see this one. Front, back, sideways, spine, label, and matrix numbers. This is an 87 UKOG Porky Prime Cut in the dead wax. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the back of the cover. There's the front of the cover. The label has a custom Death Wish logo on side A, and then the B side has writing like that. 87 UK, Porky Prime Cut, original under sleeve, VG Plus condition. There's the original under sleeve. There's Death Wish. Okay? We're about to sell violence. Tankard, Havoc, Lawsuit, Gravehuffer, Misfire, Midnight Hellion, Soul Grinder, Devil Child, Scarecrow, Killing. Killing was sealed, $34.99, 2021 red vinyl. And then whoever asked about Authorized, it's still available. I'm assuming they didn't want to make an offer. Okay. And then we have The Bleeding, Anacrusis. I've already said that one. And this one. And Trench Veil, and Vomitor, and Ectoplasma, and Trance, and Inhuman Nature, and Defleshed, and Carnosus, and Hateful Agony, and Muse, and Siege of Power, and Atrophia, and Napalm Death, and Violent Force, and Panic, and that one, and Legion of the Damned. Okay? Death Wish has a new bid for $32. The last bid on Violence, somebody wants to know the condition. I graded the cover and inner sleeve VG minus. The disc is in VG condition. And this is a final call to Edison Toledo for $66. Okay. Death Wish is at $35. Hiram gets Killing for $28. Anybody else? First time these ever had the best offer light turned on. I've been trying to get to this new crate that Laura's marked for about an hour. I think I've been going through this crate for about an hour. Every time I read through it, there's somebody new on and they're like, holy crap, Chad's going through a crate of metal. This is absolutely insane. Trench Veil is $24.99, brown and bone merge colored vinyl. And by the way, you won't see these again for a while, probably a week, maybe 2 weeks before these are shown again. So buy them up now. Charlie asked about this, and then Ken Crooker. A Trophia was right back here. This was sealed $29.99, a 2022 press. Napalm Death Scum. Napalm Death Scum was sealed $34.99. Death Wish has a new bid for $40. Edison Toledo gets Violence for $66. Charlie Marks, I think, asked first about Trench. Let me go check on that one. Okay? Death Wish. Andy Lane, $35. It's up to David Baber. Victor Garrett, $40. Ken Crooker on Trench. Who asked first about this? This was first asked about Charlie Marks. He gets it. Napalm, Edison Toledo. I'll do that one for $28. Death Wish is between Andy Lane and Victor Guerra. Let me put up another new auction. Are we done? All done? That was a heck of a crate. I knew when I set this over here, I was like, uh-oh. We're about to do metal stuff for the first time. Best offer. We're going to be spending some time in here. The Sacrator, 2022, clear with orange and cloud effect, $34.99. 28 on Napalm, Edison Toledo. Death Wish, 55. Next auction is Destruction. Invincible Invasion, I believe is what that says. It's an unofficial from Germany, 1985. Wow. Unknown year and country. Oh, that's where it's live from. Is this live? Okay, this is a live unofficial. Not made in Germany in 85. It's unknown what year it was made, and it was unknown what country. Unknown, unknown. That's going to blow some people's minds. But it is live in Germany, 1985. VG Plus, $25 start. Death Wish is at $55. Victor Guerra, it's up to Andy Lane. Napalm sold for $28, and Sacrator sold at $28. Napalm, $28 Edison, the other one sold to Hiram. Destruction is now up for bid. Death Wish is still getting bids. All done. We sold about half of that crate out of there. The only metal we have in stock is the new stuff being priced, which she's got a new one right over here. The stuff left over from last night, which there's literally a video posted in the group. I don't know if they pulled that stuff or not. I was going to go through that crate again later tonight. And this record right here is $29.99. Now, without a doubt, if I read through that crate again, without a doubt, we would probably sell another third of it. But we got to go on to new stuff, okay? Edwin, that was a 2022. Plus, there's three new John crates over here. Okay. All right, let me check I was hoping I'd have an answer on the BGs over here. Not yet. Okay, and then somebody asked for more Japanese singles. Hadn't even had time to think about it, but I'm getting to them. Okay. All right, so these are all new, never shown, sticker price. Death Wish is sold to Andy Lane for $60. has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, the like button on Instagram, the like button anywhere you can see a like button? I would greatly appreciate it. Destruction. Final Call, an unofficial live album from Germany. 1985 is when the show's from. $25. Edwin, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Atrophy for $22 because this was probably the most asked about record in the crate. Probably the most asked about record in the crate. Danger Danger is $39.99. $39.99 for Danger Danger. I've got 2 in stock right now. Next auction is the following. I have going up for bid right now cerebral fixed Tower of Spot. Interesting. Never seen this one before. A 1990 Euro original, 1990 VG++ minus VG++/EX, a $25 start. Good. I'm going to go get a Monster Energy drink. A Monster Energy drink. A Monster Energy drink. A Monster Energy drink. A V8 energy drink. Bum bum bum. Dee dee dee. Doom boom boom. A chug and a crush is coming up. Chug and a crush, chug and a crush. Okay, about time for a transition to a different level of the show, even though we're still showing new stuff. Wow. Still showing new stuff. Lots of new stuff. There was, in fact, no cold monsters in the fridge. Bad management. Bad management. Whew. I gotta get brain power here. Chug. All right, I'm ready. Victor Guerra gets Destruction for $25. That's sold to Victor Guerra for $25. Cerebral Fix, I think, is at $45. Next auction is going to go up right now, which is Impaler. Impaler is Rise of the Mutants, an 85 USOG, 4-track EP, red label, $25 start on that. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. Municipal Waste, The Last Rager, green vinyl sealed, $19.99. This is Vomitor, $19.99. Devil's Poison, $19.99. And Immolation, Majesty and Decay. Immolations on light blue, black splatter, sealed, $24.99. Deckelman gets Municipal Waste. CF is at $45 with Deckelman. Edison Toledo, you're tied them. So Edison, you're out. Impaler's now up for bid. Immolation, so to Deckelman. That's done. And we have another auction going up right now. That is Court in the Act. And that is Satin. Some people call it Satan. It is an 84 US reissue. VG Plus condition, a $25 start. It does have a clip corner. $25 start. That's now up for bid. We have Coffin Rot, Death Metal, $19.99. Coffin Rot, $19.99. Hellhammer, Apocalyptic Raids. That is black metal, white vinyl 2008, $24.99 on that. And Numbskull, Ritually Abused. Numbskull is thrash on clear vinyl, $24.99. And Overkill, The Wings of War. Overkill is on silver vinyl, $44.99. Wasp, the best of the best. Wasp is a 2LP, $29.99. Not bad. New copies are $45. Ed Riviera on H for Hellhammer, sold to Edwin Riviera. Next thing, I haven't heard back from Edison Toledo. He was tied with Deckelman on Cerebral Fix, and that's about to sell. And then Impaler, I'm really butchering a couple of these titles right here. This is a no bid. I'm looking for a $25 start. And then, Satin Satan over here, Court in the Act, is a $25 start. No bid on that. Is Numbskull on Relapse. Numbskull is on Relapse Records. It looks like it was originally out in 1988. This is 2014. $24.99. Scott Dwallow on Wasp. That's sold to him. Thank you. And then we have Cause for Conflict, blue vinyl, $24.99. Creator. That is Creator. My bad. $24.99. Deckelman, you get CF here for $45. Impaler has bids for $25.25. And Satin Satan there. Satan or Satin. It could be pronounced both ways. That has got now 2 bids for $25. Next auction is going to go up right now. What do I have over here quoting the bonus crate? What about the bonus crate over here? This is a live Metallica unofficial, Justice for All. An unofficial pressing, blue vinyl, Woodstock 1994, $85 start from Metallica. That's live unofficial, Justice for All, Woodstock, $85 start on that. Next is this, Death Human. Death is a 2018, $17.99 on that. Andy Lane has the high bid on both of these for $25.25. Edwin beat you out on Impaler, and now Andy Lane's back in. He's about to get Satan, though, for $25. Bradley Smith on D for Death. Creator is still in there. And now my crate is pretty full. Hesson Session next on Death. All right, let me swap out these crates. And that has filled this one up for sure. Oh, my gosh. All right, there's that. Holy moly. All right, what did I do with that empty crate I had earlier? I was like, here's an empty crate. I'm going to need it later. I think I laid it over here. Yep. Here it is. Here it is. All right. And that, wow, look at all these new records they brought in over here. Just a big bunch of records over here, okay? Big bunch of records over here. So D. Okay, that was all sold. Impaler 32. But Satin is sold to Andy Lane for $25. Let's look at Metallica again. Justice for All, limited edition, unofficial, blue vinyl, sealed, Woodstock, 1984, $85 start. And actually, Metallica's our only no bid tonight, other than some of our autographs. Metallica's an 88 U.S. Carrollton Club copy with bonus tracks, Blitzkrieg and Am I Evil, a VG, almost VG plus copy, and a VG minus jacket. That was $95 for the Metallica with the bonus tracks, okay? Straight price, newly priced metal here. This is Slayer. It is $29.99. It's on blood red vinyl with randomly inserted, some of these were randomly inserted 500 copies. This is black vinyl, never mind. So Slayer's $29.99. Weasel gets Creator. That's sold to Weasel. And then was there another question? If it's clear vinyl, it's limited to 100. Relapse used my original pressing for the artwork for that reissue. Wow. So yeah, this is, I guess it's clear vinyl. Yeah. $24.99. Numbskull, Ritually Abused. Looks like it's clear vinyl to me. Impalers at $35. Ziggy Chaos, you were second on Creator. Hellfire, free again. Hellfire is on red vinyl, $14.99. J Nutra on S for Slayer. That's sold to J Nutra. And we have Love Life, Goodbye Lady Jane. That is $19.99. And over here, we need a new auction. Next auction is going to go up right now. That's Hades, Hades, Resisting Success. Hades is an 87 USOG gold stamp promo with the original inner sleeve EX condition, a $35 start on Hades. That's now for bid. And we have the Angel Corpse. Angel Corpse is death metal, black metal, $22.99 on that, and Bolt Thrower for Victory. Bolt Thrower is 2023, and there is a note from Laura. Laura loves Bolt Thrower, 1 heart rating, $24.99 for Bolt Thrower. That is available. Metallica's a buy it now for $85, and then Impaler over here. Impaler, Andy Lane, 35, Edwin went out. Hades is now up for bid. Sean Miller, that was amazing timing on your part. You get Metallica for $85. Hiram Aponte on Angel Corpse. That's sold to Hiram Aponte. And then let's grab another auction. I've been trying for an hour to look up this Creed poster. And there's this over here. We got Creed. And let's look this up right quick. I've got JSA Authentic. And this over here is AX7 393. 4, and this is Creed, and it's fully signed. Scott Stapp, Mark Tremotti, and Scott Phillips. This is Creed, Weathered World Tour poster, 2002-2003, and this is going to go up for $125 start. So Creed, very cool, signed by all three. It's got a little bit of damage up here where it was in a frame, but if you put it back in a frame, that would not really be even a thing to worry about. There's the JSA card and get you an idea of the size. Creed is a signed poster, $125 start. It has been matted to the back of like a poster bag, so that's kind of still with it. I mean, nothing to worry about there. We'll ship this rolled in a tube, and Creed is $125 start. Very nice. Signed by all three, $125 start on Creed. How many people agree that Chad should sponsor new video boards at my school? Yeah, right. Nice try, though. Only if I get a cut of the total revenue. Do I get a cut of the total revenue? What is it going for? Is it lining your pockets? Next thing I have over here is Nuclear Assault. Whoa. Live at Hammersmith. Nuclear Assault, $22.99. And then we have Ulysses Siren, Above the Ashes. Limited to 500, 2018 thrash speed metal, $29.99 on that. Okay, so over here Impaler, that is sold to Andy Lane for $35. Next thing over here is Hades. That is a $35 buy it now, hotter than Hades. Danzig offered $75 for Metallica sold. Deckelman on Nuclear Assault sold. Kenny Roll next. Testing Session third. Alonzo third. JB King next. Hades is a buy it now. And then we got Razor, Cycle of Contempt. Oh, Razor here. This guy's getting his head smashed off of a guitar. Brutal, folks. $14.99. Hades is sold to David Baber for $35. Then Andy Lane. Then Richard Davis. Then Edwin Riviera. And a lot more interested in Hades than the bids reflected. And this is a music on vinyl, $29.99 for Ministry. Ministry is $29.99. Creed is $125 start for that signed poster. And then over here, I got Pink, Cream 69. Is that what that says? Pink Cream 69. What a name of a band. One size fits all. A 91 Euro OG Super Clean. $35 start. $35 start. Next auction is going to go up right now. You may have heard of this band. They go by the name Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath Live Evil is a 1983 UK 2LP EX Plus condition, a UK Vertigo press, $65 start on that. Razor is sold to Edwin Riviera. Charlie Mark's got Ministry. Pink Cream is at 65, and Pink Cream has another bid, or excuse me, Pink Cream has a bid for 35, and then another bid for 35, okay? And then come on, give back to the community tax break for 2025. You know, let me call my people, okay? We have Vampire, Rex. Vampire is death metal, black metal, $22.99. And we have Incantation, Incantation. This is signed, $34. Signed. Wow, 34. Chad's in at 40, and Deckelman on Incantation. And then we have Carnivore, Retaliation. This is sealed, $39.99. Light green vinyl, 2023 reissue. Pink Cream, we got a battle going on. Chad and Ken are throwing punches. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. I'm going to eat a handful of pistachios, and Scott over here trying to drain my wallet. Not today, Satan. Not today, buddy. Holy moly. Let me see what my mom made me cheesy chicken crescent roll with mashed potatoes and green peas. I'll pass on the peas, but thank you for making me cheesy cheesy creasy crescent. We got Vendetta. That's spelled, folks, V as in victory, ENDETTA. That's called Going Live. That is on Combat, an 88 US OG. There is some cover bins, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. Okay, let's go back to the top. And first thing we have is we had over here, Deckelman got Incarnation. And then over here we have Pink Cream 45, Bradley Smith on C for Carnivore. And then Edison next on Incarnation. Kiss is still available. It's a buy it now. The signed Kiss My ASS is still available for $475. It's still available for $475. Carnivore is already sold. And then over here, Pink Cream 50. Does Vampire have a sing split? Your worst nightmare. But you know what? You could take like a gray Sharpie and just touch that up and you would never notice it. So that's available though. Richard Davis on Ben. I think he was maybe about to bid on Vendetta. Okay, so let me take a quick pause. First thing I'm going to do is let's touch our toes again. Oh, yes. Okay, that was pretty good. Now, Pink Cream's at 55. In the middle is Black Sabbath Live Evil. That's Ronnie James Dio live, a really nice copy, OG UK Vertigo. And the last bid that came in on this was $0. We're looking for a $65 start. And then Vendetta's at 25, 26, and 30. Okay? So Vendetta, let's go over this again. It's called Go and Live. An 88 US OG. It is in VG Plus condition. It has the original inner sleeve. It's a $20 start. Okay? Vendetta, Go and Live. There is some cover wear at the bottom. Has a little bit of a crease up here. Never seen that before. We're right now also in a crate of straight price metal. Okay? And these are all sticker price, no more, no less. First time ever shown them. And I'm pretty sure Laura's working on marking some more. Hatriot or Hatriot or Hat Riot. The Veil of Shadows. Sealed, $19.99. Necropanzer. Betrayal. Necropanther. Death Metal Thrash Purple Vinyl, $24.99. Deckelman on that one. Excuse me, J Nutra. I'm so used to saying Deckelman. being first on everything. J Nutra on H. That's so to J Nutra. And then we got Overkill, Live and Overhausen, Volume 1. Really, 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 really bright green vinyl. That hurt my retina, $44.99. And oh, Whiplash here. That looks like a scary carnival. I would not want to go to that. She's even scary. And this is $74.99. The only time ever on vinyl. Underlined only and only time ever. $74.99 for Whiplash. Wow. So Deckelman got Overkill. Deckelman got Whiplash. Jeff Boyson was next on Hatriot, or whatever that one was. Pink Cream, were you done, Mr. Duggan? Ken Crooker has this for $55. And this over here is a 91 Euro OG. Near mint minus, super clean. Pink Cream, 69. One size fits all. This is a final call to Ken Crooker for $55. Black Sabbath is a buy it now for $65. There's also a little bit of cover damage right there, but the vinyl's really nice. Black Sabbath is $65. And then Vendetta. The last bid on Vendetta was Hiram at $35. I'm waiting for one person, David Baber. That's it. David Baber on that one. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. And that is right here. Something a little bit random. Imagine you bidding on this record. It's a John Lennon Imagine Japanese single. $15 start on Imagine. Japanese 7-inch single. Creator, Gods of Violence. Creator is $24.99. Death, Scream Bloody Gore. 2016, $17.99. Scanner, Hypertrace. Scanner, $34.99. One more, Hell Ripper, Black Arts and Alchemy. Hell Ripper, limited to 500, $27.99. Pink Cream 69 is sold to Ken Crooker, and that's sold to Ken Crooker for $55. Okay? And then look at all the claims. Holy moly. All right, so Vendetta. Vendetta's at 40 with David Baber. Victor Guerra also bid 40. And then Bradley Smith, 79, first on K for Creator. Then Deckelman was second. Scott Arnold on D. And D was for Death. J Nutra, second on Death. John Lennon has a bid for 15. Edwin Riviera, first on Scanner. Edwin Riviera, first on Hell Ripper. Edwin Riviera, next on Creator. Okay, do I have any box sleeves? Do they make gatefold outer sleeves? They make sleeves that you can slide a gatefold in and where you can still open it. But also the sleeves we sell, they're thick enough to hold a gatefold. See? Like some of these are gatefold jackets and they're loose enough you can put a gatefold jacket in there. I really like these sleeves we use. Hopefully we'll never have to change brands ever again. Now they do actually make some that fold out, like the sleeve folds out. You can slide a gatefold in there where you can still open it and it will stay on a sleeve. They do make such a thing. Let's put up another auction. And by the way, if anybody wants Creed, Creed is a buy it now for $125. That signed poster, $125 for Creed. Next auction. We still got a ton of metal stuff over here. Next is Silent Rage. Don't touch. What? Don't touch me there, okay? Don't touch me there. Silent Rage in shrink with hop sticker. An 89. A 1989 USOG with the original inner sleeve. $35 start for Silent Rage. John Lennon is sold for $15. There's that. Overkill was in here, but it's already sold. Okay? There's one Overkill left. I misspoke, Jeffrey. Overkill, The Wings of War, is still available for $44.99. Double LP, limited to 1,500, gray vinyl. Silent Rage has a bid with Chad Duggan for $35. Vendetta's at $45. It's up to Victor Guerra. Hiram's out. It's up to Victor Guerra. Okay. Let's see here. Next Japanese single is going to be Nobody Does It Better from The Spy Who Loves Me, James Bond, Carly Simon. Awesome. Yes, I already have this one. $15 start for 007. Okay. Overkill's available. Here's a quick recap. Overkill. Next is Vomitor, $19.99. Coffin Rot, $19.99. Numbskull, Ritually Abused, $24.99. Hellfire, free again, $14.99. Love Life, Goodbye Lady Jane, $19.99. Bolt Thrower for Victory, $24.99, 2023. Silent Rage is at $50. Chris Martin, it's up to you. Chad has it. David Baber, you've been outbid by Victor Guerra on Vendetta. Carly Simons at $15. This is Ulysses Siren, Above the Ashes, $29.99. Wings of War is sold to Jeffrey Boydson. Final Call on Silent Rage for $50. Vampire Rex, Death Metal, Black Metal, red vinyl, does have a seam split at the top, $22.99. And Necro Panther, purple vinyl, $24.99. Wow, not much left in there. And so that last crate that had about this much left, that was the leftovers from about 8 crates. Pretty amazing. That was like the leftovers of 8 crates. This is all that's left out of this one. And I think she's working on some more, and I'm going to try to show some other stuff, okay? Which variant was the death record I bought? It says 2016 reissue. I'm assuming on black vinyl. Okay. Carly Simon sold a Wolverine for $15. Next is Jet, Paul McCartney and Rings, $15 start. Let Me Roll It. Silent Rage is sold to Chad Duggan, $50. And Chad pops some champagne. Thank you, Chad. What a great name, Chad. Paul McCartney, Jet. Woo, woo, woo. Jet. Hi, Ramon, Vampire. Will you do the Seam Split Havoc from the last crate for $50? Seam Split Havoc. Sell this for $50 to Justin Deckelman. Sold. Anybody else? Jet. Jet. Final call for $15. Next auction is the following. Nuclear Assault. Nuclear Assault. The Plague. Boy, this isn't good. Looks like a nuclear meltdown, and there's storms and helicopters and stuff is blowing up. This guy's reactor, this guy's Geiger counter's off the chart. It's just a bad day to be living near this nuclear plant. Holy moly. Okay, this is an 87 US EMW OG. It has the original inner sleeve, EX condition, a $35 start. There's the original inner sleeve, $35 start for Nuclear Assault. Paul McCartney sold a Wolverine for $15. Scott Savakis on Numbskull. Sold to Scott Savakis. There was something before that. No, that's it. Okay? How much for Otis? If you probably offered Tanner and Addison $15 million in cash, they would say no. If you offered $50 million in cash, they'd probably still say no. If you got up around $100 million, they might listen to you, but they're still going to say no. $1 billion, they're probably still going to say no. $100 billion, probably still a no. $1 trillion, no. At this point, you've surpassed any reasonable offer. It'd be hard to do any more than that. I think there's only a couple people that could legitimately transfer about $1 trillion in wealth. I think there's about 2 probably. Elon and the guy over in Saudi Arabia. Nuclear Assault is at 40-42, and then Vendetta is at 51 with David Baber. Okay. Let's see here. Jet. What do we do next? How about we do a vintage crate, buy it now best offer, or I go through some new vinyl over here. Let's see what we got over here. What should we do over here? What should we do over here? I have so much stuff I can show y'all. I have so much stuff we can do. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. Let's do boom 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 boom. Jet. All right, let's run through this crate. Because I just seen something. I just seen something that somebody was on a waiting list for that I didn't have any copies left in stock. So let's go through some of this. I bet if we can sell 5 records out of here, I'll make it a success. If we sell 10 records out of here, then I'll do something crazy live on camera. What about Vendetta here? $53 and Nuclear Assault $43. All right, and let's go ahead and show another record. Let's pull something from the bonus crate. I'll try to find anything remotely related to tonight's theme. And here we go. Cinderella, Long Cold Winter. Cinderella's an 86 US OG, VG++, OG embossed cover. Not a bad copy. $45 start on Cinderella. Let's put up another Japanese single. And that one is going to go up right now. Listen what the man said. And he said, $15 start. You can bet Wolverine's about to bid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wolverine, $15. Oh, man, it didn't come in on time. Okay, here we go. We got Poison. Open up and say aw. Poison is $34.99. Open up and say aw. We have Tyler Childers' Purgatory. Didn't somebody ask for this last night? They did. This is one of the 2 records somebody asked for last night. See, I told y'all I was looking for some stuff, and I know somebody needs Poison, right? Tyler Childers, Tyler Childers, Tyler Childers, Tyler Childers, Tyler Childers, Tyler. There's no note over here yet, but they're not done watching the sale. I could have swore somebody's like, Chad, I need Tyler Childers. $24.99. Okay, that's Purgatory. I have one left there, and then there's Live on Red Barn. That one's $24. And then Wasp, Hell Dorado. Wasp is on colored vinyl, $34.99. What's the 45? Wings, Listen to What the Man Said, Paul McCartney. Are we done on Vendetta? David Baber's out. This is sold to Victor Guerra for $53. Nuclear Assault, Rob Bobby's out. The last bid on Nuclear Assault over here. The last bid on Nuclear Assault was Michael Freiberger at $43. Are we done on that one? Nuclear Assault. Okay, and then Cinderella's a $45 start. And then Wings is at $15. Ryan Mustaine put C. That was either for Poison, Tyler Childers, or Wasp. Here's another Wasp. Their self-titled album has to be mastered, $33.99. And Joni Mitchell Blue, California, Bernie Grumman remastered, $29.99. $29.99. And Extreme 2 Porno Graffiti. Extreme 2 is $39.99. Did somebody want Danger earlier? This is a new music on vinyl pressing for $39.99. Danger. Also, Charlie Brown. And this is the one I was talking about last night. I literally back ordered 3 copies. These were not in stock with my distributor. And somebody, I had a wait list for somebody, Michael Fairchild. So, Michael, I better pull this for you right now. This could very well be the last copy in here. This could very well be the last copy in here, so, or in the store. That's sold to Michael Fairchild. Charlie Marks on Poison. Nuclear Assault has a new bid for $44. Michael Freiberger, you're out. Cinderella's at $15. Wings is at $15. And Trivium, The Crusade. Trivium's a Gatefold 2 LP, $39.99 for that. And Dio, Holy Diver. Holy Diver is a 2 LP remaster, includes the bonus track Evil Eyes with etching, $44.99 for Dio. Holy Diver, we have Metallica and Justice for All, Shortest Straw, Frayed Ends of Sanity, One, Blacken, and Justice for All, Metallica, $44.99. And I've only got 2 of these left. This is Coverdale Page. This is Jimmy Page and David Coverdale. Live, $34.99, unofficial. Zach Flowers on Trivium. That is sold. Nuclear Assault, $45, now $46. Right now, the bid's $46 of Hessen Session. Wolverine gets wings for $15, and then Cinderella is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $45. Let's move, let's keep moving. Next auction, coming from the Advertised Hop Records, is the following. I have Savage Grace, the Dominatrix, the Dominatrix. Savage Grace is an 83 USOG. It has 2 inserts. Let's take a look at those. This is EX condition, a $30 start for Savage Grace. 5-track EP, Metal Blade. It has 2 inserts with it. Very cool. It has a lyric insert and like a catalog insert. Look at all those cool metal covers from Metal Blade. There's the back cover. And this is going to go up for a $30 start. Scott Dwallow on self-titled Wasp. That's right here. That's sold to Scott Dwallow. Thank you. And then we got 3 copies of this newest Thompson Twins Greatest Hits. It's called Industry and Seduction. It's a 2 LP orange and green vinyl, double LP gatefold, new compilation, $44.99. Warren Zevon, the Bernie Grumman Rhino Reserve all analog cut, Werewolves of London, $36.99. That's a really good pressing of that. Our next auction is going to go up another Japanese single, and that Japanese single is right here, folks. It's The Sounds of Silence, Cuckoo Cachoo, Mrs. Robinson. That's Simon and Garfunkel. Don't get it confused with Savage Grace. Nuclear Assault, it looks like it's up to one person, Kenny Roll. Do you want to outbid Hessen Session, who has a bid for $46? How about Faith No More, Album of the Year? Faith No More is $59.99. Kelly Gabney on Werewolves of London. That is sold to Kelly Gabney. I've got 1 extra copy left. Stone Temple Pilots live. This is on colored vinyl, 1994, Massachusetts, $29.99. 3 copies. Cool and the Gang's great. Whoop, that's Scorpions, Chad. Cool and the Gang's Greatest Hits. Get Down on It. Jungle Boogie, $33.99. And Scorpions, this is Love Drive, $44.99. Import, 180 gram, colored vinyl, soft touch sleeve, $44.99. 1 copy left of Velvet Underground Loaded, clear vinyl. You get Sweet Jane, Rock and Roll, man, clear vinyl, Velvet Underground, $29.99. Clutch is on orange vinyl, Slow Hold to China. Clutch is $29.99. And then John Lennon, Power to the People. This is John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band, live in New York, 1972, new official release, $79.99. Charlie Marks on Scorpions. Simon and Garfunkel sold for $15 to Wolverine. Nuclear Assault is officially sold to Hessen Session for $46. And now Savage Grace is at $37. Andy Lane, you're out. MT Matt has it for $37. Let's grab another auction, maybe from, quote, the bonus crate. Let's see what I got over here in the bonus crate. First thing I've got to do is move some stuff around so I can get to the bonus crate. Let me put all that right there. Okay. Here we go. Testament. I teased this last night. This is a 89 USOG promo copy. This is near mint minus a $95 start. Testament, Practice What You Preach. Holy moly, a 1046 surprise. An 89 US. Now, this one is just a gold stamp promo. The label doesn't say promo. I don't think there's a promo copy of this that exists. Testament's a $95 start. Also in here, we had Godzilla soundtrack, $33.99. The Ramones, Pet Cemetery, red vinyl. The Ramones is $19.99. And then here's some analog for you. ZZ Top DeGuelo and ZZ Top El Logo. This is Kevin Gray remasters. We got El Loco and DeGuelo, $39.99 for ZZ Top and ZZ Top. I also have Afterburner. I also have Recycler. I also have Eliminator. That's El Loco and DeGuelo there. And then there's the Ramones. There's John and Yoko. There's Clutch, Velvet Underground, Cool and the Gang, Stone Temple Pilots, Faith No More, Warren Zevon, Thompson Twins, Coverdale Page, Metallica Dio, Extreme, Joni Mitchell, Wasp, Tyler Childers. Testament's a $95 start. Savage Grace, looks like we're done. MT Matt has it for $36. Our next auction is Excursion, and Excursion is an 83 USOG limited edition red vinyl. Excursion, limited edition red vinyl with insert VG Plus. This is just a $25 start on Excursion. There's Testament. Anybody else on anything in here? JM, $25. Is that for something in here? Everything in this crate is sticker price. This is all brand new sealed vinyl, so whatever those prices I just said are the price. Next auction is going to go up right now. You say goodbye. I say hello. I Am the Walrus. The Beatles, Japanese single, $15 start on that. Okay, nice. Let's breeze through another one over here right quick. Still got a few crates of new vintage stuff. Oh boy, you say goodbye. I say hello. Goodbye, goodbye, hello. Dio's Holy Diver, 2LP remaster. 2LP remaster, $44.99. So yeah, Mr. Wayne Bartow, all those are sticker price. There's only about one thing that is always sticker price here, and that's our new sealed vinyl. I'd love to have you as a new customer, I think, but all those are always sticker price. Okay, and then Savage Grace is sold to MT Matt for $37. Let's get that repackaged over here. There's the Beatles, next Japanese single. Excursion, Andy Lane, you're out. Mike Straw's bid of $30. Came in first, by the way. And then Wayne Bartow says he will take Joni. I think you're a first-time buyer. If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. Great pressing here of Joni Mitchell Blue. I love the song on here, Carrie. This is Joni Mitchell Blue. Laura just dropped off a crate of newly priced metal. Holy moly. And this is $29.99, newly remastered by Bernie Grumman. Brian Berry, all the new vinyl is sticker price, but I will love to sell you Dio for $44.99. Should have probably not put up Testament so late without advertising it. This is only a $95 buy it now. Testament, practice what you preach, $95 buy it now. So if you're a new buyer over on Facebook, just make sure you fill out our first-time buyer form. The link is in the description of the video. If you're on Facebook, I would prefer for you to send us a direct message on YouTube. I mean a direct message on Facebook, sorry. So if you click on our Facebook page, you can click on send message, and you can send us a direct message. $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy, and that's for tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. That will be 7 days straight of unlimited shipping, because we do this every night, about 8 hours a day, and anything you pre-order as well. So Brian Berry Dio is $44.99 if you decide you want that. How could you say no? Honestly, the Trivium is what color vinyl? Well, it's already sold, but it's black vinyl. Tim Voldness has Beatles at $15. Andy Lane, you're out on Excursion. Let's put up another auction, and that next auction is over here, and that is Quick Change, Circus of Death. Quick Change is an 88 euro original on Roadrunner EX edition, a $35 start on that. And so, yeah, anybody new, if you do make a first purchase, and I didn't recognize your name, which I'm pretty good about recognizing first-time buyers, just make sure you send us a message, or if you're on YouTube, you can fill out the first-time buyer form, or if you've already done that, then just let me know so they can go hunt down your information and we can get y'all tagged, okay? All right. The 45 was the Beatles, Hello, Goodbye, and I Am the Walrus. All right, let's keep moving over here. First thing I have is Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. These are all new sealed sticker price. Pink Floyd is $36.99. We have The Best of Warrant. That's a 2LP red vinyl, limited to 2,000. Warrant is $54.99. And by the way, Laura just dropped off another insane crate of straight price metal. We're going to be hitting that next. So kind of the agenda, since we are approaching that 11 o'clock hour, when things start getting a little bit different, we're going to go through this crate, which won't take very long at all. I still got plenty of auctions. We're getting to the point where everything else tonight is surprise and bonus. I'll be going through Laura's crate. We'll probably knock out at least one half off vintage. Probably won't even get to some of the new stuff, because we'll have plenty of time to show that tomorrow. Auctions, and then we definitely need to recap tonight's new vinyl. Man, we had so much new vinyl. We had 9 crates of new vinyl, and I think we still have 8 crates of new vinyl. So most of it's still over here. I really need to get that inventory down on that one, okay? I registered with Ed through Twitch yesterday, but I'm on Facebook. Okay, so Wayne is registered. Thank you. And Dio is so too, Brian Berry. Here we go. We got a lot of stuff to get to. I know, there's a lot. It's already 11. And I started on time tonight. I started before 6 o'clock. I knew it was going to be busy because those autographs take a long time. The autographs tonight probably threw about 30 minutes into our delay. And speaking of autographs, the only ones I still have left out of tonight that was advertised is the following. I've got Kiss, I've got REM, I've got Motorhead, Bee Gees, and the Iron Maiden stuff. And the only other one I've added is Creed. Okay, so that's the only autographs that are left tonight. That's the only autographs. All the other advertised stuff is gone. And if you're interested in the Kiss record, the REM poster, the Motorhead, Bee Gees, the 2 Iron Maidens, let me know, okay? There's that. So, first thing is the following. We have Out on Excursion. Beatles got a new bid for 17, then 19. Testament got an offer from MT Matt for 85. Matt, I'd really just love to run this again, but I know you're not going to let me do that. So how about I sell it to you for $85? And then the opening bid on Quick Change, $35. Yes, autographs. R.M. Lazelle never did remind me. So we had one person ask about it. If I can find it, see, I knew it. R.M. Lazelle, if you're out there, you didn't remind me, and now we've almost forgot about Yes. See, I didn't have it on my list because it's not new. It's something I've had for a little while. I was just going to try to sell it tonight because I actually traded another high-end item for it, so I've just been trying to get my trade value back out of it. I can put it up. It's going to be a $575 start. I can put it up. It will be a $575 start, but give me a second. Tonight, we've sold AC/DC poster. We sold the Black Sabbath autographs. We sold Black Crowes. We sold Ramones. We sold the King Griffey bat. And the other ones are still available. So, pretty incredible. I hate to see some of those go. That AC/DC and Black Sabbath autographs, that was tough to let those go, but they're gone. Okay, so very quickly, make sure I didn't miss anything here. We've really got off target with the me reading off everything. I try not to do that too often. Excursion over here. Excursion is sold to Mike Straws for $40, okay? That's sold, and the Beatles is still getting bids. It's at $25, and Quick Change is at $35. I'll show some of those signed items in just a second. We got to do these, and then Laura's crate, but stick with me. Pink Floyd, $38.99. The Best of Warrant, 2 LP red vinyl, $54.99. Depeche Mode, Construction Time Again. Depeche Mode is $29.99. The Black Crowes, Southern Harmony and Musical Companion. The Black Crowes is $33.99. Soundgarden, Louder Than Love, $34.99 for Soundgarden. And The Best of Sinead O'Connor, $36.99. The Best of Sinead O'Connor. Sam Cooke, Not Beat, Mr. Soul. This is limited edition 2000 on green vinyl, $39.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is going to be the following. I have, going up for bid right now, Cinderella. We just sold Long Cold Winter. Here is Night Songs. It's an 86 US OG Hot Pog. Strong VG, VG Plus, just a $20 start on that. Quick Change has a new bid for $36. Tim Voldness is at $33 on the Beatles. Wolverine's out. I have the Replacements, Don't Tell a Soul. The Replacements is $29. Mushroom Head, Call the Devil, red vinyl, $34. Poison, Native Tongue is $46. And Pearl Jam, Rearview Mirror, $38.99 for Pearl Jam Rearview Mirror. Also, we have King Diamond, the Puppet Master. King Diamond's on white and red marble vinyl, a 2 LP. It includes poster. King Diamond is $44.99. And Alice Cooper Killer, 180 gram, all analog, $34.99 for Alice Cooper. And speaking of all analog, the Cars, Rhino Hi-Fi Edition, Kevin Gray, $39.99, okay? So Beatles is sold to Tim Voldness for $33. Quick Change is at $40. David Baber's out. Cinderella does have a bid for $20. This is all new and sealed stuff in here, including Mastodon, Crack the Sky, 2LP $44.99. Metallica Reload, the fuel, excuse me, I almost said the fuel remains. The fuel remains in the tank. Give me fuel. The memory remains. 44. Give me fire. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? $39.99. And Emperor Prometheus, the discipline of fire and demise. Emperor is $33.99. Zach Flowers on Mastodon, and that was on limited edition sky blue colored vinyl. System of a Down Hypnotize is $24. Metallica Kill 'Em All $29. Cypress Hill Temples of Boom, Cypress Hill 3 $38.99. And Paradise Lost 1 Second $49.99. Quick Chains and Cinderella is about to sell for $20. Next one is Abattoir. What is this called? Abattoir. Is that 2 T's? Is that 2 A's, a B, 2 T's, an O, an I, and an R? That is an 86 USOG EX, a $30 start for the only safe place. I might need some phonics on that one. Emperor is officially sold to Kelly Gabney. Thank you on that, Kelly. And then what is the vinyl on Test Any Spine Damage? So yeah, Testament is, let's look over that again. Testament, the exact detail reads an 89 US gold stamp promo specialty press. It has the original lyric insert, hop sticker. The vinyl is near mint minus. Near mint minus. It has the inner sleeve. No dings. It does have a saw mark. Hop sticker, and a gold stamp promo. Yeah, that happens to honestly be really nice. That was supposed to be a $90 starting bid. I have an $85 buy it now on that if anybody wants it. I've Abattoir, okay? No wonder, it's French. I can barely speak English. Quick Change 40, Cinderella 20, Quick Change 41. We sold Mastodon, we sold Emperor, Cinderella 21, Quick Change 45, Cinderella 21, Cinderella 22, Cinderella 25, Cinderella 25, Quick Change 46, and Cinderella 26. And he said he will take Testament for $85, okay? Almost done with this quick recap here, and then Laura's got a full crate over here. Testament was kind of a bonus auction for tonight. Didn't get a bid, sold to MT Matt for $85. Metallica, the Black Album, is $36. Megadeth, So Far So Good So What, is $33. And Candlebox is $44.99. Music on Vinyl 2LP. 3 Days Grace is $24.99. Outsider. Megadeth Peace Sells But Who's Buying is $36. Blink-182 is $36. And Pantera Cowboys from Hell, $29.99. So quick change. The last bit over here was David Baber at $46. This is now up to Andy Lane. Cinderella's at $30 with Lewis Kulik. And I think the other bidders are out. And Abattoir does not have a bid yet. And let's look at that one more time. And that is a $30 start on that, okay? Quick Change is still getting bids. Let's not forget about our Japanese singles over here. And the next one is Yesterday. I remember watching Collectco. I should have bought more records, but I watched people outbid me, and now I regret it. For Yesterday, I should have bought more records. $15 start. I Should Have Known Better is the B-side. Those go hand in hand. Next is Trivium, The Sin and the Sentence. Trivium is $39.99. And Trivium, Silence in the Snow. Trivium is $39.99. All right, sold a few out of there. I consider that a win. Go through an older stock crate of new vinyl. If we can sell a few out of there, it's a win. We're down to a lot of curse of the single records. A lot of these are just like one. We've sold them and sold them and sold them, and I have one left, and that's it. And you can buy them now. You might catch them on sale next month, but when they're on sale, there'll be about 20 people trying to grab it at once. So your decision. I had left Trivium, Pantera, Blink-182, Megadeth, 3 Days Grace, Candlebox, Megadeth, Black Album, Paradise Lost, Cypress Hill, Metallica, System of a Down, A Brother Art Thou, Metallica, The Cars, Alice Cooper, King Diamond, Pearl Jam, Poison, Mushroom Head, The Replacements, Sam Cooke, Sinead O'Connor, Soundgarden, Black Crowes, Depeche Mode, Warrant, and Pink Floyd. Quick Change is at $48. David Baber's out. This is sold to Andy Lane for $48. Cinderella sold to Lewis Kulik for $30. And Abattoir is a $30 buy now. That leaves the Beatles. Did you say you had Trivium absent? I got Trivium Silence in the Snow. I got Trivium The Sin and the Sentence. And we sold out of earlier of The Crusade. And then Abattoir is sold to David Baber for $30. The Beatles has a new bid for $17. Hypnotize is sold to James Young. Now we're down to one copy. Again, the curse of the single record theory. That means it's a lot easier for me to sell a record if I have 5 copies than 1 copy. So let's say I had 5 copies of Metallica Reload in here. I bet I would have sold at least 3, but because I have 1, we're not going to sell any. Bizarre phenomenon, right? All right, let's go through this next crate of lore, and then I'm going to show these no-bid autographs. Let's try to get some of these sold. My goal was, I told Tanner, I was like, I think we can sell every one of these tonight. There's a couple that may not sell. We'll have to put them on eBay, wait for a month or 2, maybe a year. The high-end stuff like Sabbath and AC/DC, of course, sold. And I thought maybe they would have got up into the, I could have swore AC/DC could have got up in the 2,000 plus range, but it did sell. Depeche Mode is Construction Time Again. $29.99. Gatefold, new and sealed. Okay, everything in that crate was new and sealed, sticker price. Let's put up some more auctions, okay? Next thing I have is Iron Maiden, Run to the Hills. Oh, goodness. An 82 Euro OG, 12-inch 45 maxi single. And this is a $45 start. Run to the Hills. Good luck bidding. Newly priced metal stuff here from Laura. The Beatles is at $35, so to Wolverine. And there's Iron Maiden. Let's grab some more singles. There's Run to the Hills. Good luck bidding on that. Next auction is CCR, Traveling Band, and Who'll Stop the Rain. Good one there. $15 start on the Japanese CCR. And the first no bid tonight, let's go to the oldest one and work our way back, I should say. And the first no bid tonight was signed by Lemmy Kilmister, Phil Campbell, and Mickey D. This is $575. $575. So essentially the signed item is this photo. It's a signed photo. It's been matted already with a photo of Lemmy and then these 2 CDs. You could remove this if you wanted to and do something else with it. It's already on a nice display. It's signed, a 5x7 photo. 3 signatures, Lemmy Kilmister, Phil Campbell, and Mickey D. This is $575. Signed Motorhead photo with Lemmy, Phil, and Mickey. $575 on that. That's only one of about 4 autographs that didn't sell tonight. So that's $575. Let's go ahead and say Iron Maiden has bids for $45 and now $50. Tim Voldness wants a copy of Candlebox. That sold. See, we had 2 of those. Now we have 1. And we had 2 SODs. See? That's why SOD sold. There was 2 of them. And now Candlebox sold because there was 2 of these. Now there's 1 Candlebox and now there's 1 System of a Down. Thank you, Tim Voldness, on that. Iron Maiden's really cool, and I've got other surprises like that. See, that was an unadvertised record for tonight. Can you believe it? And what about Saxon? Holy moly. Yep, let's get started right here with Saxon. I don't remember this one. Strong Arm Metal. Strong Arm Metal. Saxon is an 84 French OG compilation, near mint minus. Now, it looks like there's writing, but honestly, that is on shrink, and that can easily come off. Yeah, that will come off with alcohol easily. So that's on the shrink. Saxon is a $30 start. CCR is at $15. Straight price metal. Let's get going. That V8 didn't do much to me. I figured... hold on a minute. I have a note. Okay, so I've got a translation on the Bee Gees over here. I consulted and got an answer on the Bee Gees. So let me show that. I now have an answer for us. Okay, so the Bee Gees. Okay, so over here on the left, it says Love Robin, Bee Gees. So that's signed by Robin Gibb. It says Love Robin, Bee Gees. Down here, it says Love Maurice Gibb. and then 2 Mary Rose signed by Barry Gibb. So that handwriting is with Barry Gibb. This is Maurice Gibb, and this is Robin Gibb. And he wrote, "Love Robin, Bee Gees, love Maurice," and then 2 Mary Rose, Barry Gibb. So now you know what's, and this is a signed booklet, and it was actually stuck down inside of this copy of Odessa. I thought it was a booklet that went inside Odessa, so we can just put this out for sale. But if anybody wants that, the Bee Gees was $475, okay? $475. Now we know, okay? Now we know. I got an answer on that. So for those that were interested, pretty dang cool. So it is personalized to a Mary Rose, evidently. I guess that's somebody's name, Mary Rose. And then they wrote, "Love Robin, Bee Gees, love Maurice," and there's Barry Gibb. Okay, that's the translation on that. That was confusing even for me. And I didn't look at it last night too closely. I was just trying to get comps on close Bee Gees stuff, and of course it was signed Barry Gibb, Robin Gibb, Maurice Gibb. Okay, all right, that's pretty cool. I've never had anything signed by them, so that's $475. I'd love to sell it to somebody. What happened over here? CCR still getting bids. What about Iron Maiden? Did we finish up on that? It was at $55 with David, Chris Gardner. You're out on Iron Maiden, by the way, Chris. And the Saxon, there's the tracks from Scott Arnold. He just posted them. Strong Arm of the Law, Wheels of Steel, Never Surrender, etc., etc. Scott has that in the chat right now, $30. Have I shown the first record in here? I don't think I have I? Oh, my gosh. Okay, Death Angel. Music on vinyl, $24.99. Everybody's like, any day now, Chad. Death Angel, just $24.99. Of course, that's music on vinyl. That would normally be $39.99. 3 inches of blood. Here awaits thy doom. That is sealed. 3 inches of blood. $19.99. CCR 26, CCR 28. Death Angel. Sold to Kenny Rose. Scott Dwallow. Straight price metal. Never shown before. First time showing it. 3 inches of blood. Sold to Deckelman. These are going to get gone fast. Night Demon. Night Demons on red vinyl. $19.99 for Night Demon. Omen, Warning of Danger. Omen is a 2017 reissue with poster, $24.99. So we got Iron Maiden 60 and we got Saxon 30. Jay Nutra put Exodus. Exodus. Did you mean Saxon? He did, okay? And then over here we have CCR, and the last bit on that, CCR, Tim Voldness 26, CCR 28. You had me in a trance. Have no idea what you said. There you go. And then Andy Lane on SND. SND was, hold on, I'm smacking my I'm hitting the top of my head like, I'm rubbing my belly. Hold on one second. Okay, Andy Lane wanted ND for Night Demon, okay? And then over here, Omen, so to Ken Crooker, okay? Maurice is pronounced like Morris. Really? Morris Gibb. You've got to be kidding me. I didn't know that. Love Maurice. Maurice, not Morris. Love Morris Gibb. Okay. See, learn something new every day. Okay, so we got that figured out. Wow, everything's still getting bids except CCR. We might be done. The last bid that was registered, Tim Voldness, you're out on CCR, just FYI. He says he's done. Okay. We're about to sell that then, and then we're going to roll another one. Bolt Thrower. Those once loyal. Bolt Thrower is a limited edition to 7,500. It's on that color vinyl. And don't forget, Laura loves Bolt Thrower. $34.99 on that. And then we have Dark Tranquility Moment, Revolver exclusive. Dark Tranquility, $44.99. 2021 U.S. repress, limited 200 on translucent yellow vinyl. A Revolver magazine exclusive, $44.99. So CCR is sold. CCR is sold. Wolverine, $28. Saxons, $38. Iron Maiden, $65. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. It's another single. And that next Japanese single is Get Back. Get Back. Don't Let Me Down. $15 start on that. Next is Megadeth. The World Needs a Hero. Sealed, $34.99 for Megadeth. And then we also have Creator. That's like the box set. I still don't know what this one's called. $27.99. And Endorama. We had the box set of this last night. Endorama, $27.99 for that, okay? Let's go back to the top. So Iron Maiden 65, Saxon 38, Saxon 40, Iron Maiden 63, Iron Maiden 67, and Alonzo on M for Megadeth. All right, and then the Beatles is a $15 start. This is Get Back and Don't Let Me Down on Apple. $15 start on that. Get Back. Sepultura, Beneath the Remains. Great price, sealed, $29.99, $29.99. Danny was second on Megadeth. Repulsion, Horrified, colored vinyl, $20, $19.99. Clear with Swamp, Green Cloudy Effect, and Splatter Edition, limited 200. Ooh, that was a great knee pop right then. Deckelman on S for Sepultura, sold to Deckelman. S, Sepultura, sold. Repulsion was next, and this is, I don't know, this is Carnifex. Carnifex, C-A-R-N-I-F-E-X, $19.99 on that. And then we have Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, $39.99. 2020 Rhino 2LP, okay? So first thing we're going to do is update Iron Maiden. This is Run to the Hills, the maxi single. Very nice. And this was a 12-inch single of Iron Maiden, Run to the Hills, an 82 euro original. And then it actually comes with an inner sleeve that doesn't go with it. There's a random inner sleeve down in there. It's not bad, a very nice VG Plus. And the last bid was Danny Thomason at $67. The other auction was Saxon, Strong Arm Metal. And then Saxon over here, Sean Miller had it for $40, and I think that's a final call. And then we had a Japanese Beatles, Get Back and Don't Let Me Down, $15 start, final call. Scott Arnold on Repulsion. That's sold to Scott Arnold. Thank you on that one. And then over here, we have Ingested, Clear of Red Splatter, Deathcore, $34.99. And Hell Ripper, The Affair of the Poisons. Hell Ripper is black metal, speed metal, $22.99. And this one was Tankard, Two-Faced. Tankard is sealed on gray and black split, $24.99. Wow. Tim Voldness has the Beatles for $15. Final call. And let's go ahead and be grabbing the next auction from the bonus crate. And that one is going to go up. Oh, we got another Iron Maiden after that one sells. I don't know what this is. Is this Michael Thompson band? We'll wait on that one. Let's put up Fastway. No, we'll wait on that one. Let's put up Stevie Ray Vaughan. Nah, we'll wait on that one. Let's do AC/DC. Yeah, not right now. Let's do Axe. No, not right now. Let's do this. No, not right now. Let's do another AC/DC. Yeah, not right now. Let's go ahead and put up this Metallica. Not right now. Let's put up this other Metallica. Not right now. Let's put up this Van Halen. Not right now. Let's go ahead and put up this Twisted Sister. Not right now. At this point, Chad's life was at risk. Okay, Y&T, here we go. All right, so I have Y&T Mean Streak. What awesome artwork. Y&T is an 83 UKOG 12-inch 45 RPM VG Plus condition. Y&T is a $15 start. Mean Streak, Straight Through Hell, and Dirty Girl, $15 start on that. Speaking of Hell, I've said Hell a lot tonight. Hell Ripper, Soda Hiram Aponte. Deckelman on T for Tankard. And Iron Maiden has a new bid for $68. The Beatles are sold to Tim Voldness for $15. And then Saxon over here is officially sold to Sean Miller for $40. Iron Maiden's at $68. Y&T's at $15. And then continuing with the straight price metal, we have Ozzy, No More Tears. Tears, $29.99 for Ozzy. And this is, hold on a second, yep, Malevolent Creation, Memories of a Beast. This is on white vinyl, death metal, $19. Ozzy, sold to Bradley Smith. And folks, we've got a full crate. I got to do some switching and ruin. Hold on a second. I love when the crate fills up. It's like, a full crate. Especially with that stuff. Do I have another empty one around here? I literally had a wall of empty crates yesterday stacked up here behind me. And I guess he was going through the iceberg tonight. So I bet he really chipped away at those. I got to run that yes tomorrow when more people are asking for it again. Yeah, I really don't want to sell it. Let's just forget I even said yes, okay? The Men in Black, I'm going to, I don't have a yes poster, okay? Next thing is Bradley O, and that was Ozzy. And then over here, Grumpy Moose on Pantera. You got it. All right, and then Y&T Scott Arnold's out, and then David Saunders on Iron Maiden for 68. It's up to one man. His name is Danny Thomason. Next thing is Knocked Loose, a different shade of blue. Knocked Loose is $29.99 with a note from Laura. Laura loves Knocked Loose, a 4-heart rating. That's getting up there, folks. $29.99. Next auction, a Japanese single. And that one is going to go up right now. This is Come On Eileen, the Dexys Midnight Runners. Japanese single, $15 start on that with that artwork that was on the cover. And then over here we have Ultimatum, Mechanics of Perilous Times. Ultimatum is $34.99. And Angelus Arpatharita. This one is Cabaret de la Guillotine. And this is Thrash, $24.99. And this is a guillotine scene where pigs and people's heads are being cut off. $24.99 on that. Y&T Scott Arnold's out. This is sold to Tom Kelly for $20. Iron Maiden is still getting bids. Danny's at $70. Now it's back to David Saunders. Dexy's Midnight Runners is a $15 start. Hiram Aponte on Angelus. And Deckelman was second. We also have Exodus, British Disaster. That's gold vinyl, $24.99. $24.99. Next auction. This is Iron Maiden. No, we still got another Iron Maiden. I can't do another Iron Maiden until that one sells. Still keeps getting bids. People don't like to go down without a fight on an Iron Maiden record. Believe me, I've only sold about 100,000 of them. We have Mother's Milk, Red Hot Chili Peppers. This has nothing to do with Metal Night, but it's a dang desirable record because it's OG. Red Hot Chili Peppers is an 89 U.S. club. EX Edition and Shrink, $125 start on that. Next is Lights of the Morning Star, Cemetery Glow. Black Metal Goth, $14.99 on that. And then Death, non-analog on stage, Belgium, 1991. Death is $19.99. Who was the other bidder on Iron Maiden? David Saunders, or you're out there. Danny has it for $70. Dexy's Midnight Runners is a $15 buy it now if anybody wants it. And then we got 3 Inches of Blood. 3 Inches of Blood is sealed, $19.99. Battle Cry Under a Winter Sun, and that is sealed for $19.99. Deckelman got 3 Inches of Blood. And we have Nervosa, Perpetual Chaos, Thrash, Red Vinyl, $22.99. I'm officially starting a timer on Iron Maiden. Danny has it for $70, final call. Red Hot Chili Peppers, $1.25 to get that one started. Let me squat down here and see what else is in this crate. Well, we try to find everything that's metal. Is this Spinal Tap? Okay, that's what I thought. It's just a black cover. I was like, I know it's not the Black Album because that wouldn't just be randomly over here. They would have had that like propped up on a pedestal. And of course, what's the next closest thing to the Black Album as far as the cover? Spinal Tap. So let's take a look at it. This is Spinal Tap, an 84 US OG Hop Hog. It is OG EX. Of course, this is a horrible jacket design. It's really impossible to find a perfect one, and this one has a couple creases. But we just don't get this one too often. And this is an 84 US OG Spinal Tap, $40 start on that. Okay, and then Danny Thomason gets Iron Maiden for $70. I lost David Saunders, so that's sold to Danny for $70. And need to put back Repulsion, but I'll take Death out of the crate. That's not the variant I needed. Okay, so Repulsion is going back in the bin. That's from the previous crate I already set over here. And then, sadly, I'll let Danny have it. I'm out. Okay, well, that just popped up. Luckily, I already caught it sold to him. The 45, Wolverine asked what it was, and then Tim Voldness claimed it. It's Dexy's Midnight Runners, Come On Eileen. $15 buy it now on that. Okay, so there's that. And let me go back over here and find Repulsion then. I'd already put that in a
another crate. Saxon, Ozzy, Repulsion, Megadeth. There it is. All right, let me take that out.
Whoever's watching the sale tomorrow, I'm taking this out of the crate. I'm putting it back, but he does want Death in here, okay? He does want Death in here. Wolverine wants some sexy. I think he meant Dexy, okay? Tim Voldness, I may have another one. Hold on a second. I may have another one. I could have swore. Yeah, here we go. Sell one to Tim Voldness. Sell one to Wolverine. Okay? All right, let's go over here. 3 inches of blood, 3 inches of blood. Wolverine got Dexy, Tim Voldness next. Death is pulled for Scott. Wolverine, Dexy. Did you see the new Spinal Tap version, original Smell the Glove cover? Kelly wants Repulsion. I got put one back too. Trivium. Already have the black vinyl. Thought all the new was blue. Now, when did you buy that? Is that something in this crate? Is that something you bought in this crate? Hold on, my head is spinning. I got that buffering symbol going over my head right now. Okay, Michael Hamburger puts Trivium Snow. Is that the record he's putting back? Next is Iron Maiden. Maiden in Japan. This is an 81 euro OG, 45 RPM, VG Plus, $15 start. Whoa. Quick time out. Processing, 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 buffering, blue screen, Control-Alt-Delete, reset, restart, enter your password. Okay. Hold on, my landing page is loading. Let me walk over here and try to find this. Let's see here. Dio, Excursion, Mastodon, Emperor, Testament, Quick Change, Cinderella, Avatar, System of a Down, Candlebox, 3 Inches of Blood, Night Demon, Omen, Megadeth, Sepultura, Hellfire, Tankard, Saxon, Ozzy, Vendetta, Charlie Brown, Poison, Trivium. I have in the sold crate a copy of Trivium the Crusade. Are you sure you even bought that? I have a copy of Trivium the Crusade. Now, I don't know what color it is, honestly. If you need me to verify this, let me mark this spot in this crate. I can scan it. Here's the policy on new sealed records. If they don't put it on the hype sticker, you probably need to assume it's black vinyl. Okay? Because they, look how big the barcode is. Good gosh. This is on blue vinyl. See, it would help me out. This is on blue vinyl. So if that's the one you're talking about, it is on blue vinyl. And this is still in stock if anybody else wants one. Okay? Now, the only thing I can do right now is take bids on these and sell records out of here. That's the only thing I can do right now. Otherwise, y'all could see my head literally just blow up right now. Okay? We don't want that to happen because that means Chad would not have any record sales anymore because my head would blow up. So let me go back, make sure I haven't missed any claims, and we'll stay on these right now. Don't go anywhere. You know, take some Adderall or something and stay up with me. Michael Hamburger put Trivium Snow. Now that was from the last crate, and if that's a claim from the last crate, I've got it right over here, okay? It's $39.99, Michael Hamburger. Luckily, that's right here next to me. Then, the most recent auction is Iron Maiden at $15, $15, $16, and then Iron Maiden $20. Spinal Tap is a buy now for $40. Spinal Tap is a buy now for $40. The original soundtrack, inner sleeve. The vinyl's not bad. Covers VG because of that ding. And Red Hot Chili Peppers is a $125 buy now. Okay, now Iron Maiden's at $20. I'm going to leave this out. We're still not done with this crate. Then we got to go through it again. Odom, I think. That's a reissue of a pretty tough to get metal record. Odin, 1999. I think that's what that is. Yeah. Odin, 1999. ODIN. Bonded by Blood. Thrash, 1799. Exiled to Earth. Bonded by Blood, 1799. Danny on ST. And then Richard Davis on Odin. Okay. We got to figure out what ST is. And then Deceased, Luck of the Corpse, $34.99. Deceased, Thrash Heavy Metal, $34.99. So we have 20, I am 20, I am out, I am 25, ST, Odin, BBB, BBBBBBD. And then our next auction is going to be the following. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. Dun 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 dun. Run dun 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 dun. In shrink, and this is an 87 US club copy, $55 start on that. So Richard Davis on Odin, unless Danny got oddly auto-corrected there, we're about to find out. Right now we'll say Richard Davis, and then Deckelman on BBBB, and then Scott Arnold was next on BBBBBB, and then Andy Lane got Deceased, and Kelly Gabney was next. And then we have Megadeth. This is 13. Megadeth is $32.99. Also, Creator, Renewal. Creator is sealed $29.99. Andy wants to pass on Deceased. So this is now sold to Kelly Gabney and not Andy Lane. Iron Maiden is a high bid of 25 of David Saunders. I'm making sure that Danny Thomason doesn't want to bid again. This is Skeletal, $19.99 for Skeletal, yeah, $19.99 on that. And over here is Razor Live, and Razor is $19.99. Live Osaka Sakui, something like that. Hiram Aponte on M for Megadeth. Stephen Lewis Jr. is sold. Did you auction the Excursion? Every advertised auction from the Hype Picture is sold to a new home. So everything that was posted in the Hype Gallery earlier, that is all sold. There's none left. The only thing I have left tonight is everything I'm pulling out of these bonus crates. Michael Hamburger, did you want a copy of Trivium Silence in the Snow? I never did get that confirmation from him. I got to find out. Next Japanese 45 is going to go up right now, and that is the following. That is the Hollies, and this is the Hollies Bus Stop. The Hollies Bus Stop actually happens to be on red vinyl. How cool is this? That is actually about VG Plus, red vinyl, and that is going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start for Bus Stop Hollies. VG Plus sleeve as well, Japanese. Okay, there's this. Okay, his ST, that was a claim for Spinal Tap. Okay, Danny Thomason got Spinal Tap for $40. See, I even forgot I laid that over here. And that's sold to him. Michael Hamburger does get Trivium, Silence in the Snow. Those are sold, and then that left the following. Let me go back down kind of up here. M. Did I pull M yet? I pulled M. That was Megadeth. Pulled already. Steven was next. What versions Iron Maiden tracks? Any more 45s? Dustin Hodges on Razor. Iron Maiden 22. Richard Davis, you did get Odin then. And then Hiram Ponte on Skeletor. And then Spinal Tap is Spinal Tap buy it now $15. Spinal Tap was a buy it now for $40. Spinal Tap was a buy it now for $40. If that's, you might have misheard a price on that one. $40 on Spinal Tap. Okay. Iron Maiden is made in Japan. An 81 Euro OG 12-inch 45 RPM EP in shrink VG Plus vinyl. Side 1 has Running Free, Remember Tomorrow, and the flip side is Killers and Innocent Exile. Okay, that's an 81 Euro original. The cover is not bad at all. It's actually really nice in shrink wrap. The most recent high bid on Iron Maiden is as follows. I'm showing David Saunders 25. Danny Thomason went down at 22. So David Saunders still has it at 25. And over here is Guns N' Roses. Guns N' Roses is an 87 US Club in shrink EX, a $55 start, no bid. The Hollies is on red vinyl from Japan, VG Plus. There's Graham Nash, a $15 start on that. Anybody else? We're going to read through this crate again. Surprisingly, right in the front, a Creator record that did not get claimed. Now the Hollies has a bid for 17. Wolverine bid 15. Okay? So, Danny, just so you know, your bid is out of order on Iron Maiden. The high bid was already 25, and then you bid 22. So, we're just making sure you don't want to bid more than 25. Danny just bid 27. Okay? Now we're at 27. And now I'm going to stretch my leg because it feels like it could break in half at this point. Okay. We're going to read these again. I got a good brain reset earlier. Y'all probably heard me. I literally had a blue screen. I think I'm good and focused now. So here's what's left in here. Bolt thrower, those once loyal. Bolt thrower is $34.99, limited to 750, a 2020 press, $34.99. Also, Dark Tranquility. The hype sticker says 12th studio album from Swedish melodic death metal veterans. Limited edition translucent highlighter yellow vinyl. A Revolver exclusive sealed $44.99. David Saunders, you're out on Iron Maiden. The Hollies is sold to Wolverine for $20. And Guns N' Roses has a new bid for $55. David's back out on Iron Maiden at $30. Next is Creator and Indorama, right? I think it's Indorama, sealed for $27.99 for Creator. Also, this was Carnifex, Carnifex, split, as you can see, colored vinyl, $19.99. And this was Ingested, clear red splatter, deathcore, sealed, ingested, $34.99. Our next Japanese single is coming up right now. You may know this one as Hotel California. This is the Eagles, a $15 star for Hotel California. Really nice Japanese single there. We also have Malevolent Creation. Now, I think somebody asked about this about a half hour ago, but they said from the last crate. This was in this crate. Malevolent Creation, white vinyl death metal, $19.99. The Eagles has a bid for $15. We have Knocked Loose, a different shade of blue. Knocked Loose is $29.99. Also, Ultimatum. Ultimatum is a thrash album, $34.99. That one's called The Mechanics of Perilous Times, $34.99 for Ultimatum. Exodus, British Disaster, gold vinyl, $24.99. Light of the Morning Star, Cemetery Glow, $14.99. And Nervosa, Nervosa, Perpetual Chaos, thrash red vinyl, $22.99. And another Creator, Renewal. Creator is sealed, green vinyl, $29.99. Okay, there's that. Eagles 15, Eagles 20. Guns N' Roses sold to Corey James for $55. And then over here, Iron Maiden is sold to David Saunders for $30. Nice. Okay, let's put that away right here. And now we're ready for a couple more auctions. Okay, so, and I've recapped two of a few autographs. The first one I had was Lemmy and Motorhead. I've already shown that, $575. I showed the Bee Gees. That was $475. Let me stack these over here next to me so they're good and safe. And then the next thing was the REM poster. It's gigantic. It takes up this entire table, but I will show you the letter here. It's signed by Michael Stipe, Peter Buck, Mike Mills, and Bill Berry. Rare, large poster, $975 on REM. $975 on REM. If you want to see it, obviously, I would love to show it to you. That's available, $975. Eagles 15, 2022. Wolverine has it right now at 22. Anybody else anything in here? Let's grab a couple more things to auction. Back here on the auction block, I got Scorpions. And the Scorpions is being grabbed right now, and so is Michael Schenker. And this is Scorpions Fly to the Rainbow. Let's read the details on this. A 74 US OG, a US original on the tan label. Not bad either. EX condition. It does have a punch hole. VG Plus jacket, $25 start on that. And Michael Schenker portfolio. The Definite Collection. Michael Schenker. I don't recall seeing this before. An 87 UK. That's probably why. $25 start on that. All right, and then Hiram says Nervosa is a modern all-female thrash metal band, good stuff. And then Danny Thomason just put NV, and I'm assuming that's for Nervosa. Hiram, I don't owe you a commission for that, okay? let me flip over here. Hold on a second. Oh, hold on 1 second. So before the Eagles goes any further, where are we at? $22. What if I go ahead and do this? Let's go ahead and call this Soda Wolverine. And Tim Voldness, I've got another one here. This one looks perfect. I've got another one here, another one that looks perfect. Tim Voldness, if you want one for 22, and I'll sell you one. And then I've got one more. This one just has a hit of humidity spots. If anybody wants that one for 15, but both of the discs are nice. Both of the discs are really nice. So there's another opportunity, Tim. And there's another one, kind of check condition, on the cover for 15. So that way Wolverine can have a perfect one. You can have a perfect one. And then there's one a little bit cheaper if anybody wants one for 15. Before I swap out crates, let me show the next autographed item. This is not too easy to show either. This is a signed Iron Maiden hoodie. This is a signed Iron Maiden hoodie. And let me show this the best I can. It's signed by Bruce Dickinson, Adrian Smith, Dave Murray, Steve Harris, Janet Gears, and Nico McBrain. And this is a 2005 Iron Maiden Death of the Road hoodie. And it had a full letter from JSA. Very nice. Let's go to the top cam. You might even see it better that way. It's kind of hard to show this, but yeah, that's pretty cool. That is, let me get my laptop back out. $475, I believe. Most of these are all around that $400, $500, $600, $700, $800, $900 range. This one, to be exact, though, is $475. And I'm pretty sure I have a hat signed by the exact lineup, okay? $475 on Iron Maiden. This is the Death of the Road hoodie. Look pretty cool if you put it in a shadow box. Okay. There's that. And I just showed the letter. And this came from like an auction or something. Somebody had like a congratulations, or they won it. I think this is something that was won, probably like at a concert or something. Yeah. With compliments. You can see, I think it was won. It was something done through the mail. And then there was a hat over here. And I haven't actually shown the hat tonight at all, because I figured, well, somebody wanted that instead of the hoodie. But yeah. Oh, wrong camera angle. Sorry. I wasn't showing what I was trying to show y'all right here. Yeah. And then there's the hat. Signature's a little darker on that one, but they kind of signed in like a brown goldish pen, so it's kind of hard to see those. But all right, Tim Voldness takes another Eagles for 22. All right, so they both get one. And then over here, Scorpions doesn't have a bid, right? Yep, no bid on Scorpions, $25. Yep, no bid on Michael Schenker. That's $25. And let's grab another single. And these are all $15 start. And the next one I have is the Carpenters, only yesterday. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Larry says he would accidentally wear that and wash it. He couldn't buy it. He would accidentally wake up one morning trying to get to work on time and put that thing on and then spill mustard all over it. They'd be like, oh man, I spilled mustard all over my signed Iron Maiden hookie, Mom. Larry, I told you not to wear that. Wolverine is in on the Carpenters at 15. Okay, there's this, there's that. And then we got a little bit of this. We got a little bit of that. Take a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I feel like that's some kind of song I've heard before. That was in that Last Dance. It's probably some kind of hip-hop song. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. This, that. All right, all right, all right. Here we go. Let's go through my auction crate. Let's swap these crates out. Tribe, is that who that is? Yep, that was on The Last Dance. They're showing highlights of Jordan Duncan and faking people out. And I didn't know who that was. Thank you, Craig. All right. Let's knock these out. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 ding, ding. Lord just sent me tomorrow's hot picture. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. Hope y'all ready. All right. So first thing I have in here is this. Hurley by Weezer. Weezer's the 15th anniversary pressing, $34.99. Jar of Flies is sold to Mike Langford. Thank you, Mike. That's sold to you for $24.99. That's sold to Mike Langford. The Carpenters is sold to Wolverine for $15. Scorpions is sold to Nick Bargeron for $25. And Michael Shanker's a no bid, $25 buy it now, Michael Shanker. COC, America's volume dealer. Corrosion conformities on clear and white swirl, $34.99 on that. Mastodon, the Hunter. Mastodon is $36.99. And Corrosion Conformity Wise Blood, that's a 2LP music on vinyl, $49.99 on that. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Metallica and Def Leppard. Let's do it. So Metallica is Kill 'Em All, their debut album. It's a 2014 EX edition, $20 start on that. And then we got Def Leppard and 83 US Club, VG Plus Pittman Press, $25 start. And then the next Japanese single is Kodachrome and Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone. These are pretty dang cool. $15 start for Kodachrome and $15 start for Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone. 15 and 15. Good luck betting on those. I have another Corrosion Conformity, and over here this is Deliverance, and this is limited edition 1500 on crystal clear vinyl, $54.99. So I've got Corrosion, and I've got Corrosion. These are the Ed Sheeran albums that include an autographed photo, has a Polaroid photo, $33.99. No bonus tracks on Metallica. We had that record earlier. The bonus tracks are only on the 84 reissue, so no Am I Evil, no Blitzkrieg on this one, just the standard lineup, $20 start. Now, earlier tonight, we did have the one with the bonus tracks. I've got Blind Melon, music on vinyl, No Rain, $38.99. Ace Frehley, Space Invader. Space Invader is on clear and tangerine colored vinyl, $34.99. And we have Pearl Jam Vitology, $38.99. $38.99 for Pearl Jam. And then over here, we got Mad Season. We had this restocked tonight. Here's even more copies. Mad Season Above. Lane Staley doing some of the vocals from Alice in Chains. Very Tough OG. This is about the way to buy this. The original is hundreds of dollars, and it rarely comes through. Also, we have Kicks, Cool Kids. Kicks is $39.99, Go Vinyl, and Depeche Mode Violator. Depeche Mode is $29.99 for Depeche Mode, and then Mastodon Remission. Mastodon is $33.99 for Remission. Neon Violet from Relapse, okay? Next two Japanese singles, 15-15. And Def Leppard has a bid for $25. Straight Price Metal. I would have to consult with my staff, and if Laura's tuned in, she might can give us an update. I don't know how much is left. I know we've obliterated it, but I don't know if we've obliterated it to no return or if there's still a few scraps back there. Or she could say, actually, we've got enough to do about 5 more nights of it. So I will leave that answer up to Laura. She keeps kind of stock of straight price metal records for us right now, especially since Paul's been out of town most of the week. James Young on Remission, that's sold. Nick Bargeron gets Michael Shanker for $20. Speaking of 20, Metallica's a no bid, a nicely 180 gram pre-owned, lightly used copy for just a $20 buy it now. Def Leppard sold 1 bid, Mark V's $25, and these 2 singles are $15 buy it now. So Kenny Loggins and Paul Simon, $15.15 on those. Also in here we have Trisha Yearwood's Christmas album, Christmas Time. This is on green vinyl, $29.99. And LL Cool J, Mama Said Knock You Out. $34. That's on that Last Dance documentary too. LL Cool J, there's a Bad by LL Cool J, $34.99. Bigger and Deafer. And then Tony Iommi with Glenn Hughes. Great stuff here. $29.99 translucent black ice colored vinyl. And then we have Ramon's Brain Drain. The Ramones is $29. Tim Voldness says, I'll take the single. I'll take the single. Sold for $15. Sold for $15. What kind of stuff? I honestly don't know. Well, I know we bought a DJ's collection out of Dallas. So we bought, this is the only details I can tell you out of the 12,000 records that bought, because they were just unloaded about 5 hours ago. So I haven't looked at them. I hadn't got any pictures. I have no idea. But I do know they came from a radio station, a DJ out of Texas, I think in Houston. He was a radio DJ. So you can expect probably me saying Gold Stamp promo a lot or promo copy. And I see some big amps over here with tubes in them. And then this crate here, let's see. This crate here has, ooh, what is that? Interesting. Lady Gaga, Taylor Swift, The Cure, Taylor Swift, Rihanna, Tool. Oh, yeah, and then Wu-Tang Clan. We did buy back, we had a customer that had to sell his collection. So I bought a customer's collection. So I was about to say, a lot of that looked like our sticker prices. So, yeah, we bought like 1,000 albums back from a customer that had to sell his collection, it sounds like. So, yeah. And then here is the other autograph tonight. Kiss, signed by Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Bruce Kulick, and Eric Singer. And this is on colored vinyl, and it's signed. And that is $475. So that's the leftover autographs from tonight. Everything else sold. We still got Motorhead, Bee Gees, REM, Iron Maiden, Kiss, and Creed. Everything else sold. King Griffey sold, Megadeth sold, AC/DC sold, Black Sabbath sold. Those are all gone. Okay? Also finishing up this crate, Kelly Gabney got the Ramones. We sold the Ramones, too. That's the other big one we sold. We sold the Ramones. There's another copy, though. And then the Cult, Hidden City, $59.99. Laura says, from what I can tell, there's still a ton. It was all mixed up. Auction severe, so it had about half an hour and 9 crates of straight price mill. Okay, so there's that. So what she was saying is there was a ton of metal stuff still mixed in the back. And, yeah. So we've got more. Next auction is Metallica, the 598 EP. Unfortunately, though, a low-grade copy. You might can get a bargain copy right here. This is Metallica, the 598 EP, Garage Days Revisited. It has the hop sticker taped to the front. Somebody has took the sticker and taped it to the front. They've actually wrote their initials on Lars' face. And the vinyl, unfortunately, is low grade. VG minus. Just a $15 start for OG Metallica. James Young on Ramon's Brain Drain. That's sold to James Young. Next thing in here was Ace Frehley's comic. $39.99. That's a Friday Music colored vinyl pressing for Ace Frehley. $39.99 for that. Testament, low. Testament's $39.99. Twilight's $29.99. And the Thin Red Line soundtrack, limited edition 1000, aquamarine colored vinyl, numbered to 1000. So what Laura's basically saying is there's a ton of more straight metal we can price, and it is it's a lot. So yeah, if she's here and she's marking records tomorrow, you can see some then, and probably on Saturday too. So you metalheads don't want to miss. We're going after all that first, okay? That stuff is fast for her to price. It's all near mint in shrink or sealed. She can scan them, get comps, and mark them. That's why John puts out a lot of the classic rock. He's a lot faster at cleaning, and we price all that the same, and we put it out every day. So that's as soon as we get a collection of like new stuff and new metal. And this guy's collection, I know what he bought from us. He bought a lot of brand new sealed stuff and modern type pressings. That first tub I opened up, she'll be pricing that stuff too, because I saw like a Cure, like a Disintegration reissue that was still sealed. She'll go after that stuff, and that'll be probably coming up next week too. So Motorhead, $575. Signed by Lemmy, Phil Campbell, and Mickey D. Nick Bergeron, all you got to do is say, I'll take it. Lemmy Kilmister, Lemmy Kilmeister, I do that every time. Phil Campbell and Mickey D. All you got to do is say, I'll take it. Sold, $575. Matted with photo, CD, very cool. Okay, Metallica has a bid for 15. We also have Twilight New Moon, and we had another Twilight back here. So Twilight 29, Twilight 44. We also have Stone Temple Pilots. We got 2 more in another crate. That's a live unofficial for 29. Run DMC Raising Hell is 38. Cypress Hill is 29, and Run DMC Tougher Than Leather. Tougher Than Leather. Boy, blah, my brain's about fried. And I forgot to put up more singles. Tim Voldness and Wolverines tapping their foot. Any day now, Chad. Any day now, Chad. What about Carpenters in Asia? Nice. Yesterday, once more, the Carpenters is a $15 start, and Asia is a $15 start. Metallica Kill 'Em All. EX condition, $20. 2014 U.S. reissue remaster. EX, $20 start on that. Charlie Marks on Cypress Hill. That was a pretty good crate of new vinyl there. Sold a few out of there. Great, especially the Ramones. And let's go through. Actually, I need to take some time to restack and condense some stuff over here. Boy, tonight's, if I can pull all the Rush out, I could go through this stuff a lot faster because 40% of tonight's new vinyl was Rush. Rush restocks. I'm struggling in the last 15 minutes. And then, just so everybody knows, this is an OG Metallica back here, but it's very low grade. It's G+, VG-. It does have a bid for 15. Iron Wheel, if you don't want Metallica, Jason Fornrat says he'll take it. My brain, folks, is about fried. These Thursday night sales do me in rough, okay? There is a such thing as brain fatigue. I experience it on some nights. It's just the human brain goes, okay, I got to rest for a second. And sometimes after Thursday night sales, if I don't get what I need done and get out of here, I'll sit down for a few minutes and just fall asleep. It's like my brain evaporates. Luckily, it's still up there working right now. And let's go into another crate. I mean, it's like really late. By this time of the night, we're done with vinyl. Long done with vinyl by this time of the night, typically. And we're already showing miscellaneous. But y'all can kind of let me know what you're thinking. Vintage buy now best offer crate. We can show more new vinyl where we'll probably have metal. We can put up more auctions, etc., etc. But here's what's left in here. Weezer, Corrosion Conformity, Mastodon, Corrosion Conformity, Ed Sheeran, Blind Melon, Ace Frehley, Pearl Jam, Mad Season Kicks, Depeche Mode, Trisha Yearwood, 2 different LL Cool J's, Tony Iommi, The Cult, Ace Frehley, Testament, Thin Red Line, and then the New Moon or the Twilight movies, and then Stone Temple Pilots, Run DMC, Cypress Hill, and Run DMC. Okay, I never did hear back from Iron Wheel, so Jason Fornrat gets Metallica for 20. This Metallica sold to Hoopy 31 for 15. And then Carpenters in Asia are $15 buy nows. Carpenters is 15 and Asia is 15. Where's Wolverine at? He might want to buy those. Okay, and then over here, Charlie Marks wants 1 each of the Corrosion Conformities. So there's 1, there's 2, and then over here's the other one. New vinyl, recap, new vinyl. Yeah, let's do that. Y'all are talking about the newest new stuff from tonight, for sure. Because I went through it early and I went through it fast, trying to get to the metal stuff. All those are sold to Charlie Marks. Thank you. And then Pearl Jam is Vitology. Very nice packaging. 2 LP remaster, $38.99. There's 2 different Ace in here. Space Invader is still available. It's $34 for Space Invader. And then Fraley's Comic is $39. Colored vinyl from Friday Music. And this is also colored vinyl. Yeah, good stuff in here. Run DMC, Cypress Hill, Run DMC, STP, Twilight, Thin Red Line, Testament, Ace Frehley, Cult, Iommi, LL Cool J, Trisha Yearwood, Depeche Mode, Kicks, KIX, Mad Season, Pearl Jam, Blind Melon, and yes, Ed Sheeran has the autographed Polaroid photo, pink vinyl, $33.99. Comes with an autographed photo. Mastodon, 1 CLC left, and then Weezer, Hurley. Okay? And we need new auctions, okay? And all right. Boom, 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 boom. Ting, 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 ting. Beep, 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 dee, 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 dee. All right. Let me share this. Okay. And let me open this up. So the collectibles world, I don't know if you consider art in the collectibles realm. I kind of do, but 2 world records have been set in the last 48 hours to show you a preview of the market for insanely rare stuff. So a painting sold at Sotheby's in New York Tuesday night, which set the world record for the world's most expensive piece of modern art. That was a Klimt's painting that sold for $276 million. Now that's a lot of dough, but it's crazy that today a world record for a comic book sold, and the world record for the comic book is $9 million now. This sold earlier this morning at Heritage out of Dallas. $9,120,000. That's now the world's most valuable comic book. I was hoping I knew I was going to be asleep when they did the auction. I'm going to go back and watch the bidding tonight. And what's crazy is that was recently found in an attic. So a guy was, I think, a dealer, a buyer. Somebody was in an attic and they found some old comic books wrapped in newspapers. So that stuff's still out there. A 9.0, that's the highest grade by far for that book. And the last comic was around the $6 million range. So this shattered it. $9,120,000. And it's been sitting in an attic since about 1939. But that grade is what's insane. That's just incredible. So I'm actively collecting comics about as much as I collect vinyl. So I was amazed. And there were some other books that was from that same stash. And that same stash had some incredible stuff, but they got out of my price range quickly. So that was a $9.1 million comic. They had a bunch of $50,000 comics. I mean, there was 2 that when they first got listed, I was following, and they ended up selling. One sold for $26,000, one sold for $55,000. So yeah, I love to show y'all some stuff I like. I love this one right here. That's a pre-Batman Detective Comics. A 6.5. I think that was found in the same stash. $24,000. $24,000. And then this is, man, I'd love to have this one day. It's still not the first Batman, but an early Batman, number 33, Detective Comics. $52,800. And then it just hit market, the world's most expensive sports card. You all know that just recently sold. It was the jersey card with Jordan and Kobe. Well, now they found one earlier that's not even signed, and they expect it to set the new world record in a couple weeks. So, yeah, this collectibles market is just, I think if you're a collector, great time to be in the market, exciting times. And thank goodness things aren't going the other way. And I think I've luckily picked a good career, because it sounds like everything is strong and going very good for all markets. Sports cards, music memorabilia, vinyl. So that's actually good news when you see stuff like that. It's good news for me. That tells me people are highly interested in collecting stuff still, especially on the high end level. And it usually trickles its way down. Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson, Say, Japanese, and REO Speedwagon, In Your Letter. Japanese singles, $15 start on those, okay? So a quick recap of new vinyl. Sorry, I was texting some people earlier about those prices because that's just huge news. That painting's been all over the news, and then Superman will be tomorrow morning or today, and you'll be seeing a lot of that in your feed and stuff if you follow stuff like I do. Okay, so Buckingham Nicks is finally back in. If you don't have one already, there was a pre-order, there was a waiting list, and if you know for sure you need one, this is the Rhino High Fidelity Buckingham Nicks, $39.99. Kelly Gabney says she wants one. This album had been out of print for like 50 years. This is the definite edition. It's analog. It sounds amazing. There's some great songs on this album you may or may not know. You need one. You want one. And here's our next auction. Metallica is a 2016 pressing of Ride the Lightning. Nice EX Plus condition. $20 start on that. I've got 2 copies. This is a really cool deal here. So Steven Wilson has remixed the classic Yes album, Fragile. They've done updated new Roger Dean artwork, and they've pressed it on green vinyl. I'll Be the Roundabout, Long Distance Runaround, Heart of the Sunrise, and one of my favorites, South Side of the Sky. A classic album. It's on green vinyl. It's a new mix. Gatefold jacket, $29.99 for Yes. I got 2 copies. Bing Crosby, Christmas Gems. Classic Christmas stuff here. And it's on red vinyl. And it has a Christmas ornament. And you get some of the duets he did, like with Ella Fitzgerald and the very popular one, Peace on Earth, Little Drummer Boy. $29.99 for Bing Crosby. I also got 2 copies of Face Value. This is a new remaster. So what they did, they remastered this about 10 years ago, and they did an updated photo of Phil Collins. So this is the original album. It's just an updated remaster, new artwork, and it does have I Can Feel It Coming in the Air Tonight. And that is $33.99 for Face Value. Really good stuff there from Phil Collins. And then over here, I have the following. I have Clutch, Robot Hive Exodus. Robot Hive Exodus is a remastered with a bonus 7-inch with 2 additional tracks, limited edition, double LP colored vinyl, and it has an autographed artist numbered insert. So Clutch is remastered, bonus 7-inch, colored vinyl, limited edition, autographed insert. That's what we call fully loaded. $59.99 for Clutch, sold to Charlie Marks. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. Metallica has a bid for $20. Jason says, coming through. I Can See You, Jason. You're on my feed, yes. Evanescence, great stuff here. Deluxe edition of the Stratospheric debut, Evanescence Fallen. Look at this really cool foil cover here. The Diamond Certified album, newly remastered, featuring My Immortal, Everybody's Full, Going Under, and then they won a Grammy for this track, Bring Me to Life. That's a good one. It has a bonus disc with B-sides, unreleased demos, and live performances. They've done it as a Gatefold 2 LP with unseen photos. Evanescence is $39.99. So I've got 2 of those. Quick recap, not much in there. Evanescence, Phil Collins, Bing Crosby, Yes, plenty of Buckingham Nicks, Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson, a $15 buy it now, REO Speedwagon, a $15 buy it now, and Metallica is sold to Sheldon Bergenheimer for $20. New auctions coming and another new crate. Let me set this one right over here. I'm going to set this one going up the ramp, because after the stream tonight, I'm going to take those up front, and there's going to be a big 6 a.m. video. All that's going to be in the 6 a.m. video. Make sure you're in our private group. Whole lot of records. Just like Whole Lot of Love. What a whole lot of love. All right. All right. I just found my chapstick, so that's going on my lips. Some really cool stuff here. Let's pull out at least 2 more auctions. Cool stuff in this crate. This one has a wide variety. Here's another Metallica, and let's put up Van Halen as well. So 2 more albums to auction here. Metallica Kill 'Em All is a 2016 near mint, a $20 start, and Van Halen 5150. A Strong VG 86 USOG, $20 start on Van Halen. This is a pretty cool box set here. This is called the John Hughes Mixtapes. Life moves pretty fast. It's on red vinyl. It's a 6 LP box set. And so what they've done, they've taken 73 tracks from all the John Hughes movies. Ferris Bueller, Breakfast Club, Oingo Boingo, Weird Science, Breakfast. You can see Some Kind of Wonderful. You can read them off right there. There's the full track listing. Pretty amazing. $139.99. The original MSRP on that was $189. So this crate here all comes from what we call a run-out distributor, which means about everything in this crate, or everything in this crate, is on sale. It was on sale for me. Now it's on sale for you. At least below the original MSRP. So they get a lot of run-outs, et cetera, et cetera. So $139.99, John Hughes. We sold 2 tonight. I got 1 left. Alan Jackson, Precious Memories Collection. The first time on vinyl. The complete Precious Memories Collection from Alan Jackson, $34.99. And then we have Dinosaur Jr. Bug. Dinosaur Jr. is the reissue of the '89 album with its original track listing, $29.99. Did you say something earlier about a Kiss anthology set? No, we started the night selling our last 2 Beatles anthology sets. We had the Beatles anthology, the 12 LP box. We sold our last 2 copies as soon as the show started. Okay. Danny put AC, but he meant AJ for Alan Jackson. Kelly Gabney on the John Hughes box, sold. So we still got 1 Alan Jackson. We sold 1 Dinosaur Jr. There's 1 left. Steve Earle, live, Austin City Limits, blue vinyl. Great price at $29.99 for Steve Earle. And that is on blue vinyl, $29.99. We also have 2 copies of Lee Morgan, Infinity. Lee Morgan's a Blue Note tone poet, cut from the original Analog Master by Kevin Gray. RTI, $34.99. Jason Fortnerat says, I give up, perhaps another night. And then, did I get an Ed? I thought you pulled it, but you didn't say who it was. I never did see that comment till right now. Did I get an Ed Sheeran? Yes, Ed Sheeran went to Jason Fortnerat. Boy, so if you asked that before, that never did come through, and then it just now appeared on my screen. So I think you're coming through now officially, Jason. So yeah, I've got you down for an Ed Sheeran play. Yes, Ed Sheeran play was so to you. Sorry. And then over here, Steve Earle is so to Danny Thomason. There's 1 left. There's Lee Morgan, Infinity, with Jackie McLean, $34.99. Sonny Stipp, Blows the Blues. Acoustic Sound Series, QRP, another all analog, and that is really nice, $34.99. Metallica is a $25 start, and Van Halen's a final call to get a bid in for a $20 start. Dinosaur Jr., reissue of the classic 1985 album, $29.99 for Dinosaur Jr. So Dinosaur Jr., and we sold 3 of these tonight. There's 1 left. This is the 2 LP, Temple of the Dog, Kurt Cobain, Chris Cornell, Eddie Vedder, $34.99. Say Hello to Heaven, and of course Hunger Strike. I Don't Mind Stealing Bread, $34.99. I'm going hungry, yeah. I wish I could scream like him. Etta James, this is Etta James. We've had 2 albums of her from Jackpot. These are really good pressings from Jackpot label. Blue vinyl with bonus tracks. Etta James Rocks the House, $29.99. Jason Fortnerat gets Temple of the Dog. So that's so to Jason Fortnerat. Now Metallica has 1 bid for $25. Charlie, if you want to bid, Jason's bid officially came in first. And then Van Halen has bids for $20 and $20. Sully's bid came in first, so Sheldon, you're out. And then I got more jazz. John Coltrane and Johnny Hartman, Acoustic Sound Series QRP, $34.99 for that. And we got 2 copies. Jimi Hendrix, mono remaster of Are You Experienced, $39.99. A mono remaster of Are You Experienced. And then Lee Morgan, the Raja, Blue Note Tone Poet. Kevin Gray again, RTI, more Blue Note Tone Poet. I ordered this. I already have it myself. But when I see something James Bond, I've got to do it. Metallica. I just saw his comment come in. Sorry, I do that sometimes. Lulu. This is a picture disc for The Man with the Golden Gun and A Boy Like You, another Lulu single. That's a really cool James Bond Roger Moore picture disc. That is the exact artwork that was used for the movie poster. I sold one already. There's one left, and that's sold to Charlie Marks. Okay, Etta James is on Jackpot. Jackpot. Blue vinyl with bonus tracks. Jackpot. So she has some other albums on Jackpot too that are very desirable because I think they're Bernie Grundman analog. I'm not for sure. I was hoping a couple of my audiophile buddies would be on, but no one has said much about that one tonight, but we have sold a couple. Okay, is our Japanese 45 buyer still on? I'm going to go ahead and show Grassroots Midnight Confessions, and I got a stack over here. The last few didn't sell. They must have not been interested or didn't want to bid. Here's the great Grassroots here. $15 start for the Grassroots. Creed Bratton from The Office. Okay, Metallica has a new bid then for $30. Jason Fornerat, you're out of Metallica. It's now at $30, and Van Halen's at $23. Great crate there. Recap of stuff from tonight. That was crate number 2. Let's swap out crates. If you say, Chad, you know what? I'm feeling a little frisky, man. Go ahead and give me everything that's left in there, even all the duplicates. I mean, I want the duplicates. I'll give those away to people at work and out on the street. I'll be like, here's a John Coltrane, here's a John Coltrane, here's a Lee Morgan, here's a John Hughes box set. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Okay? Here we go. Wolverine's back. Okay, so first one is the new auction. This is Midnight Confessions and Who Will You Be Tomorrow? That's the Grassroots. Charlie Marks, you do get Metallica for $30. Sheldon Bergenhire, you get Van Halen for $23. The unclaimed Japanese 45s are as follows. REO Speedwagon, $15. Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson, $15. REO Speedwagon was in your letter. Asia, Only Time Will Tell. Carpenters, Yesterday Once More. Another Eagles Hotel California, and the Romantics, Talking in Your Sleep. So Romantics, Eagles, Carpenters, Asia, Paul McCartney, MJ, and REO Speedwagon. All right, let's go through this crate here. Doing some recapping. We love recapping. First thing is Rush. You're going to be hearing me say that a lot. This is Roll the Bones. $29.99 for that remaster and a Pink Floyd box set. David Gilmour specifically. David Gilmour at Pompeii. A 4LP, 180 gram, 2 double gatefold with 24-page book. And this nice slipcase. That is David Gilmour, $114.99. Rush is $29.99. And then over here, Wolverine wants Paul McCartney and Carpenters for $25. These are sold to him for $12.50 each. And then the Eagles is $15. All these were $15 each. $15 each for those. That's what's left. Okay, let's grab another auction. Grassroots is a buy it now for $15. I've got down to about 1 carton of Japanese 45s left, but there's still some cool stuff. Next thing is Stevie Ray Vaughan and REM Document. Stevie Ray Vaughan and REM Document. Let's see who's watching late for some late night deals. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive, an 86 OG with gold stamp promo on the back. Super nice, EX Plus condition, $45 start on that. REM Document, Near Mint, 87 Club. REM is a $40 start. Jason Fornerat on the Eagles for $15, okay? So did Jason Fornerat for $15. More are coming, but first let me go ahead and show you Rush 2112, $36.99. Def Leppard Hysteria. Def Leppard's a 2LP remaster, $44.99. What is our next Japanese singles? We're going to tell you right now. California Dreamin', and we got Supertramp. Supertramp is Logical Song. Which one is this? What's the flip? Lord, Is It Mine? That's the B-side. Breakfast in America. And then a Honda. We have $15 starts on those. Okay. Next is Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. That's a 2 LP Ozzy Greatest Hits gatefold, and that is $38.99. Crazy Train, Mr. Crowley, Flying High Again, Over the Mountains, Bark at the Moon, The Ultimate Sin, Miracle Man, No More Tears, the single cut. Mama, I'm Coming Home, Road to Nowhere, Perry Mason, I Just Want You, Gets Me Through, Changes with Kelly Osbourne, I Don't Want to Stop, Let Me Hear You Scream, and Paranoid Live. Nice. We sold 2 tonight, 1 left. Charlie Mark says, I'll take the last one left. Sold. Over here, I got 2 copies of Rage Against the Machine, Killing in the Name, 20th anniversary, $29.99. The other one was California Dreamin', Mamas and Papas, and the flip on that one. What is the flip on that one? Monday. Bangers back to back. Polar Express soundtrack, $29.99. Polar Express, $29.99. Hotter Than Kiss, $33.99. And we have Rage Against the Machine, Renegades. The Renegades of Funk, $29.99. REM has 1 bid for $45, final call. Stevie Ray Vaughan, I'm also looking for a $45 starting bid. That would be a great price on that. It's going to be a 12:17 a.m. deal. It is officially Friday morning, 12:17. Holy moly. Next thing is Rush, Caress of Steel, $36.99. Kraftwerk, The Man Machine, Kraftwerk, $29.99 for Kraftwerk. And over here, we got Rush, All the World's a Stage. Rush is $46.99, okay? So California Dreamin', Tim Vodness, You Tied Wolverine. He's about to get Supertramp. Stevie Ray Vaughan and REM are both at $45 to Jason Fortnerat. And here's what's left in here. Rush, Kraftwerk, Rush, Rage, Kiss, Polar, Rage, Def Leppard, Rush, Gilmore, Davy Gilmore. One more time. Rush, Kraftwerk, Rush, Rage, Kiss, Polar, Rage, Def, Rush, Gilmore, Davy Gilmore. One more time. No, I'm joking. Okay, and Mamas and Papas has bids for 15, 15, 15, 15, 16, 18. Wolverine gets Supertramp. He's the only bidder for $15. If no one else bids on those back 2 auctions, I'm going to sell them. Grumpy, Utah Jason, he already had it for $45. So, Jason, you got maybe some competition on that one. As soon as I bring the crate over, I'll sell you the Rapid Eye Movement if no one else has bid. And that isn't the home band. I'm living in Hollywood. I wish I could sing like that guy. Whoop. This crate is hung on my, or this shorts is hung on the crate. Okay. This is sold to Jason Fortnerat for $45. Monday, California Dreamin's at $20. Let's go get Callie Gabney a Kraftwerk. Kelly Gabney on a Kraftwerk. Kraftwerk. Kraft or Croft? Goodbye, stranger. It's been nice. Won't you home in paradise? All right, Jason, you've been outbid on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Mamas and Papas, $25. Now, Jason asked earlier, could he see a preview of all the Cure records we bought? My answer is no, because they're not priced, and that would honestly be a waste of time. But how about I just go ahead and sell you a Cure record? How about I just go ahead and sell you a Cure record? This one's actually for sale. The other ones are not for sale. So it would just be a big tease. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't like getting teased. Never fun, right? This is the Cure, the Head on the Door hop sticker. An 85 US promo copy. Specialty press. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in VG condition. Clean. Conservatively graded by Mr. Seth. A $35 start. The Cure, now up for bid. The Mamas and Papas is at $25 with Wolverine. Danny or anybody else, do you want to bid? The Cure is now up for bid. Our next Japanese single is going up right now. It is the following. I don't know if y'all ready for this one. I hope you are. You may not be ready for this one. Here comes the next one. I don't know if y'all ready for this one. I hope you are. Girls just want to have fun. A Japanese 7-inch single from Lopper Cindy, $15 start. Rush, Vapor Trails remixed. Rush, $44.99. Ghost, Infesticism. Ghost is $29.99. Mamas and Papas sold for $25 to Wolverine. Cyndi Lauper has a bid for $15. The Cure has a bid for $40. The Cure has a bid for $40. Cure has a bid for $45. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $52. Mr. Hankey's Christmas Classics. Mr. Hankey's Christmas Classics. This is $29.99. $29.99. Rush, Moving Picture. Modern Day Warrior, Mean Stride, today's Tom Sawyer, $36.99. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Take these broken wings. Mr. $15 start. Japanese single. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $55. The Cure, $55. Cyndi Lauper, $15. Cyndi Lauper, $20. Charlie Marks on Mr. Hankey. There's one left. We have Mr. at $15. The Big Lebowski. The Big Lebowski. The Big Lebowski, $33.99. The Big Lebowski soundtrack. Jason Forterat on Mr. Hankey, sold out. This is The Cure Integration Live, 1996. $44.99, a Gatefold 2 LP for The Cure Expensive Woodlands recordings. A live unofficial. Scott Dwallow, you're going to be first on the Mr. Hankey waiting list. Oh, you asked the price, my bad. Those are $29.99. $29.99, okay? We have 2 copies of Rush Signals. Tom Sawyer is on Moving Pictures. This one, you get subdivisions in the concert halls. Big Lebowski, sold. Charlie Marks, The Cure, sold. And that's Jason Forterat. Maybe Chris Knapp wants a Cure live too, right, Chris Knapp? Next thing over here, let's update these auctions. Stevie Ray Vaughan is officially sold to Jason Forterat for $55. The Cure is out with Chris Knapp. Final call to Jason Forterat, $55. Gold stamp promo, hype sticker, OGVG. Final call on that. The last bid on Cyndi Lauper, $28 with Wolverine. Mr. has one bid for $15. Final call, final call. Scott Dwallow wants on the Mr. Hankey waiting list. Peter Criss solo album, $36.99. Peter Criss solo album. 2 copies of Rush, A Farewell to Kings. Xanadu, Closer to the Heart, $36.99. Counting Crows, August and Everything After. Mr. Jones and Me. Over here, Cyndi Lauper is sold to Wolverine for $28. Wolverine gets Mr. for $15. And The Cure is sold to Jason Forterat for $55. Boy, it looks like we need to revive the auction block, or the auction block's been revived. We need to get some more stuff going back here. We need to get some more stuff going. There's the Counting Crows. Let me show one more record. Rush, live, unofficial, 1974, Cleveland. Agora Ballroom, 1974. Anybody ever heard of Susie and the Banshees? Holy crap. Susie and the Banshees. A Kiss in the Dream House. You've got to be kidding me. Susie and the Banshees is an 84 US OG White Giffen label, first press, EX edition, a $35 start. Holy crud, Batman. Oh my gosh. How about another Stevie Ray Vaughan? Couldn't Stand the Weather. This unfortunately is in really low grade though. This is an 84 OG rough, beat, trashed, horrible condition. $5 start, G+. Rush is $38.99. Over here, Razor's Edge, You've Been Thunderstruck, AC/DC, $29.99. At this point, you're like, my gracious, Chad, surely you don't have any more Japanese singles to put up. This is honestly starting to blow my mind. My head's spinning. There's foam coming out of my mouth. I'm over here trying to eat Oreos to get my blood pressure down. Lady Madonna and the Inner Light, the Beatles. The sleeve on the front's a little crinkly. I think the vinyl's A-OK, but this is Lady Madonna. Look how they spelt it on the label. They put Lady Madonna. That's pretty unusual. I don't know if I've ever noticed that before on the Japanese. $15 start on that. There's the Beatles. It has the Apple sleeve. The sleeve on this one's VG+. The vinyl is pristine as you would expect. And then we got Cyndi Lauper from the Goonies. Oh boy, another Japanese single, another Cyndi Lauper. So $15.15, Susie's at $40. Rush, Hemispheres, $36.99. Rage Against the Machine. This was a record store day title. We can get it now. This is Live, 1983. Rage, $34.99. Rage, $34.99. A Gatefold 2 LP. That's an official press. Rush, Permanent Waves, $36. Rage, Evil Empire. Rally Round the Family, $29. And then Rush, Hold Your Fire, $34. Allman Brothers, Live, Pittsburgh, 1971, $36. Rush, Grace Under Pressure, $36. There's another Live Cure album coming up in one of these crates. I don't know if it's the next one or the next one, but there is another Live Cure album. And speaking of Live Cure, my crate is full, so let me swap these out before we even sell another record. Let me put this right over here, and that is amazing. Done. Rally Round the Family with a pocket full of M&Ms. Rally Round the Family with a pocket full of M&Ms. Okay, Charlie Marks on Rage. Now, I think you got a lot of decisions on there. First, though, we had Rush, we had Ghost, we got Rush, we got Big Lebowski, we got The Cure, we got Rush, we got Peter Criss, we got Rush, we got Counting Crows, we got Rush, we got AC/DC, we got Rush, we got Rage Against the Machine Live, we got Rush, we got Rage Against the Machine Evil Empire, we got Rush, we got Allman Brothers, we got Rush. Rush, Allman Brothers, Rush, Rage, Rush, Rage, Rush, AC/DC, Rush, Counting Crows, Rush, Peter Criss, Rush, Cure, Big Lebowski, Rush, Ghost, Rush. Both of these singles are sold to Wolverine for $15.15. Stevie Ray Vaughan can be bought for $5. Susie and the Banshee is sold to Chris Knapp for $40. Charlie Marks, he says not live. He wants Rally Round the Family with a pocket full of M&Ms. I'll take another Cure Live if Chris Knapp doesn't want it. Chris, if you don't want this Cure Live, Jason Forterat says he needs another copy. So we'll go ahead and take that for Jason unless Chris Knapp says, no, 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 not so fast, buddy. You're not pulling that trick on me. I'm taking it right now. And then Chad put me on a waiting list for 5 more copies. Larry Gonzalez says, heck, I'll take that Stevie Ray Vaughan for $5. Put that in my box, Chad. $5, that's nothing. Sure thing. All right, next Japanese singles. Here's some stuff if you want to request some. Bananarama, CCR, Stray Cats, Bryan Adams, Santana, Bee Gees, Grand Funk. I'm thinking definitely CCR, and I think we'll go ahead and do We're an American Band, and we're coming to your town. And that is first CCR, Sweet Hitchhiker and Door to Door, $15 start. And we have Grand Funk for $15, okay? Yoakum, that was a low-grade Stevie Ray Vaughan, G+. It already sold for $5. What is in front of the Doors album to the left? Let's see. This is an Ozzy Funko, Bark at the Moon. That is $34.99. And then this is Pink Floyd Pulse. I need to actually open this up so we can put it in a crate. Pink Floyd Pulse is $114.99. It's a 4 LP box set. Wolverine has both singles, 15-15. And then here we go. We got Rush Power Windows for 36. Black Sabbath The Humanizer for 44. We have Rush Exit Stage Left for 46. Kiss Revenge is 36. Rush Fly By Night's 36. Rush Clockwork Angels 44. Total Joy Division New Order, a compilation, a best of, $44.99. Ghost, if you have Ghost, $29. Queensryche Promised Land, clear vinyl, $34. Kiss self-titled debut, $36. Kraftwerk Autobahn, $29. Rush Live at Pink Pop, $29. Pantera's $29. Rush Prestos, $29. Battle of Los Angeles Rage is $29. Rush Counterparts is $38. Thelonious Monk with John Coltrane, $24. And Rush A Show of Hands, $46.99. Rush Monk, Rush Rage, Rush Pantera, Rush Kraftwerk, Kiss, Queensryche Ghost, total from Joy Division and New Order, Rush, Kiss, Rush, Black Sabbath, Rush. What was that again, Chad? Rush, Monk, Rush, Rage, Rush, Pantera, Rush, Kraftwerk, Kiss, Queensryche Ghost, Joy Division New Order, Rush, Kiss, Rush, Black Sabbath, Rush. These are sold to Wolverine for 15 and 15. Grand Funk and CCR. Kelly Gabney wants Rush, A Show of Hands. A 2 LP fantastic live album. Sold to Kelly, $46.99. There's one left if anybody else wants one. What else do I have over here in the Japanese singles? We got T-Rex, Journey, The Knack, Huey Lewis, Night Ranger, Beach Boys, Grease. Let's do Grease, and let's do one from over here. I hadn't pulled from one over here in a while. Let's see. Let's do another Beatles. This is Help. I Need Somebody. $15 start, and I'm down. And Grease. This is You're the One That I Want. $15 start on that. And Jason Fornerat wants Rage Record Store Day. You got it. That means there's one left. Okay? All right. There's that. Ba-da-da-da-ba-da. All right. Wolverine has to bid 15-15, going once, going twice. Can y'all believe this is all new stuff that came in tonight? Just a quick second read through. And there's just, I think, one more crate left. I don't know. I got to get to the bottom of it here. Thank y'all for sticking with me. And, okay, that was the new stuff that Laura ordered. Give me a second on that. I can't go through those as fast. There's the only vintage crate we've been through tonight. James Brown on the front. And then let me knock these out right quick. Okay, some cool stuff in here. Mostly music on vinyl pressings. So this is Screaming Trees, Uncle Anesthesia. Screaming Trees is $39.99. I've got 2 copies. That's music on vinyl. Really cool soundtrack here, Transformers. Even Weird Al's on here, and he doesn't appear on much, especially anything in print. Lions on here, limited edition 4,000, $39.99. Is there an LP in the bonus crate for auction? I'll go see as soon as I sell these to Wolverine for 15 and 15. He gets those for 15 and 15. Next thing is, well, I mean, I've got about any Kiss album you could name, possibly over here ready to be auctioned. There's a bunch of them. I don't know, have I pulled them all out of here? Let's see. Pink Floyd, Sinead, Dwight Yoakam, Talking Heads, Night Ranger, U2, Triumph, Prince, Metallica, Kiss, Rush. Let's see, here is Metallica and here's Kiss. And then let's grab 2 more singles. Let's grab the Bee Gees here, and let's see what's up with this Journey single. It's kind of a big song. All right, so let's dump right over here. First, this is Kiss, Dress to Kill, 2014, near mint, $20 star. That's the same record that's new, about $35. And then Master of Puppets, sealed, or excuse me, this is open, near mint, $20. Same record that's new, about $30. Bee Gees is Staying Alive from Saturday Night Fever, $15 start. And Journey, Don't Stop Believing, $15 start. What color and price on Ghost does it have Phantom of the Opera on it? And Jordan Underhill wants Rush. Now, is that a claim for one of these 300 Rush albums that has been shown tonight? And then Ghost is black vinyl. Are you talking about Infesticism? I'm pretty sure Ghost and Festicism is, where did you see that at? Was that in that last crate? Or If You Have Ghost? I think If You Have Ghost is black vinyl, and it does not have Phantom on it. No. And I'm pretty sure it's black vinyl. $29.99 on that. Okay, let's go right over here. We got Master Puppets. No, it is a reissue. Journey 15, BG's 15, Master of Puppets 20, Kiss 20, and we have Screaming Trees. We got Transformers. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $39.99. Warrant Cherry Pie, limited 2,500 yellow vinyl, $39.99 for Warrant. Ohms, Deftones. Deftones is $29.99. Stone Sour, House of Gold and Bones, $39.99. Exciter, Violence and Force is $29. Alexander Spence is $39. That's that same record. Paul sold an OG copy of this Sunday on his sock sale for $455. So this is not a cheap record whatsoever. Alexander Spence is $39.99. Charlie Marks on Deftones. There's a Rush record in the auction bin. I don't know if it's OG. These were in the auction bins, and they're not OGs. The Kiss and Metallica. The Metallica here is a 2014 reissue remaster. That's why it's only a $20 start. It's about to sell for $20. Kiss is a 2014 remaster. It's at $20. It's about to sell. And these are at $15.15, and those are about to sell. Ministry with Sympathy. Ministry's $39.99. Seven Mary 3, American Standard, $39.99 for that. Glassjaw, Worship and Tribute, $39 for Glassjaw. Highwayman, Highwayman 2, $39.99 for that. And then this comes out tomorrow. This has been out of print. Korn, See You on the Other Side. And this is the pink vinyl. And this one has I'm Coming Undone. $39.99. That has not been in print, surprisingly, in years. And then over here, Ministry is sold to Charlie Marks. Ministry is sold to Charlie Marks. Korn is sold to Charlie Marks. Korn is sold to Charlie Marks. And these are sold to Wolverine for $15. Sold to Wolverine for $15. Metallica is sold for $20 to Jason Forterat. Charlie Marks gets Kiss for $20. Those are sold, sold, and sold. What's left in here? Korn, Highwayman, Glassjaw, Worship and Tribute, Seven Mary 3, Ministry, Alexander Spence, Exciter, Stone Sour, Deftones, Warrant, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Transformers, and Screaming Trees. Next auction. What possibly could we have to put up over here? This is starting to get pretty interesting tonight. Everybody's head is starting to spin. Everybody may be being like, oh my gosh, Chad, when is this going to stop? I'm starting to like freak out. Here we go. Next auction is going to go up right now. Rush Power Windows. Rush, could this be OG? Could this be OG? It is. It's an 85 US Hop Hog with the original under sleeve VG Plus condition. Rush Power Windows, $20 start. It has the original under sleeve. Rush is OG, an 85 US OG VG Plus, $20 start. It is OG. Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, the 2019 remaster, just a $20 start. And Dwight Yoakam's next. This crate had Korn, Highwayman, Glassjaw, Seven Mary 3, Ministry, Alexander Spence, Exciter, Stone Sour, Deftones, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Transformers, and Screaming Trees. Did I auction off Cure Season the Banshees? I did, and I just recently found them over here. And those were something that Seth got ready for auction. So, Laura, as always, we can blame Seth. We can blame Seth. They were over here in his, quote, little bonus crate. You know about his little bonus crate over here? How annoying, right? Well, don't worry. I'll fire him tomorrow. Dwight Yoakam's on deck. Rush has a bid for $20. Kid Rock is a $20 start. Let's run through this crate here. Here we go. Here we go. This is new for Music on Vinyl. It's a reissue of Elvis Presley, Loving You. Limited edition 1500 on yellow vinyl. Elvis Presley, Loving You, $44.99. Elvis' soundtrack for his first major star, rolling feature of new tunes, covers, and lesser-known songs. $44.99 for that. And then we need new Japanese singles. What are we doing? Get the show rolling here, Chad. Men at Work and T-Rex. I guess some of these we just need to go ahead and start showing buy it now for $15, eh? I think we can go through these a lot faster if we did them buy it now $15. T-Rex, Solid Gold Easy Action, and Men at Work. Who can it be now? Dun, 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 dun. $15 start on those. Elvis Presley's $44. And we have System of a Down. and System of a Down is $24.99. And we have the new Aerosmith and Youngblood one more time, $33.99. Aerosmith and Youngblood, $33.99. Clutch is Transnational Speedway League. This is remastered, limited edition, colored vinyl with autographed insert. Clutch is $59.99. Ziggy wants Corn in the Crate. Corn in the Crate and the Silver Moon. Oh, wait a minute. Is that the lyrics? Corn in the Crate? No, something like that. I'm joking. I know the lyrics to Silver Cats in the Cradle. Corn in the Crate. So this is sold here. This is sold here to Ziggy Chaos, okay? Ziggy Chaos. We'll make these the last two auctions, okay? I'll pick out whatever I want to auction, and we're about to do a bunch of these buy it nows. I did say auction on these. I didn't really clarify that too well because it was blended. Auctions on these, and then we'll do buy it nows for the rest, okay? Sorry. There's that. Next thing is this. Rush had one bid for 20. Ziggy Chaos got Corn. T-Rex 15 with Wolverine. Wolverine 15 on Men at Work. Chris Knapp also bid 15. Charlie Marks wants the new Aerosmith Youngblood. Chris Knapp bid 17 on T-Rex. James Young wants System of a Down. T-Rex, Wolverine also bid 20. Men at Work 15. We have Mad Season for $39.99. Mad Season, Gatefold 2 LP, $39.99. Silverchair, Neon Ballroom, $39.99. Pink Vinyl, numbered to 4,000, $39.99 on that one. Actually, hold on one second. I was just flipping through this right here. And how about we do this? $20. T-Rex sold for $20 to Wolverine. Chris Knapp, do you want one as well? I have another one over here, okay? I have another one if you want it. That way we can expedite that and that won't get too crazy. And Men at Work is sold to Wolverine for 15. Let's see. Buy it now, 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 buy it now. Okay, there we go. So I got our first stack of buy it nows. Kid Rock is a buy it now. No bid on Kid Rock. These new would be $45. You can pick that up at half price for 20 bucks. And then Rush Power Windows. Rush Power Windows is sold to Charlie Marks for $20. Ziggy on Corn Issues. Was that in here? Issues? Okay, so you got Corn. I got you for Corn. See you on the other side. And you want Corn Issues, right? Okay, so that's sold to, I got you down for 2 Corns. Ziggy Chaos on that one. That's another UK buyer. Jason, are you watching in the UK right now? I know Ziggy is. How many people in Britain are watching right now? How many people in the UK are watching right now? There's at least 3 on here, I think. T-Rex is sold to Chris Knapp for $20, okay? These singles are $15. Beach Boys, Rock and Roll Music, Hall & Oates, H2O, Maneater. Maneater's the single. Sister Christian, Night Ranger, it's the song Night Ranger. Hold on, what's the A-side? Don't Tell Me You Love Me. Huey Lewis, The Power of Love from Back to the Future. The Sound of Silence. My Sharona, Addicted to Love, and Journey, Separate Ways. Journey, Robert Palmer, Knack, Simon & Garfunkel, Huey Lewis, Night Ranger, Hall & Oates, and Beach Boys. All right, let's go back to the top. Next is Jason Fortnite gets Kid Rock for 20. My name is, he's in Marta Ruiz. Is that the island next to Madagascar? Is that where you're at? Is that like a small island over there next to Madagascar? Men at Work. So who was first on these? Wolverine got Hall & Oates for 15. He got Huey Lewis for 15. He got the Knack for 15. He got Robert Palmer for 15. Okay? Sold, sold, and sold. And here's what's left here. We have Journey, Separate Ways, Sound of Silence, and Mrs. Robinson, Simon & Garfunkel, Night Ranger, and Beach Boys. Those are $15. Back in the crate, Godsmack, Faceless, 2 LP, 45 RPM, I Stand Alone, Godsmack, $39.99. System of a Down, Steal This Album. System of a Down is a 2 LP, $33.99. We have The Matrix, Reloaded, the album. The Matrix Reloaded, $44.99. Linkin Park, Marilyn Manson, Rob Zombie, Deftones, POD, $44.99 for that. Venom, Storm the Gates. Venom is $33, and Stone Sour, $39.99. Gatefold, Music on Vinyl. Charlie Marks on Matrix. So those singles are still left behind. The Simon & Garfunkel was The Sound of Silence, and Cuckoo Cuckoo, Mrs. Robinson. Okay, let's put up a couple more LPs for auction. Somebody did ask for D. White Yoakum, so let me go grab that. Let me go grab the D. White Yoakum, and the D. White Yoakum is going to go up right now, and so is Night Ranger, the album. And then let's put another record back here to decorate the black wall. But first thing I have is the White Yoakum, Hillbilly Deluxe, Shrink Wrap Hop Sticker, 87 OG Specialty EX, $35 start. Sister Christian, this is a sealed 83 Club, $25 start. And then the disc, that is on this orange CBS label. Orange CBS label. And we also have Jonathan Davis from Korn, Black Labyrinth. That's the lead singer of Korn. And then we got Deftones Around the Fur for $33. System of a Down Toxicity's $24. And then Silverchair Freak Show, $39.99. And then this was new for tonight too, Danger Danger, the glam metal album back there. That was a new, we sold one, I pulled one out and put it back there for art, for decoration. All right, let's do some more buy it now singles then. These are gonna be $15. Let me make sure there's nothing here I want to auction. Nope. Okay, $15. Stray Cats, Downtown and What's Going On. Bryan Adams, Christmas Time. Santana, Lotus, Live in Japan. Bananarama, Venus. This is Freeze Frame from Jay Giles and the Beach Boys with the Beach Boys Melody and God Only Knows. Those are all $15 each there. All right, Dwight Yoakam, $35 start. Night Ranger is sealed, a $25 start. Okay, Jay Giles is sold a Wolverine for $15. That is sold, and that left the Beach Boys, that left Venus, Santana, Bryan Adams, and Stray Cats. Okay? And Dwight Yoakam does have a bid for $35. So here's what's left in here. Silverchair, $39.99, Freak Show. System of a Down is $24, Toxicity. Deftones is $33.99. Jonathan Davis is $39. Stone Sour was $39. Venom was $33, Storm the Gates. System of a Down, $33. Godsmack, $39. Silverchair, $39. Mad Season, $39. Clutch, $59.99. Aerosmith Youngblood, $33. System of a Down, $24. And Elvis Presley, $44.99. Okay? So Dwight Yoakam has a bid for $35. Night Ranger has a bid for $25. And I think we have LSB. I have a few, some 12 inches too, that I'm thinning out. What copy did I buy? Chris Knapp, I'm going to be 100% honest. I have no idea what you're talking about. Let's put System of a Down back there. Okay. Did I recap everything? I recapped everything except the stuff that Laura ordered, and we definitely need to go back through that. So I usually save that for last because I can't fly through those as fast because I usually only order stuff I know. So, and then we got to do at least a crate of vintage. I know it's late, but if you stayed this late with me, let's do a half-off vintage crate in about 5 minutes. And Alex Kane wants Venom. Great. And it's already 1 a.m. I started, wait a minute, what time did I start this feed? Does this end at 1 or 2? This end at 1, what, let me see here. No, we didn't start till 5 or 6, right? We still got some time. Yeah, we've been live for 6 hours and 51 minutes. Okay. Whew, but I'm pretty exhausted, to be honest. But I'm going to keep throwing stuff at y'all, okay? I still got Louis Armstrong somewhere, yes. And Grumpy wants Godsmack. You got it. Grumpy on Godsmack. And let's go ahead and sell these auctions. And auction number 1, Charlie Marks on Night Ranger for $25. And then Dwight Yoakam is sold to Mark V's for $35. Let's go through that crate. Let's do a half off vintage for those that have stayed late, because they probably know, well, he's at least going to do one tonight, I know. And if he doesn't, we're going to be very mad. And then we're going to yell at him, and then we're going to show up and punch him. We're going to punch Chad right in his nose. We're going to be like, huh, take that, Chad. That's what you get for not showing us a half off crate. Pow! Like that. There's another punch. Then I'm down, and y'all are kicking me, and y'all are like, stop. That's what you get, punk, for not showing us any half-off crates. All right, let's do some more buy it now singles. Japanese. We're going to fly through this collection at this rate. Here we go. Because I think I've auctioned about every one that I do want to auction. Maybe there's one more Beatles in here. This one was popular earlier. And then I'm going to save those two. I'm good with these, okay? I've pulled out 4. These are $15. There's another Romantics Talking in Your Sleep. Eagles Live, Hotel California. We got 3 of those. Grand Funk, or an American band. Santana, Black Magic Woman, and Oyo Como Va. Culture Club, Karma Chameleon. The Boys of Summer, Don Henley. And she is the Dancing Queen, ABBA. $15 start on that. So those are all $15. And next over here, Dwight Yoakam. What was the request? Sinead. Yeah, let's see what's going on with that. So our next auction is going to be Sinead and Talking Heads. Let's go ahead and knock those out. These are all $15 buy it nows here. $15 buy it nows on these Japanese singles. Japanese singles. And this was first Wolverine on ABBA for $15. Don Henley sold a Wolverine for $15. Santana sold for $15 to Tim Voldness. And that left Culture Club, Grand Funk, the 3 Eagles, and the Romantics. Live in concert, that would be 1980. That's a 1980 show and pressing. Yeah, that's a 1980 live cut and pressing. Okay, next auction is Sinead O'Connor, The Lion and the Cobra. Sinead O'Connor, The Lion and the Cobra is an 87 U.S. Carrollton Press, VG++, a $30 start. $30 start on Sinead, and then Talking Heads, Fear of Music. Embossed cover, original 79 press, EX Plus, a $25 start. Okay, we've got Somber, SOMBR. I barely know her. Somber is $29.99. SOMBR, Somber. I got 2 copies of Power Trip, Manifest Decimation. Power Trip is $44.99. The Eagles Live, I got 2 left. One sold to Jason Fornerat for $15. Thank you. I've got 2 copies of The Garden. This is their new album. It comes out tomorrow. 6 Desperate Ballads, $29.99. Wolverine also wants an Eagles. And let me check this one right here. I think it is pretty much, Jason, just beautiful. It is. Sleeve, everything. Let me check the back of this one. Let's see here. Yes. Everything here is absolutely fantastical. And Sinead, and let me look at this one and the one Jason got. Y'all are probably going to be tied. There's not much difference between these here. They look like Life's in the Fast Lane's the B-side, by the way. Yeah, these are just really clean, really nice. Let's flip this one over. Okay, that one might have a slight edge. We'll give that one to him. And I think the one on top was to Jason, which was, they're pretty much identical. Okay, there we go. All new stuff here, lore ordered. And I say that because a lot of people have the same musical interest as her. This is Sanguisbog, Hideous Aftermath, Sanguiscabog, Sugarbog, Sanguisca Sugarbog, $36.99. I don't know what I'm saying, but I've got to be close. The Casey Musgraves Christmas Show, $36.99 for Casey Musgraves. I've got 2 copies of Shy Girl. Shy Girl is called Alias. Shy Girl is $29.99. 2 copies of Joyce Manor, Never Hungover Again. Joyce Manor is $29.99. L7, Bricks Are Heavy. L7's $36.99. Another Sanguishka Bog. And this one is $34.99. And we have Poppy, I Disagree. Oh, Poppy, $29.99. Drain is $29.99, and then Brat, Social Grace is $33, and then Power Trip, Nightmare Logic, $44.99 on that. So Sinead has a bid for $35, and Talking Heads has a bid for $27. Those are final calls, and here's some Japanese single buy it nows. Just Like Strange Rain, Elton John, auction, Wham, Careless Whisper, Grand Funk, and another Huey Lewis, The Power of Love. And Grand Funk over here was feeling all right. And I've got a few more to auction. I've got a Wings, a Beatles, a Blondie, and another Cyndi Lauper to auction, okay? And I need to probably go ahead and take this stack in here before it gets out of hand. First thing is I don't have any 45 inner sleeves. No, I probably need to make a note to order some. I think we just restocked outer sleeves because people's been asking to order some. And we didn't have them in stock. Okay. First thing is this is Shanga's Gubog. Yes, that is a claim. Hideous Aftermath. Okay. Thank you. That was for this one right here. So to Alex Kane. Thank you, Alex. That's so to you. First, Grand Funk. So to Wolverine for 15. Jason Fortner on Wham for 15. Wolverine on Elton John for 15. And that left Huey Lewis. It's The Power of Love from Back to the Future, Japanese single, $15. Talking Heads is sold for $27 to Chris Knapp. Sinead O'Connor is sold for $35 to Jason Fornerat. Next is She Bop. These are auctions. She Bop, Cyndi Lauper, $15 start. And then here is the Beatles, Hey Jude and Revolution. $15 start, asking Elton John. Oh, that was Just Like Strange Rain, and It's Me That You Need. It's Me That You Need. Okay, those are auctions. Cyndi Lauper and Beatles. Let's grab some more LPs. Anybody else on this stuff? If not, let's knock out that half-off crate that I promised. I got to find it, and I'm going to go right into it. I could really use a bottle of water. I'm going to go ahead and get that started. I think that's another thing. I haven't drunk much water tonight because my monster routine got threw off when I realized I didn't have monsters in the fridge. And then I realized there was no monsters in the fridge, and my whole routine got threw off. It's like, oh gosh, there's no monsters in the fridge. And then I started panicking, and then I started breathing heavily. Then I fell down on the floor. None of that happened, by the way. All right. Here we go. I don't know who came up with this water idea, but whoever they are, I'm sure they're a stone cold billionaire right now. Whoever came up with this idea, water, oh my gosh. Cyndi Lauper 15, Beatles 15, and Alex Kane takes the other shish kebab. All right, Alex Kane gets the other shish kebab. And now Beatles 17, okay? So, Brian, Wolverine was ready to outbid you. All right, so we got an auction going on for that one. I'll recap all the unsold buy it nows in just a second. Yeah, let me find that crate, okay? So now the Beatles at 17. Brian, you're out. And let's take this right over here. Just Like Strange Rain. That's a great Elton John song. I, by the way, did not tag that for you, Jason, so I'm assuming you didn't want it. If you do, let me know. All right. Let's see, November 17th. I feel like I had a crate ready for tonight, but I don't know what I've done with it. Like I left it over here, but I have shifted so much with posters and autographs tonight. I don't know what I've really done to it. Don't forget, I got to go to the Top Cam sometime tonight and show you. I think I can zoom in and show you all the records over here, but if not, I'll take a picture. Whoa. All right, let me see what's in this crate down here. Oh. Ooh. Great neck adjustments going on. Oh, I should have never squatted down. Whew. All right, that's a good candidate. I think for a nonsense bin, I think this one's really recent, like really recent. And that would be good because it's right here, it's handy, and we can go ahead and knock it out. And that'd be probably the best thing for us. Okay. So, Let me make sure this is the one. I mean, it's great classic rock. It's the nightly nonsense crate. It needs to be half off. Y'all have waited for it to be half off. And it's check condition. So these are going to be really good prices. Check condition and half off. Didn't tag that for me or different Jason. Didn't tag that for me or different Jason. Let me figure out what I just did. Beatles is at 20 with Wolverine. Brian calls out. Cyndi Lauper is sold for 15 to Wolverine. Didn't tag that for me or different Jason. You were talking about Wham. That was for Jason Fornerat on Wham, right? Make sure Wham, Careless Whisper, went to Jason Fornerat and not Jason Boxell. Because right now there's two Jasons on, okay? Now the Beatles at 21. Next is Blondie Call Me. $15 start for Blondie. And this is a half off crate. Might be one of our last of the night. We're about to find out momentarily. And let me make sure I've got everything in here accurately stacked where I wanted it. Okay. Yeah, let me move Evel Knievel here. Let me put all this over here. All right. Dun, dun, dun. All right, Beatles 21, Beatles 23. Here we go. We got Derek and the Dominoes in concert. VG Plus, $12.50. This is Eric Clapton live. Derek and the Dominoes, $12.50. Big Beat Sounds by the New Beats. This is VG condition, $5. Also, we have the Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request, a lenticular blue stereo, VG condition, $22.50. That is the Rolling Stones and the Friends of Distinction, whatever. VG Plus, $8.50. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Pretty simple arithmetic. I'm telling you the price, it's half off, it's no more, it's no less. Our next auction is going to be Prince and David Bowie. Let's put up Prince and David Bowie. First one we have is Prince, an 87 USOG copy of Sign of the Times. It has the inner sleeves, VG condition, just a $20 start on Prince. And then David Bowie, Love Will Tell You Tuesday. And this is an 84 USOG EX condition, $15 start on that. The Beatles is sold to Wolverine for $23, and Blondie is a buy it now for $15. First thing we have is out on Beatles, Beatles Beats. And then Big Beat by the New Beats. Brian, did you want the New Beats too? And there's one Rolling Stones in here. Brian asked the price and Chris Knapp claimed it. It is $22.50. Original lenticular cover, gatefold VG $22.50 on that one. And then the next one, I feel like we've already sold a couple of these, but it's an awesome record. 007, Paul McCartney Wings, Live and Let Die, $15 start on that. This is a vintage crate, half off, no more, no less. Brian was first on the Stones. That's so to Brian Call. Next thing over here is, so we have Derek and the Dominoes, Big Beat Sounds by the New Beats, Friends of Distinction. Yes, Tormato is VG condition, $5. We had Leon Russell Carney, VG plus $5. And Todd Rundgren, Something Anything, VG plus $10. Brian Call wants the New Beats. That's sold to Brian Call. That is sold David Baber on Y. And that's for Yes. That's sold to David Baber. And then over here we have Iron Butterfly Heavy, VG condition, $5. Scott Wynn, Paul McCartney's a $15 bid. So make sure you put Paul McCartney 15. Prince has a bid for 25. And that's a final call to Charlie Marks, and David Bowie's a $15 start. Grand Funk, Closer to Home, I'm Your Captain, VG $6.50, and the Rolling Stone Some Girls is VG $22.50, die cut cover, original uncensored faces. Now, these are Japanese singles, $15 buy it now recap. Yes was in VG condition, sold to you right now for $5. VG cover or less, VG vinyl. Iron Butterfly sold to Brian Call. That's sold to him, VG condition, $5. These are $15 buy it now Japanese singles. Blondie Call Me, Elton John, Just Like Strange Rain, Huey Lewis, The Power of Love, Hotel California Live by the Eagles, Grand Funk or an American Band, Culture Club Karma Chameleon, The Romantics Talking in Your Sleep, Stray Cats Downtown, Bryan Adams Christmas Time, Santana Lotus Live in Japan, Bananarama Venus, Beach Boys Melody, and Simon & Garfunkel Sound of Silence and Mrs. Robinson. Those are all $15 each. Next thing is Brian Call on Grand Funk and the Crate. Grand Funk and the Crate is sold to Brian Call, VG 650. And then over here, Rick Maggers on Leon. And Leon Russell sold to Rick Maggers. Greg Beddinger second on Iron Butterfly. David Baber wants to pay a $10 trillion restocking fee and put back Yes. Yes is going back up if anybody wants it. VG Condition, $5. Scott Wynn wants the Grand Funk or an American Band Japanese single. That's sold to him for $15. Jason Fortnerack gets Simon & Garfunkel for $15. And then in the half-off crate, we got Paul McCartney Tug of War. Paul McCartney is VG Condition, $7.50. UFO Mechanics is VG plus $10. And we got Paul Simon. There goes the Ryman Simon. Kodachrome. VG Condition, $5. Brian Call on Yes. And he's going to get the Tornado. Now David Baber owes me $20 trillion. So that's a lot of money. Hopefully you can come up with that by tomorrow. Or somebody's going to show up at your house. Led Zeppelin is VG Condition, $15. And then, Chad, did you pick something to go for me earlier as I claimed it? No, is this the one you wanted? You asked for the label. I might have not pulled that for him. This might be sold to Wolverine then. We might need to tag this for. He asked to see the label. He might have said sold, and I never did pull that for him. So let's change this over here from Jason Fortnerack over here to Wolverine, okay? Yeah, I might have missed that one after I asked about the label. Yeah, that's the one. So if you wanted it, I might have missed your claim for it. And then David Baber on UFO, no putbacks. No putbacks at this point. VG plus $10. Next is over here, Brian Call on Paul McCartney. Brian Call got McCartney. Call gets Cartney. And then Jeff Brent got Led Zeppelin. Mark Stanley was next. Brian Call was next. Then Charlie Marks. John Smetzer next on UFO. And then Wings is sold to Scott Wynn for $15. Charlie Marks gets Prince for $20. And nobody bid on Bowie. He's a $15 buy it now. Bowie's a $15 buy it now. Also, John Wright, Mr. Soul. Holy crap. Half off of 90. I should have pulled this one out of here. Holy moly. So half off of 90 is $45,250. So 1240. That's a weird price. $47.50. $47.50 for John Wright. Also, Paul Simon self-titled, VG plus $7.50. Whoa. Led Zeppelin club copy, VG $10. And we got Carole King, her greatest hits, EX750. Ray Red was waiting for that. He knew it was happening. He knew it was in this crate. He was ready. So to Ray Red. Major savings on that one. Good gracious. Jeff Brent RTO on Led Zeppelin. And then over here, free Fire and Water. All right now, VG, $6.50. Okay, here comes some more Japanese singles. If you missed them earlier, these are all $15. Journey, Separate Ways. Beach Boys, Rock and Roll Music. Night Ranger. Grassroots, Midnight Confession. REO Speedwagon, In Your Letter. Asia, Only Time Will Tell. And Talking in Your Sleep by the Romantics. Those are all $15. That leaves Romantics, Asia, REO, Grassroots, Night Ranger, Beach Boys, and Journey. All right, let's set those right there for a second. Let's move Bowie over here. And then next in the half off is The Gods. That's spelled with a Z. The Gods is VG Condition, $7.50 for The Gods. We got Paul McCartney, Back to the Egg, EX Condition, $9. The Allman Brothers Band, Enlightened Rogues, VG plus $7.50. Angel, White Hot. Angel is VG Condition, $5. And Yvonne DiCarlo sings. Yvonne DiCarlo is VG Condition, $12.50. Elvis, GI Blues, Indianapolis Press, VG, $10. Jeff Brent RTO on PM, Wings. That's sold to Jeff Brent, EX Condition, $9. Next auction is going to go up right now. That next auction, without further ado, is going to be put up at this moment. And that is Def Leppard, and that is U2, The Unforgettable Fire. First one is Def Leppard, On Through the Night. Def Leppard is a 1980 USOG Presswell, has the original Mercury inner sleeve, VG Condition, $15 start. How much, Chad? Just a $15 start. You've got to be joking, right? No, I'm not joking. That's just a $15 start. Wow, that's absolutely crazy for you to be putting that up for a $15 start at 1:10 a.m. I know, but I'm sure the fans will be happy. U2 Unforgettable Fire, an 84 US Club EX Plus condition, $20 start. How much, Chad? Just a $20 start. You're joking, right? No, I'm not joking. That's only a $15 start on Def Leppard and a $20 start on U2. Wow. Are you okay? Hold on a minute. Yes. We have UFO Obsession, VG condition $7.50. CCR Bayou Country, VG $6.50. Steven Steele's VG $5. And Blood Rock. And Blood Rock is VG condition $5. Also, Paul Simon, still crazy after all these years, VG plus $7.50. Here's tonight's no bid, starting with the oldest, Black Sabbath Live Evil, $65. It does have a little bit of a tear on the cover, but the vinyl's nice, and it's a UK original. Black Sabbath, $65. Next was Red Hot Chili Peppers, Mother's Milk, an 89 US Club and Shrink Nice EX, $125. Spinal Tap, OG 84, EX $40. Does have a ding on the top cover, and y'all just seen David Bowie. He's $15. $15 on Bowie, $40 on Spinal Tap. Red Hot Chili Peppers $125 and Black Sabbath $65, or make offers. Let's get all those sold. Next is Brian Call on UFO. That's so to Brian Call. Thank you on that. Next thing is this, the Beatles $67 to $70 on Apple, $18.50. Paul McCartney 2 with the bonus single, VG plus $10. Wow. And over here we have Cheap Trick All Shook Up. Cheap Trick is VG plus $7.50. Charlie Marks on Spinal Tap. This is sold to Charlie Marks for $40. Thank you on that. David Baber, you were next. Already sold to Charlie. Brian Call gets McCartney. McCartney goes to... Brian Call got Paul McCartney. Jeff Brent with X. Sammy Hagar, VG plus $9. And George Harrison's 33 1/3, VG $5. Brian Call also gets on Cheap Trick. Rick Maggers on the Beatles, $67 to $70. And that also means Def Leppard has sold one bid, $15 to Charlie Marks. Nonsense. U2 Unforgettable Fire, one of my favorites, is $20. Info on Red Hot Chili Peppers. Red Hot Chili Peppers is Mother's Milk, an 89 US Club, Columbia House Edition, Shrink EX, $125. An OG Club pressing, $125 on that. And then Tim Graham on Sammy Hagar, sold. Beatles, already sold, Jeff. Maggers beat you to it. Deep Purple Machine Head, Smoke on the Water, and Fire in the Sky. VG plus $12.50 on Deep Purple. And Kenny Burrell, oh boy, half off of $79.99, $40. Holy moly on this. Holy moly on this. Brian Call on McCartney. Jeff Brent put B. Oh, B for Beatles. Okay. I thought that was for something else. I guess not. Jeff Brent, you get the Beatles. This is sold to you. It is a Apple press and VG Plus condition and a VG Plus cover. That's painted to Jeff Brand. If not, it is sold to Rick Maggers. Okay, Tim Graham got Sammy Hagar. Susie was next. Greg Beddinger on 33 1/3. That was for George Harrison. And then Ray Red on Kenny Burrell. He snapped up the jazz and soul stuff out of there. I guess those are both kind of jazz. And, of course, he's all over it like stank on a monkey. Okay? The Beatles 67 to 77 also has the original lyric inner sleeves. It's a gatefold jacket. Okay, and this is so to Jeff Brent. Sorry, Rick. He was first on that. He did put B for Beatles, and then I did overlook that. And then when he said closer look, I thought, I didn't realize he's first. So that's my bad. Okay, next auction is Triumph Stages. Triumph is live. It's an 85 USO G2 LP with the merch insert, and Triumph is going to go up for a $20 start. So Triumph is a 2 LP, 85 USO G. It's an EX Plus condition, has the really cool Triumph merch insert, and that's a $20 start on that. All right, this was a half-off crate. No one wants the woman from the Munster show. She played in the Munsters, Yvonne DiCarlo, VG condition, $12.50 on that. Also, Derek and the Dominoes in concert. That's Eric Clapton, of course, VG plus $12.50. The Friends of Distinction, whatever, VG plus $8.50 on that. VG plus $8.50. Todd Rundgren, Something Anything. Todd Rundgren's VG plus $10. The Stones, Some Girls, VG $22.50, original cover. Also, Paul Simon, there goes the Ryman Simon, VG $5. Paul Simon Simon again, VG plus $7.50. Carole King, her greatest hits is EX $7.50. Free Fire and Water, VG $6.50. The Gods, VG $7.50. The Allman Brothers Band, VG plus $7.50. Angel, VG $5. Elvis GI Blues, VG Vinyl, VG minus cover 10. CCR, VG $6.50. Stephen Stills is VG $5. Tim Graham on the old Rolling Stones there. That is sold. And then Blood Rock was VG $5. Paul Simon again, the trifecta. That one's VG plus $7.50. 3 Paul Simons in there. And Deep Purple Machine Head. Classic album alert. VG plus $12.50. I'm a Highway Star. Pictures of Home, Never Before. Check out this side. You got Smoke on the Water, Lazy, and Space Truckin'. Alrighty. And then over here, Brian Call on Blood Rock. Done. All right, I'm going to take this gigantic stack of sold Japanese singles around the corner. Look at all that. Just look at it. Would you look at it? Just look at it. Look at it. Just take a look at it. Simply having a wonderful Colectco time. Simply having a wonderful Colectco time. Rick Maggers on Deep Purple. Triumph is a no bid. You can pick this up for a $20 buy it now. Late night deal, 85 US OG, late night deal, $20 buy it now. I knew y'all would about obliterate that crate. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, ba, da, dum. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Angel, White Hot, should be on Casablanca. Casablanca, VG condition, $5. Bought a VG cover. Simply having a wonderful Colectco time. The records are up. Seth is fired. Otis is happy. Oh, something. I'll have to come up with some lyrics. Now, I've got one more crate here that's got killer stuff in it we can do best offer. I feel like I've shown them once or twice. Definitely not half off stuff, but if y'all want to see them, I'll put them up as soon as I take a few more bites of pistachios. Is it my imagination, or is there only one company that sells pistachios? I feel like I only see this brand. What is this brand? Whatever this brand is, this is the only brand that I ever see pistachios with. They must have like some kind of deal made with, where are these harvested at? Does it tell where these are grown and harvested at? They must have some kind of secret deal cut. Greg Beddinger on Angel 5. Wow, we flew from California and then drove an hour from the airport, and Chad is still on. That's it. Yeah, I think this is the only company that can sell pistachios in America. I think they have some kind of deal cut with like a mob or something. Yeah, it's nuts. We got ourselves a comedian. That's a pretty good one, Rick. All right, well, I just blew through about 15 bucks of pistachios. I don't know what I paid for that, but it wasn't cheap. It was like 15 bucks I just ate there. Sorry. See, I know my mom's food is up front, and I'm just like chomping at the bits here. The show must go on, at least for a few more minutes. I try to get to that 8-hour mark every night, or I feel weak and inaccomplished. Okay. Yeah, this is a solid crate. All right, I'll take offers on anything in here. This is like great pre-owned records. Some things are in here sealed, but here we go. Include a bag of pistachios every order. Maybe those little tiny ones. I go to Publix and grab a box off the shelf, and I'll buy food for a couple days at Publix as a single man, and it's like 70 bucks for a couple meals, and I'm like, good gosh. All right, no more delaying. I've wiped my hands on my Metallica shirt. I'm good to go. Leonard Skinner, opportunity to get a good deal on this. Pronounce Leonard Skinner as the Analog Productions, 2LP, 45 RPM, $69.99. King Crimson, a sealed 200-gram reissue, $29.99. Now, some of these are sealed and new, but they are pre-owned, so you can make offers. Buy it now or best offer on anything in here. Brian Ferry, $19.99 for boys and girls. Brian Ferry. Ahmad Jamal, Emerald City Nights, live at the Penthouse, 6364. A Record Store Day exclusive, $37.99. We have Little North, Familiar Faces. Little North is a jazz album, $19.99. And Bill Evans, Inner Spirit, Mark Johnson, Joe La Barrera. And that is live, 1979, $44.99. The reason I laid those back there is because they was in my way over here when I was moving stuff around. You're actually looking at pretty much the only unsold stuff from tonight, which is mostly autographs. I had a signed Iron Maiden hat. I had a signed Iron Maiden hoodie. Those are $475. And then I had a signed REM poster. The signed REM poster is $975. I had a signed Bee Gees book. It was $475. So these are the high-end autographs that were left over from tonight. I can show you the REM poster. It's behind me if anybody wants to see it. $975. Iron Maiden $475. Iron Maiden $475. The Bee Gees was $475. So that's the leftovers from tonight. And then of course we still have, I guess that's it. I got a poster signed by Creed. It's $125. We sold the Black Sabbath autographs. We sold the AC/DC autographs, the Ramones autographs, the Megadeth autographs. All those are gone. Those are gone. And we still got Motorhead, Lemmy. Lemmy's the only one over here I really can't believe didn't sell. This is $575, okay? All right, so back to the best offer crate. Alan Leatherwood, Rockabilly Music and Break Jobs, $14.99 on that. Jean-Luc Ponty, Igmanatic Ocean, Jean-Luc Ponty's $9.99. The Doors is $34.99. Really clean record. That's on the black and red Electra label, $34.99 on The Doors. Pink Floyd Relics, a 75 Jacksonville press. Pink Floyd is $39.99. Don't hesitate to make offers here. Van Halen, Women and Children First. And Van Halen is $54.99. It does have the poster, $54.99. And over here, I have Elvis is back. Elvis is a 1960 VG Plus, $49.99. Kelly and Robert, thank y'all for tuning in for a brief time. I've missed y'all tonight. I know when people's not watching because I just don't see your names pop up as often as I normally do. It makes me sad, and even earlier I almost cried, but that's okay. You've broke my heart before. Next is the Kinks, One for the Road, VG Plus $17.99. Pink Floyd is sold to Headnut65, a.k.a. Charlie Marks. That's sold to him. And what size is the sweatshirt? The sweatshirt is a size, it's a good question. I guess you might want to wear this. Charlie might want to buy this and wear it around town. It is an extra large. It's an extra large Iron Maiden sweatshirt. You may walk around with those autographs on your body and be like, hey, look at this. I'm wearing an autographed Iron Maiden hoodie, and you're not. We have Live Cream in shrink wrap, VG Condition Cream. VG Condition, $14.99. Also, Grand Funk Phoenix. Grand Funk is VG Condition, $9.99. Genesis, and then there were three. VG Plus, $14.99. And UFO, The Wild, the Willis, and the Innocent. UFO's EX, $17.99. When some people's not on, I'm like, I wonder what they're doing. They're probably traveling, driving, work, family, dinners. I'm like, surely some of these people aren't at home, not watching Collectco, and not doing something like watching some stupid TV show when they could be watching Collectco, buying rare and treasurable collectibles. Like Jimmy Cliff in concert, the best of Jimmy Cliff, VG $19.99. Grand Funk, we're an American band. Yellow Vinyl, VG $19.99. Ted Nugent, Amboy Dukes, Two Fang and Claw. Ted Nugent is VG Condition, $12.99 on that. VG Condition, Ted Nugent. Van Morrison, Tupelo Honey. EX, $32.99 for Van Morrison. Second label on that one. I also have Fleetwood Mac Rumors. And then you hum again, you say you want your freedom. VG Plus, $24.99. Sabbath, Master of Reality, a 2016 press. VG Plus, $39.99. Sweet Leaf, Alice Cooper, Goes to Hell, VG $12.99. UFO Force-It, VG Plus $19.99. Van Morrison, VG $14.99. Love Stinks, Jay Giles, VG $9.99. The Gossip, that's not what I heard. The Gossip is a 2001 garage album on red vinyl, $44.99. The Flying Burrito Brothers, beautiful copy in shrink, a 76 press, $49.99. King Crimson, in the Court of the Crimson King, a 78 press. King Crimson's $59.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, early 80s press, Dylan. Beautiful Dylan, $34.99. Apple, Simpson, and Bell, Music for the Living, an avant-garde jazz album, sealed for $9.99. Cannonball Adderley Sextet, New York, a 62 press, VG Plus, $49.99. Al Green, Have a Good Time. Al Green, No Condition Notes, $24.99. Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, VG Plus, $24.99. The Incredible String Band, a 2003 Sundays reissue, EX, $12.99. Charlie Marks wants the Jay Giles, Love Stinks. That's sold to Headnut 65. Also, Moloch. Moloch is a 69 blues rock Acid Rock, VG Plus $39.99. It does have some damage at the bottom. We have Charles Lloyd Nirvana, $19.99. Hard Rope and Silk and Twine, incredible string band, VG $9.99. Gandhi, music from the original motion picture soundtrack, Gandhi. He used to dip his bald head in oil and rub it all over my body. Gandhi, $19.99. We have Shadowland, The Beauty of Escaping, 1990 alternate rock, goth rock psych album, $14.99. Ray Red on CL for $14. Sold. Charles Lloyd sold to Ray Red for $14. Adget Pop, a 1989 U.S. alternate rock, $9.99. Deep Purple, made in Japan. This is a nice copy of Deep Purple made in Japan. It's a later label. It's not an 80s press and barcode. It is just a really nice club copy. $39.99. After the Gold Rush, Neil Young, $34.99 on that. George Thorogood Maverick is $19. Another Rumors, this time a nicer copy for $10 more. $34. The Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll. That's $34. And Tom Petty, Hard Promises, $34.99. The waiting is the hardest part. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Four-Way Street, $34.99. Jordan Underhill and Tom Petty for $19. And this was sold to Jordan Underhill for $19. Lou Reed, Sally Can't Dance, $29.99. Randy Travis, Storms of Life and Shrink, $29.99. ELO Out of the Blue for $39. Pink Floyd Metal for $49, and the Beatles Past Masters 1 and 2, $79.99. That crate's got some great titles in it. They're just a really good grade, and that's why they're kind of priced up there near the top of the price barrier. But if you do want something, we can strike a deal. Holy moly. All right. Well, I'll wait for the lag to kick in. Charlie Marks on the Stones. It's Only Rock and Roll, and I like it. Any last request? I better open this up, make sure we're done. I'm going to crunch down on a crab chip right quick. The table's not messy. We didn't do a normal, let's go through a bunch of random crap like we usually do. If not, I'm going to go eat, clean up, do these videos, and get ready for another big one tomorrow. I'm pretty hungry. Even though I've been snacking for an hour, it's nothing like the calories that I need. It's been an incredible night. We've done 8 full crates, and that's mostly high-end stuff, auctions and buy it nows. And then we sold all these autographs. A few good ones still left, but yeah. They're all the Tom Petty's 34. But don't hesitate to make an offer. Do not hesitate to make an offer. Once again, thanks for the Black Crowes autograph. They'll make Christmas for my dad. Yeah. So I forgot about the Black Crowes autograph. We sold that tonight too. $450. This is sold to Rick Maggers for $27. All right. Yep. 7 full crates of vinyl. My bad. Plus all the autographs and miscellaneous we sold tonight. AKA a very successful night. And that means we got to do that again tomorrow. There'll be even more new stuff here tomorrow. And that also means we got, Laura's already got great auctions ready. Tomorrow we'll probably have more of our 45 miscellaneous night. So probably what we'll do, we'll get to the point tomorrow when we're done with vinyl. We essentially did not stop showing vinyl tonight until right now, 1:30. Yeah, what happened to that? Washington, D.C.? Yeah. We didn't sell both. We might have sold them. I went through everything. It was the Cure in Washington, D.C., 1980. We must have sold them. Yeah, I bet we did. Sandy, yeah, I know. We sold those. Do you want to go on a waiting list? It was Washington, D.C. It was Washington, D.C., Ontario Theater, 1984. It was $29.99 if you want to go on a waiting list. They must have sold. You're right. I'm glad you said something. It was live in Washington. They were $29. Yep. It's, I think it looks like this right here. Well, it didn't open it up. Hold on a second. Well, it opens Discogs, but it doesn't take it to me. All right. Well, thank y'all. Amazing people, amazing customers. Y'all are the best customers in the world. And I couldn't do this without y'all. Sorry, I'm over here on Facebook already looking. I've been out of touch. Been out of touch with the world for about the last 8 hours, so I get on Facebook and I immediately get brain drained. So, seeing what's happening around the world. Plus, I sleep during the day, so it's amazing. Like anything that happens during the day here in America, I usually don't find out about it till in the AM hours of the next day because I sleep during the day and I don't try to get on my phone after I wake up because I'm in a hurry to get here. I work all through the night, so I'm like watching the news and reading the news and watching podcasts from like 3 a.m. until like 6 a.m., 7 a.m. And then I'm trying to get in bed for the next couple hours and go to sleep. And then everything happens during the day in America. And so I'm always like, about right now is when I start finding out what happened in the news today. Locally, nationally, globally, the stock market, silver price, everything that I follow closely. So collectibles, business, everything. So, yeah, Led Zeppelin lights are up for pre-order. I'm going to mention that one more time tomorrow. Tonight we were just too busy. We were just too, I'll mention that tomorrow. I've already told them to make me 20 of them. And we might get a delivery of Kiss lights tomorrow, but yeah, I'll see. So, yep. All right. 7:40 over in the UK. Well, thank you as always. I got to get to the gym too. I got a bad habit of working and skipping the gym. And political distractions. Yeah, it's crazy, everything going on. It's like, oh my gosh. On both sides, it's like, what is... I like listening to podcasts and just getting it from the people. You know, I like just listening to what people are saying. And just kind of take it all in and just see people's day-to-day interpretation of America and the news. Just kind of feel what people are saying. That's what I do. I listen to customers. I know that's on both sides, and I just kind of see what's going on. I'm just a casual observer, and I show up here every night and sell records. And then I casually observe everybody else's opinions, like that are polar opposite from each other. So it's pretty amazing, honestly. So I just try to share music and make a living doing that every day. Thank y'all for watching, and I am signing off. And I'll be back tomorrow about 5:30, 6 o'clock, and we'll do this for another 8 hours. Okay? And good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow.